Well, I'm going to say a warm welcome to all of you. I'm a little bit early. People are coming as we carry on. Going to be a few people maybe going to be late, if arriving at all. Unfortunately, a couple of the people have really had a lot of complications. But anyway, we will do what we will do. And we will have people arriving as I do my introduction. They normally arrive within the next 10, 15 minutes anyway. So let's start it off. The discussion today is one that's very close to my heart. It's very close to anybody's heart that's into the occult. It's very close to anybody's heart who's involved in personal alchemy or alchemy of any sort. It's very close to anybody's heart that is opening the heart. Because opening the heart involves communication. It involves talking from the heart. It involves all of these realities. I just noticed something actually. I think I better do this thing. I don't like these things. I find them really annoying. So please forgive me. I was too busy singing because my heart's quite open. It's a very powerful time. Mercury's come out of retrograde. So it's a special synchronous time. Let's pray that these little guys are working. Anyway, I don't think I'll be hearing my own voice, which is very, very strange. But here we go. So yeah, we're talking about Mercury today, and specifically the way in which it relates to the language, to the occult principles of balance and harmony. The Caduceus being the sHim, the tree of life, is fundamental. It is Mercury's symbol, if you will. Though Mercury has many symbols. Mercury being the closest planet to the sun, carries a very powerful solar radiance, of course. And if you can hear that woman shouting in the background, please don't mind her. She's just a little bit angry a lot of the time. So yeah, where would I start with Mercury? Mercurius. Well, we're going to start with the word merc, right? We know the word merc. Mercantile, trade. So trade obviously is falling under Mercury's banner, if I can use such a term. Communication is obviously the heart of Mercury. Mercury represents the synergy, the synergetic experience of communication. And communication can be an external event connecting one person to another person. It can also be a personal event within oneself, communicating between different parts of the self, different aspects of consciousness, communication between one's thalamus and hypothalamus, one's Ida and Pingala. From the Vedic tradition, we speak of yantra, mantra, and tantra. Yantra is it has to do with the way in which light receives, sound is received by the light. No? The eyes receive light, sorry. The mantra has got to do with, obviously, the way in which sound is projected through the mouth. And so there's a giving and there's a receiving, though these are part of a dynamic set of polarities. So it's not as simple as giving and receiving on a flat rate, so to speak. But we can consider, these things are really annoying me, by the way. So I don't think I need to put them in because I'm the only one here at the moment. So yeah, when we're considering Mercury, we're considering it in the most fundamental of perspectives. It represents bringing together the receiving and the giving, essentially, which is why it's such an important part of the alchemical system, why alchemy is fundamentally an expression of this mercurial process. Why Mercury is being considered in the ancient traditions, the communicator between gods and man, if you will. And if you look at the glyph of Mercury, and I've mentioned this before, it's the only one of the astrological 7 glyphs that contains all 3 symbols in it. It contains the circle, contains the cross, and it contains the crescent. And so it represents all 3 of these phases, all 3 of these aspects, but in a synergizing role of harmonizing that which is spiritual and that which is the material. And thus, the messenger of the gods, Mercurius, was considered to be able to traverse between the gods, the plane of the gods, and the plane of man, and be able to bring the information from the spiritual realm into the physical realm. And so discussing Mercury is going to be looking at these fundamental factors when considering Mercury in its most fundamental way, as it is rather important and rather at the heart. Hello, peace and blessings. Moon Feather, God bless you. Hope you're well, hope you're thriving, hope you're having a good day. And so yeah, looking at Mercury from these perspectives gives us an insight into the nature of consciousness. For consciousness is essentially the communication between the sphere of mind, the mentalist plane of existence, and the physical plane of existence, which is essentially the interplay of consciousness. And so we can speak of con as connect, shios, zeus, conscious. So there's unconscious, what you blow your conch, it attracts the communication from the divine plane toward you. So there are a lot of interesting syllables that are being expressed here, the most fundamental. Yeah, Mercury is stabilized. I feel my mind is coming back to its normality. It seems like I'm able to think again, able to process mental information in a more practical way. Just let me close that door for a moment. Oi, come here, my darling. Come here. Your big footsteps. You're a 60-kilogram dog. Lie down next to Daddy. Come, sit. Down. Good dog. Good dog. So yeah, looking at Mercury, and I want to close that door that already opened because I don't want you to hear the rest of everybody carrying on. I'll be a second. Joshua, please. Darling, I'm doing a live show. Will you please not make a noise? Promise you. Your mommy asked her to be quiet too, please. Oh. There we go. Much better. I can hear myself think again. So yeah, looking at Mercury from this perspective, mercantile, which is trade, which is essentially information being swapped. The information being currency, being in its essential. Let's see if I can make this one straight. I think it's good to go. The information being currency in its most fundamental form relates to that aspect of ourselves which is truly able to receive and able to give. And so there's the distinctions between the active and the passive that are bound in a synergetic expression of being, which is representing Mercury. And so when I consider Mercury, I consider the second principle of Hermes. Obviously, we've got the first principle, which is the principle of mentalism. The universe is a mental projection from elsewhere, the mental. And in order for this to happen, it had to become a sphere of vibration. For if there's no sphere of vibration, there's no sound, there can be no energetic interplay. And so there cannot be the differentiation required for unity to become differentiated into the numerations. And so this vibration, being the third law of Hermes, if you can consider this, is then bound by the principle of quantum entanglement, which is essentially that all things are relating to all other things. There's correspondence between all bits of information, if I can use such a term. They've used that for computers. There's a reason for that. And so the sphere of correspondence, quantum entanglement, is what connects the sphere of vibration to the sphere of the mentalist plane, because the mentalist plane is a complete structure within itself. It cannot be divided, cannot be devised, cannot be changed, cannot be diminished in any way, cannot be, nothing can be taken from it. So in order to take something from the mentalist plane, you had to be able to take it from it without taking it. And thus, quantum entanglement had to come into play. Things had to be able to exist in two places at once. This is the principle of quantum entanglement. And then from those two into four, from those four to eight, and so goes the numerations. And so the quantum entangling process is rather fundamental to this entire dynamic expressed by the principle of Mercury, which is why when you look at Mercury as a glyph, it represents the crescent, it represents the cross, and it represents the sphere, the circle. And so the circle entangling another circle, and the cross represents that the cross is the point where the one sphere, which you see as a crescent, is touching the other sphere, but it's being brought into a point of crossing, singular expression of two things in one. And so we speak about Gemini being the masculine expression of Mercury in its most fundamental way. And obviously this is fundamentally rather important, because to understand Mercury in such a way is to understand what it is that's going on. And this principle of Mercury, thus being expressed in such terms, can... Hello, Eleanor. Hope you're well. Yes, devices, communication. We're going to get to that. Some tinfoil hat stuff going to come out here, because it's all part of the sphere of Mercury. I wish Ronan's going to get you. He said he might. Still waiting for a number of people. So this principle of quantum entanglement, which is the embodiment of the second principle of Hermes, effectively, which is the principle of correspondence, is bounding the vibration, which is producing the movement necessary. Movement produces the potential for change. The potential for change means that there needs to be a distinction. And the distinction between the mental plane and the physicalizing principle is energy. So the energy is thus the polarizing effect. And because of the swinging of these pendulums, which is what polarity represents fundamentally, we're able to gain a sense of energetic expression. And the energetic expression is thus bringing into effect the polarizing effects of the quantum entanglement field and the vibrational field, which are expressions of itself in different ways of looking at the same reality. And so the energizing effect of the heart and of the swinging pendulums are thus bound by the rhythm. And the rhythm being the next principle of the Hermetic tradition is what creates this cadence, because you've got these swinging pendulums and they're all swinging in their own rhythms, and because of their rhythms they create percussion. The percussion is the causality, the cause and effect. This is the physicalizing aspect, which is the cauldron, right? Which is the cause and effect, which is brought into perspective because of the polarizing effects of energy, bringing the quantum entanglement process of sound into the physicalizing medium of the causal environment, produces this cause and effect of collisions between the swinging pendulums. And so we can consider matter as coming into being. And all of these six principles are then bound back through the heart, because the heart's the key to the story, back through the heart and recapitulated in terms of the masculine and feminine expressions of the as above, so below polarity of the polarizing effects. And so we find the generation of tissue and the generation of the physicality is a followation, is an expression of this heart sphere of polarity, but on a different octave of being, now in the sphere of matter, which is brought into being by the sixth principle, which is the principle of causality, which is fed by the energetic principle of the fourth principle of polarity, which is an expression of the vibrational field. And due to the expression of the vibrational field, there has to be quantum entanglement process between that which is absolute, which is the mental sphere, from which all things stem, and that which is being expressed through these other five principles. And five, obviously, is the number of Hermes. One of the numbers related to Hermes. I mean, it's not the only one. 8 has certain aspects of this vibrational field being expressed in it, but on a different octave, essentially. But they all are carrying the same basic fundamental message. Yeah, cause and effect. So those are the 7 principles of hermetics, 7 principles of Hermes. These 7 principles of Hermes are embodied by the caduceus, which is the tree of life, and the Babylonians and the pre-Babylonians, and all of them, not the Assyrians, and later on the Paleo-Hebrew tribes, and later on the Jewish and the Arabic tribes, where they've got the Qibla and the Kabbalah, are all expressions of the Hermetic knowledge. And so that's what you're looking at. So if you come across the Kabbalah, it's not Jewish. they've kept it and changed it a little, but it's hermetic knowledge, which is Hermes, which is Mercury. So we're coming back to the principle of quantum entanglement, which from a Vedic perspective, if you're looking at it from the Vedas, you're talking about jnana. So you've got these schools of yoga. Yoga, you've got the Hatha yoga, it's the preparation of the body. You've got the mantra yoga, which is the embodiment of causality, cause and effect. Yeah? Mantra. So you got the manna, which is the old expression of prana, right? From different cultural epochs, if you can call it that. And so you got the mantra. Then you have the yantra school of yoga, which is working with the images, the tennismetic images, the sacred geometry and color, to stimulate hormones and other neurochemicals in the brain so that one can have visionary experiences. And then we have the dhyana, which is the Raja Yoga, which is the heart sphere meditation, which is where one enters into the sphere of polarity. And one then has the higher aspects of the mantra, the japa, right? And yeah, we're talking about the Visuddhi chakra being expressed, this different school of particular. The pranayama is also an expression of the heart sphere, by the way. Pranayama, prana is pure energy. Pranayama is working with this. So this is part of the Raja Yoga systems. Or used to be. These days they've all sort of split apart because there have been different teachings coming from different directions. And when we transcend the sphere of the japa, which is the divine chanting of the names, and working with the bish, the elemental perspectives, energies, if I can call them that, states more correctly, of the sattvas, as they're called, which is using the bish, primal sound, tune, harmonies, in order to stimulate these vibrational energies. When working through these different schools of yoga, one gets the jnana yoga, and the jnana yoga is the pure sphere of Mercury. This is relating to the second principle of Hermes, which is essentially to do with the ability to think, the ability to philosophize, the ability to contemplate, the ability to consider things, the ability to really see how it is that a grain of sand is able to express the totality of the universe, and how the whole totality of the universe is really that grain of sand, the total expression of quantum entanglement in its totality, which relates to the Ajna chakra, the Aum of the three aspects being brought into play in the chakra, which is essentially the two petals. And you can see here we go once again, Mercurius. We've got the crescent, we've got the circle, we've got the cross, bringing them together. And we've got this binding, these bound in the circle. And so these three aspects can also be seen as reflected as the Om, Tat, Sat in the Vedic path, and the A, Uhu, M in the Om itself. So you've got the number 3 binding itself back to itself, number 9 being expressed by this Om, because it's subtly expressing the Om, Tat, Sat in its manifesting capacity. For within the one, you find the other. Within the other, you find the other. So this is one of those aspects that can be understood, that within each of the 7 chakras, you'll find all 7 chakras aspects working through that chakra. So you're able to access each of the chakras through each of the chakras, which is interesting. So that brings you to 49. And so we've got the 49 petals that equate to the doorways between the chakras, the system. And this is the astral map, as it's expressing the quantum entanglement field. The 2 serpents around the staff, obviously, as you're pointing out there, is essentially what we're talking about here. And so we're looking fundamentally at the way in which these principles are being bound, and they're expressing the unity of duality. And when we look at the older images of Mercurius, it's quite interesting, because what we're looking at here is a generative expression of Mercury. And I want you to understand the Woden. Woden's Day, Wednesday. Woden is another embodiment of Odin, Odin gave his eye to see subtotality. Quantum entanglement field means you can see everywhere. Quantum entanglement field touches everything. It's been called the ether in the Western cult tradition. And the prana is essentially working to produce this field chronically, to produce the electromagnetic field, to produce the concussions, the percussions that we know as matter and experience here and physicality. So when we look at this pranic field, essentially we're looking at the etheric field. And the old physics used to express this rather sweetly. For the old physics was, yes, it's, you mentioned the medicine symbol, yes, it's very much, and I'll get to that. That's definitely very, very important, because mercury, cure, the word cure comes from mercury. So it's a cure. A cure is when you take something and you prepare it, you cure it. But in order to cure it, you've got to bring in the different elements into synthesis. So you want to cure animal skin, for example, you've got to bring in the salt, the water. You've got to cure, blend salt and skin in order to produce this curing effect. And so this curing effect has very much to do. And so in alchemy, we see how the salt is fundamentally important. See, this not by accident. And of course, the sulfur being the essence of what we can consider as the fiery principle. Salt being the essence of what we can consider as the earth. And the fiery principle can represent the, you know, the emanation from pure energetic state. And the mercury is the curing between this pure elemental energetic state and the salt crystallization process of physicalizing. So we see how the alchemists were able to understand this same idea, same concept. And looking at Woden, Odin, for a moment, I wish that Stein Fox was going to be here. Unfortunately, he can't be here. He's got something on. But I'll give him a shout out for his Odin and his Woden, and Joshua as well, of course, child of Ash. When you look at Odin, the Woden story, fire fishing. Yeah, the sulfur, that's quite interesting. Sulfur, fire fishing. It does relate to the principle of creating light as a fundamental concept. For sulfur is fundamental in this process. The fire that's produced, which produces the heat so that life can become embodied. So sulfur is quite important, which is why you'll find in many of the healing lakes, many of the healing fonts, the healing spa, health spa, there'll be high concentrations of sulfur and other of the 12 elemental salts in the water, because it has a wonderful purification effect on the body, purifies the body when you go into this healing water, and people are healed. Been to many of these in India, and you can understand that sulfur is sort of the key to understanding the principle of embodying that energetic state through which change can be arranged. And you need to have that principle of heat in order to be able to create the polarity between hot and cold. And the hot and cold are fundamental to all of the manifestations. Crystallization, dematerialization, is all essentially coming back to hot and cold if you think about it, yang and yin. And so looking at the Woden story or the Odin story, we can see how Odin is fundamentally in this state of hanging upside down. So he's entering into the underground, into the underworld, being sacrificed. So sacrifice is also fundamental. Sac red. We see the color vermilion, which is that bright orange used by the sadhus and the sannyasis of India. This is an old color related to Mercury. I can go into this color spectrum a little. We can do this. I suppose all of these elements are, in a sense, a reflection of Mercury. when we look at Mercury, why is the color orange related to Mercury? Well, you can see it when you go into Gemini, which is the masculine expression of the Mercury principle. And so it's fundamental to understanding how this synergy is coming into being, because we can consider the three primary colors very easily: blue, yellow, red. No, it's no accident that these three primary colors are three primary colors. It's not random. We've got red, which is physicalizing. We've got blue, which is mental, cool blue, yeah, cool, calm, and collected, the mental sphere. And we've got yellow. Yell is to shout, is to express the sound. And we say the heart is attached to the unstruck sound of the Suti chakra, which is expressing the Om. So when we look at this, we can see that yell is relating to expressing that sound, which is silence in the heart. Not silence, but silently experienced in the heart as an unstruck sound. We experience the sound through the principles of our lungs, expressing the sound back up towards our Visuddhi chakra and vibrating over the larynx in order to produce these words. And so this center is quite important, we can say, for the mercurial process. The number 5 being the key, the 5 fingers of the hand, rather the fundamental principle of communication. You communicate food into your body using your hands. You communicate your ideas onto matter by shaping matter with your 5 fingers in your hands. You can communicate much with your hands. In fact, the hands are such an expressive part of our body, as expressive as our voices, really, if we get right down to it. And so the hands are the key to the expression of the pentagram. And the pentagram is essentially what we're looking at when we're with this mercurial principle. So this is what Leonardo da Vinci was on about when he was calculating the maths of the pentagram. And we mentioned how the 49 aspects of this astral plane are brought into play. We've also got to understand that the 49 aspects of the astral plane, these petals, are bringing back 12 cycles of 9, which is quite important, or 9 cycles of 12, how you want to look at it. And this brings us to the 108. Why the number 108 is, why I have 108 beads on my mala. What's that about? So the Vedic story of the 108 beads of the mala come from the pentagram, and is an expression of the form of the pentagram. Because if you look at a pentagram, you observe it. If you put a pentagram over a pentagram and a pentagram over that pentagram, you'll notice that the angles are 72 degrees on one side and 108 on the other. And so we're able to perceive the way in which 72 and 108 obviously brings us back to 180, quite important, straight line. And the 72 in the Western occult system is the quinence, or sometimes referred to in quintessence, but it's essentially the quinence. These are related to the points on the compass, right? And so when you break down the 5-degree portions of a 360-degree sphere, you're ending up with this number, So you've got the 72 parts of the sphere, and the 108 is relating to the cycles of 9. So the cycles of 9, the 108 is an expression of the astral planes, in the same way that the 72 is an expression of the etheric planes. So the Mercury actually stretches right through the astral and the etheric planes, where most of the planetary associations of the other 7 planets, or other 6 planets, and the outer rim as well, they're rather fundamental. They have their own place and importance, are an expression of this principle, expression of how in the synergetic expression of Mercury this is happening. I hope I sent everybody the right link. But yeah, so to gain an understanding of what is happening here in terms of this principle being expressed will give us a sense of the experience of the astral and etheric planes as they do relate, and the binding of these astral and etheric planes into a single city of experience. You can imagine a ball bouncing, the astral planes falling to the ground, the etheric planes bouncing back up to your hand, and this bouncing is these are the moving atoms. This is the expression of the mentalist sphere into physicalizing form back into the mental sphere, while never actually leaving the mental sphere at all, due to the quantum entangling principle of Mercury. So Mercury is the most fundamental of all the planets in this sense when we consider it, and hence it's the planet of communication. Hence it relates to divinity in its most perfect form, which is why the color of Mercury is expressed. And now we're going to look at Ganesha. So Ganapati is ruling over Mercury and broke off his tusk in order to become the scribe of heaven, right? And so Ganesha is fundamentally important. You can't even begin to consider the fundamental perspective of what Ganesha is. This reality are coming through this node of Ganapati, Ganesha. And this is happening through the principles of Mercury, which is being ruled by Ganesha, obviously the scribe of the Vedic gods. Interesting little story about Ganesha. And this is going to express to you the quantum entanglement principle, which is rather interesting. I love little stories. When we look at Mercury is the communicating aspect between all the chakras, essentially, quantum entanglement, which is Ajna chakra in its home, which is what connects all of them through the heart. Interestingly enough, the nadi of the heart. But Ganesha, Ganapati. Something very special about elephants. They're very special animals. A lot of respect for those creatures. They really, truly are profound. And so Ganapati represents this mercurial process. And in this story, Shiva, the divine Holy Spirit, which is the culmination of the principles of life and the dematerializing aspect, nature of materializing reality, and the source of the powers, the same powers that Ganesha holds, since Ganesha is the child of Parvati and Shiva. And when we consider the story, so Shiva is saying to Ganesha and his brother, what is his brother's name? Is it Murka? I forget his name, his brother. He rides a peacock. He's got a funky ride. That peacock is the funkiest ride that all the gods have. All the gods are jealous of him because he rides a peacock, and that peacock rocks. Peacock's a fierce animal. And obviously it's a quick animal, it's a strong animal. Ganesha is riding, well, he's riding a rat. You know, they try and tell you in some traditions it's a mouse, but it's actually a rat. Rats are extremely intelligent creatures. They get really bad rap from humans, but there's something about rats. So anyway, Ganesha is riding his rat, and I think his name is Murka. He's riding his peacock. And Shiva says, I want to see you two race around the world. I'll give you a boon, whoever can circle the whole universe first. The little guy's laughing. He's like, oh, Ganesha doesn't stand a chance. His brother Ganesha is going to be like so far behind him. It's the story of the hare and the tortoise, really, essentially. So we're going to look at tortoises. Tortoises are quite an interesting creature. And frogs, too. Look at frogs, I'm curious. And so Shiva says, go, and they go rushing off. And Muruga rushes off. I hope I'm saying his name right. If I made a mistake, please forgive me. It's been a long time since I've heard this story. Many years. And so anyway, he goes circling the whole globe. The world, the universe, the galaxy, how you like, immaterial. Ganesha, on the other hand, does a little circle around his mother, Parvati, Mahashakti. And after circling around his mother, he stands politely waiting. Obviously, his brother is like circling the whole world, rushing like a fire freak. And bless you, Vega. How are you? So much love to you. Hope you're well. Big bless. And so anyway, when his brother arrives, he's laughing. He says, "You didn't even do the whole circuit. You didn't win. I won. Ha ha ha." He's laughing at his brother, feeling obviously proud because this is one of his things, pride, brother Ganesha. And Shiva then turns to Ganesha, bows his head, and says, "You are the wise one. I offer you the boon." And so it is understood that wisdom is the embodiment of Ganesha, who rules over Mercury. And his brother didn't understand this, but the entire universe is Parvati. And this is expressing in a story the principle of quantum entanglement, which is showing the correspondence of all things, how a grain of sand expresses the nature of the universe, and how the universe is expressed within the grain of sand. So these sublime principles that are being bound by Ganesha, Ganapati, are essentially the knowledge of the scribe of heavens. And by the way, how's the sound? Is the sound good? I wouldn't be happy if the sound isn't good. If I've been banging on and the sound is not good. So do please let me know if the sound's not up to scratch, if there's any issue with the acoustics. Those that are listening. So this principle of Ganesha as the scribe of heavens is expressing the balance of knowledge. Knowledge being when the principle of wisdom embeds itself in the principle of understanding, the child that is produced is knowledge. For knowledge comes from wisdom and moves towards understanding and carries the wisdom through the understanding so that the understanding can express the wisdom and thus knowledge. And it's a ledge, right? It's a no ledge. Do you understand that? No ledge. Well, it's a ledge that doesn't exist. You're not really on the ledge, but it's there. So we're expressing the most sublime aspects of the nature of this universe, quantum entanglement, once again, correspondence. And I will step aside for a moment and say welcome to the slick dissident. Gabriel has joined us. I'll say a few words about him and then I'll introduce himself. Obviously, he's a genius, basically. Sorry, Gabriel. That's how it is. Here we go. He's got a channel, and we're going to have to plug it here. He works with the N8 specifically. I mean, it's not exclusively the Greek system, the ancient Greek system, which is really powerhouse yoga. They were talking about Kundalini. They called it Christos. The rest of us bow in the church to that cross, which is a graven image of God, is it not? But so yeah, he's a wordsmith and a decoder and versed in various forms of occult, and from the Chinese to the Western mysteries to the Greek mysteries, and when he puts it into perspective on a physical plane using physicalizing things. I've said enough. Hello, welcome. Please.
Hello, my friend. Thanks for having me again, man. It's a joy to be here. Thanks for your kind words. You flatter me, and I love it. I saw your video this morning on jealousy. It's a good one, man. I love how you pulled out the jealousy. You know, wow. And these revelations, you know, they serve us going forward. But I always remind people to look backwards on, you know, to fill the context in reverse too. You know, Prometheus is forward looking, but don't forget Epimetheus. Prometheus had a brother, a foolish brother named Epimetheus. And he's looking, which his name literally means hindsight. And so I think of Prometheus as, well, I think of the two brothers as Sagittarius and Centaurus. And Sagittarius is looking over himself, shooting in reverse like a Scythian horse archerer. And hello, Moonfeather. I got out my special feathers for you, Moonfeather. I was thinking about you when I put these in. Yes. Big respect. And Centaurus is forward facing with his spear actually pointing at Sagittarius. You could almost make the case that Centaurus is pursuing Sagittarius. Sagittarius is looking back at Centaurus and shooting him. But I've given myself a pause to reflect on which one is which. The obvious answer is Sagittarius is Epimetheus because he's looking backwards, shooting backwards. And Centaurus with his spear is looking forward. But when you're dealing with 50-50 possibilities, you either get it 100% right or you get it 100% wrong. And so when I come on to these divergent forks in the path, I make sure to like scout out both paths as far as I can before I get, you know, I look as far as that path could serve me before I make a decision. And I'm actually feeling a real counterintuitive read that Sagittarius might be Prometheus and that Centaurus might be Epimetheus because of the procession. And the idea that there is a counterclockwise movement on a bigger level of thought. And I hang out with a lot of people who are anti-precession of the equinox, and I love them dearly. And for them, they will probably see Sagittarius as Epimetheus shooting backwards, he who has the hindsight. And they will probably see Centaurus as Prometheus looking forward. But I'm going to be a little rebel to my group of anti-processionists. I'm going to say that the stories are actually adhering to the processional reverse flow of time. Because these titans, these higher orders of thought, they are rebellious spirits. They go against the grain. And so I'm going to engage the spirit of going against the grain. I'm going to tell all my anti-processional buddies, sorry, not sorry. I'm with the Titans on this one. I think Prometheus is Sagittarius, riding well and shooting straight. And I think Epimetheus, his brother, going against the grain of time, is Centaurus. So it is kind of counterintuitive.
That's rather interesting because it sort of expresses the concept of Mercurius as being an expression of Zeus. So we think of them as being separate, don't we? But when you consider that Mercurius is representing this moving in two directions, male and female, taking in, giving out, expressing this balance and the harmonies. But when we consider Jupiter is the principle of expansion. When you expand forwards and backwards. Because it's expansion. So time can be seen as a expanding field from the present, expanding both into the future and to the past simultaneously. And thus, the past and the future are somehow explicably linked in the present.
I love that, man. Yes. Jupiter has the red and the white striations which go against each other, and the most friction is in the in-between layers, but they call them bands and chords. And I just love how that's like so meaningful. It's so musical that it's bands and chords. But yeah, that is neat. I love how you said that. And it's also like concentric ripples or rings as the time emanates and expands and contracts. That's really fun.
But it sort of expresses why it's possible. Please could you close those doors for me? Thank you. Sorry, like the dogs keep opening the doors. What can you do? But it sort of expresses those striations to me express the different bandwidths of the same thing as well. Sort of step up and step down, sort of gears. I think of the universe as being a set of gears, and so it's expanding into the 9 spheres, the 9 circles. The 9 gates. That's how I see it. Like literally, when one expands one's consciousness field, it seems that one re-embraces the past, but one also seems to embrace the future in a way that life gets a lot less surprising. Everything seems to just follow oh yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Because when you're meditating so much on the present, the future and the past both correlate in this unusual blending of consciousness, because we think of it being in this linear field. But if we consider what quantum entanglement is, which is represented, the mercurial principle of quantum entangling, of lots of wormholes jumping in and out of each other in order to create this cadence of resonance and vibration, to take that mentalist sphere and bring it here, to bring Zeus into the physicalizing aspect through the principles of Mercury, then there must be Zeus is jumping from the mental sphere to the physical sphere, and then Zeus is jumping back from the physical back into the mental sphere. So it's moving from the front to the back, and the back to the front. So time, I like to consider time as being like coming from somewhere else here and then going back there. And our experience of that coming and going, we see as the future and the past. But it's really just, it's a shamanic concept that sticks with my heart.
Totally. This expresses in so many beautiful ways. It's in my project on the Enneagram, particularly around the symposium. That in the beginning, and it is a dark topic, but if you can stare it in the face, it has a lot of value. But in the beginning of the symposium, they're talking about love, and they start out talking about adults being attracted to youth and seeking the youthfulness is just a natural part of aging. That you want to have your own youth back, and so you would fulfill it by pursuing a younger love interest. And it is Greek, so of course it makes people really uneasy. It is also a metaphor for going into a legal relationship with the courts, with the law. You have to make yourself subservient. You become a child when you go into a ceremony seeking remedy. So taking a lawyer is actually a pederastic ritual that we've smoothed out and made it okay for our sensibilities today to still engage in that. But that's in the beginning of the symposium. Well, in the end of the symposium, a youthful soldier comes barging in drunk and intoxicated and professes his love to the eldest in the room. And so the opposite is happening at the end of the symposium, where Alcibiades is pursuing Socrates, and he's trying to seduce him right in front of everybody because he's belligerent. And so in the beginning, it's the elder seeking the youthful, and in the end, the youthful is pursuing the elder. And this profound metaphor, it maps into the Enneagram in the most beautiful way. But I read it in another light. I see it as the youthful is the placental self, the eternally crystallized initiation. And as you go through your life, the higher brother, the big brother, the guiding soul, the mercurial spirit, it's actually coming to you from death. It died when you were born. So it met the end in the beginning. The alpha and the omega point was right there. And so that placental self, it already knows. It already knows. And it's coming to you from your last moment. And it's giving you these hints, these guiding little feelings that we really can't put a finger on how we know things before we should know things. And then when you come to your midlife crisis, the chapel perilous, the dark night of the soul, that coming to Christ, that in between, all of a sudden there's an exchange of energies where your big brother, your higher self, your spirit guide was always your elder. It was always leading you forward, had responsibility for the things you did not know. But when you come to that midlife crisis, those roles become reversed. And if you think about it deeply, from that point on, you become the elder. And your higher self actually becomes younger and younger as you come closer and closer to death. And this is why our elders, our grandparents, are so youthful and so much more innocent, and almost they return to a naivete in their later days. And that is because that higher self is aging in reverse, and you become the guide now. You now have all the responsibility of holding the hand of your inner child and caring for it. It's a powerful responsibility to own up to.
That's so beautiful, and it's so fundamental, and it's so profound. It's been found before. We've all discovered it. We've all seen it, you know. And I love the way you speak about death and the transcendence of death. And so this Mercury can represent the Christ that holds everything together, in a sense, if we look at it from this perspective. And he was talking about the youthful and the older. And it made me think of the zodiac. It made me think of the ram. It made me think of the goat, the baby goat, the ram, Aries, and then the mature old goat, Capricorn. And how these two hold the cardinal beginning and the cardinal end of the wheel, right? Because then you go from the cardinal to the cardinal, and then you've got just the rounding off of that sphere. So that's a quite interesting concept, and it's sort of obviously the ram being Christ, Christos' symbol, represents the process of this ram moving from youth to old, but embodying the youth in its age. And another thing that comes to mind when considering this as well is the way in which, as we become older, we seem to be becoming wiser, right? But there is this fundamental, like I remember when I was a little child, right? It's like you don't think for yourself. It's like our parents do all the thinking, and we're just sort of like between these two poles of emotions, and we're just like feeding. That goes through your brain, comes out there, and goes there, that comes through there. We're not actually controlling anything. And so this whole idea of control is the illusion of age, if you think about it, because you start with no control and you end with no control. And the principle of wisdom is inhibited by the control. Yeah. And if you look at what the word control means, it's con and troll. And like we know what trolling is. Trolling on the web. So we're trolling ourselves. away from experiencing wisdom in the delusion of being able to control anything in this world. Because, if this time, the consciousness field expanding from the present back to the past and the future are completely determined based upon the present. So the past isn't as fixed as it seems, neither is the future, which is an interesting concept. And there's a lot of shamanic work to do with this concept of the past, that one can actually change the past. It's a little bit of it's like a really out there in the dark end of the pool, But if one can change the future, and if the past and the future are not linear, as we've sort of discovered in our searching, because if the past and the future were linear, then quantum entanglement wouldn't exist. And so from the old science, when they spoke about the ether, the etheric field, they were speaking about how prana, the ethers, is the substance from which all things arise. So there's this nature of time being bound by the symbol of Mercury, this circle with the cross and the crescent, I think represents exactly that. The future, the past. So this force of time that is bound in Saturn, bound in Capricorn, in the knees, the knees are supposed to buckle as we get older, is an expression of the head of Aries, if we think about it. And so this relationship between the head being the beginning, the knees being the end, though they're back to front in a sense, because we go back to where we came from at the end. So that the whole nature of the story is an illusion. So Maya is being completely capitulated here, which is quite amazing if we consider the nature of reality. Obviously, we speak about it in terms of being a dream, and it's a dream that hurts. When you hit the pavement, it's a hard dream. Huh? It's just a dream, yeah. Well, it's said that when you hit the pavement, well, if you skateboard or something, and then you see, especially as we get older, the knocks get a little bit harder. And that's another interesting, how we become more sensitive to pain as we get older in a certain way, but we also become more numb in another way, which is rather interesting. I find that fascinating. And how we become desensitized to fear as we become older. But we were more sensitized to fear when we were younger. Although when we become a parent, that all turns on its head. Yeah? Because then you become a father and you're like, oh my God, I can't cross the road. What if something happens to me? Look twice, look 3 times, You go right back into your fear because you realize there's this little guy waiting for you. And like if anything happens to you, then, who's going to look after him? So can't leave his mother alone with him. How's she going to cope, Because it really does take 2 to tango. And so this expression of sacrifice, and I think it is recapitulated in the parenting. The parenting is like a whole life being lived within a life. So we've got the head and the knees, the body being expressed as the same thing within a bigger thing, the spheres. And back to these 9 spheres as they represent, the 9 gates of expansion and expanded consciousness. Obviously, as we meditate, we feel ourselves entering into outer frequencies of resonance that stimulates emotions and, get all of these feelings going as we go through each gate. But there seems to be a distinctive expression of releasing things as we get closer to ourselves. And the principle of releasing things as we get closer to ourselves is actually gaining wisdom, which is a very quantum entangling process. And I don't want to harp on about it because I think I'm going around in circles here. But the idea of how gaining wisdom involves losing ignorance is an interesting concept. Moving forwards involves moving backwards.
Yes, and to some degree, I think the tenderness that we gain in age is preparing us for the potential of changing the past in certain ways. And I have an example. I went through one of those dark nights of the soul, and I was in so much anger and frustration, and I was really I was trying to come to terms with the idea of vengeance. And right, yes, yes. And also, and that's another thing, the pulling off of Maya. I was raped of Maya. Illusions had been torn off of me. I felt raped. And this exposure was bringing up vengeance. And so I was dealing with like all the beautiful ways to transmute vengeance. You know, we've all heard of the best revenge is a life well lived, you know, and so I was really, you know, using these maxims to get me through, you know, those nights where you give Jesus the keys kind of experiences. But then I learned another one in that dark time was seek knowledge over vengeance. And that, I believe, is I think that's either an album or a song title by Midnight, the reggae band Midnight, Seek Knowledge Over Vengeance. And man, that has led me to lead a life well lived by seeking knowledge over vengeance. And my example of changing the past from the present, there are a few examples, but my favorite one was around that time. My mother, who I'm only child raised by a single mom. My father came into my life when I was around 9, but my biological father, I had always just assumed was disinterested or too young, too wild, you know. It was very late in my life when my mother actually revealed to me that my biological dad was sitting outside of the hospital in protest of his exclusion from my life on the hood of his Volkswagen Bug in view of the hospital window where I was born in. And then that vision healed a huge gap in my soul. And I have a very tentative, barely even tentative relationship with my biological father. However, that information that my mother gave me filled in a huge gap in my own sense of self. And so, in fact, I don't think I even had any story or narrative about the day that I came here. I didn't have any context or vision of what to imagine. And now, ever since she revealed that to me, I actually have a sense of a loving father sitting on top of a Volkswagen Bug, almost like Romeo, you know, trying to charm or reacquire the affections of my mother from down below outside of the hospital. It reminds me, I forget the name of that movie, but John Cusack, where he's holding the radio up and he's playing that song from down in the outside of the girl's window. I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about. I don't remember the movie, but for some reason now my absent symbol of a father is now synonymous with John Cusack holding up a jukebox radio, serenading me with love and saying, look, man, you're going to have a hard go. In this symbol of him as an activist, that is exactly what I needed to hear. And it did. It mended a huge gap in my life. And yeah, changed the past. It totally changed the past and affects my future forever now.
Wow, that's a humbling story, brother. Sharing something so profound and deep. Can only say respect. And it's obviously shaped you, giving you the strength and the impetus to continue the good fight, to follow this path into the unknown. It's why you were able to probably traverse the darkness. You know, our fathers are somehow an expression of our action, our activity. They're not in the same way that our mothers are an expression of our receptivity, how we can, you know, relate to things. And this makes me think of Mercurius, being curious, as Eleanor was saying, all the more, you know. And it makes me want to quantify something, and I believe Mercury is a quantifier. It quantifies this. This cannot be quantified, right? If you think about it, it's just this expansion, pure mind into being, the first aeon, however you want to look at it. And Mercury puts it into context like that. You can think of it in terms of mercantile Mercury, you know, being able to, what's the word? The economy of thinking, and the economy of life, and the economy of spirituality, and the economy of consciousness. And Mercury brings that economy into play. And so we've got to really look at this word economy. Echo, 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 echo. So it's once again expressing quantum entanglement. You have this echo, 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 echo. But each echo is a little softer than one before. And you can calculate just how these echoes will dissipate until they reach the point of soundlessness, when things are silent, which is interesting. Because when things are sound, they're silent. There's no complaints when things are sound. There's nothing to say. And so this whole expression of reality is like you expressed, you know, taking the past and changing it. That's the spiritual path, if we want to consider it like in rude terms. Because somewhere along the line, we all fell off the bus. Let's admit it. We all fell off the bus. Woo! Bah! Ouch, that hurts. That's the floor. And so we're on this path of trying to sustain and find the economy of life, and the economy of soul, and the economy of thinking, and this commune. We want to commune, you know, like the folksy, the buggy, like the hippies. We want to bring it all together and alchemize it all, like ingredients in a pot, you know, when we're cooking, and turn it into a dish that just tastes good, you know, taste being Spadhisthana chakra, being cause and effect. Bring good causes, you know, want to bring health. And health is another principle of this mercurial principle, which is, once again, by synergizing the past and the future, we can bring good health into the present from a spiritual perspective of soul searching. And it's interesting because it really does come down to, we've been trained. Now we're going to start to go slightly into the tin hat territory. There's a lot of tin hat stuff with Mercury, like communication. I mean, it's like this phone is mercurial, you know, this laptop's mercurial, the television's mercurial, the newspapers, it's all mercurial, and it's all just broadcasting. Yeah, broadcasting. You mentioned that before, casting this broad web of information into our consciousness to entrain us with a particular future. And they're trying to rob us of our pasts by entraining us into a future that's demonstrative of disintegration, taking things apart, you know, separating, instead of bringing it back to the mercurial principle of bringing things together, which is interesting because Mercury at the same time separates and brings things together, but can be used in its synergizing effect, because communication is not supposed to be an argument. It's not supposed to be sending people in different directions. It's supposed to bring people close together. But when we turn on the box, you know, box, what's the word box? It's like a thing that you're trapped in, yeah? You're trapped in a box. So we used to watch the box. Well, we've still got a box here, even though it's a flat screen, it's still a box. It's a mental box. So Mercury does sort of have the cube defined. It defines the economy of the cube. The cube is the expression of life force, the sun. So Mercury, very close to the sun, is the messenger that is maintaining the sun's influence mentally, through the imagination, through our ability to quantify economically. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to go to the little boy's room for a second. if I may.
Absolutely. I just both of my neighbors just fired up their lawnmower at the same time right there. Talk about mercurial. Yeah. So a topic that I'm really into right now is was brought forward by our brother Dylan Sukosio. It's a Greek word. I don't have it on me right now, but it is the word for a touchstone. And a touchstone being like an idea or a concept or a practice that we do that at first will have rough edges or be unappealing or uncomfortable or hard to deal with. But then over time, it loses its edge as it becomes normalized culturally. And now that term that he brought forward is in the context of words. He's specifically talking about words as a touchstone. And he also elucidates on how it is generally civil strife that makes these words more palatable. I think of it as like making the pill go down more easily. And a really good example of a word that civil strife has made, has converted the idea into something not only acceptable, but almost necessary. A great example is like the word overseer. The word overseer used to be the man swinging the whip, keeping people in line in the field where the labor's going on. It's not, and we go straight to the field so often in the context of slavery. We should probably go to the mines. We should probably also think about workers in the mines as also, historical slave conditions. So the overseer is the guy who cracks the whip. Well, then that term, we still use it today. But after the Civil War, the word has rounded out. And instead of it being like the antagonist or the last person you hope to ever encounter in your life, it's the first person that people go to in stress situations. And today we call them an officer. And so the overseer of the slaves has become the officer today. And you can hear how we've rounded it out. And in fact, we've rounded it out and turned it into a remedy, into a cure, or into something that we can't do without. And so in the strangest way, I think this is a powerful, empowering example, but there are so many more. And another one I think we should keep on the table at all times. They're trying to round out the word love. And I'm working as hard as I can to put the edges back on the word love, because the Greeks had 7 to even 9 different specific types of love that made their life experiences more colorful, more unique, and more special. It is in fact the specific flavor of love that makes the people around you special. So I can't bring the whole list to bear, but like I love the word luda. Luda is a silly kind of love or playful love. And this is where the word ludicrous comes from. And that's one of my favorite ones. But then there's also storgi. Storgi is like brotherhood between two brothers. So you and I have storgi. And the stork is the mercurial messenger, Thoth. And so when we come together, we have a meeting of the minds and we agree and we see eye to eye, we become like brothers. And we have this Thoth, this thought, this shared common ground where we can come together and, have our little inside jokes. And so storgi becomes really important to make love more dynamic again. And I see an agenda in the world to try to round out love so that it has no more edges. Yes,
That's just
yes.
so
Well,
beautiful.
yes. Now, a lot of that is the assault on specific flavors of love is even the word pride. It has taken on an anti-masculine bend. You know, it's like the word pride is all of a sudden reappropriated and put into a, a non-masculine context. That, you know, that they're it's just totally inappropriate. So the 7 to 9 different types of love, I think we should re-elucidate those, because love is not love. The love between my mom and I is not the love between my father and I. And the love between me, myself, and I is nobody else's love, you know? And so all of these, they do have names that are really obscure and remote, but they serve us to engage them.
That's beautiful. I think we should definitely investigate that, because there's something to be considered with the nature of love as binding things together and separating things. Love seems to be the glue. We have been joined by Soraya. Soraya is a wonderfully integrous and solid thinker. She's a poetess. Obviously, she's schooled in various different schools of occult thinking, very connected to galactic matters, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. She's also a curator of arts as well. She has Telegram channels. She's constantly putting out highly beautiful, inspiring things. I'm sure you're going to have something to say about love. She's a mum. It's very difficult for her to be here, but she's making huge efforts. I'd love to give you the stage for a moment. So, welcome. Thank you for coming. Well, I'm sure Soraya will be with us in a moment. She's just arrived. Maybe she's putting her kids to bed or something. These faces of love, this is quite interesting, because there's love of the state, which has been corrupted, right? Tin Hat stories, we have to get into this as well, because they've really done a number on us. Education, oh my gosh, that could be a whole discussion in itself. You know, Pink Floyd was right when they were talking about the wall, you know, that wall that creates this circling around that cordons us off from each other, this proverbial wall. And it all is basically education. That's the wall that they were talking about, you know. Leave those kids alone. And all these different forms of love that we've been taught to neglect. And where we've been taught to love money. We've been taught to love physicality. We've been taught to, we get taught about sexual love, don't we? That one just gets emphasized and emphasized and emphasized and emphasized. And the most bizarre forms. I mean, if you think about sexual love, there's a whole lot of different types of sexual love. Just that connotation. So they speak about 9 forms of love, but you probably will look, there's probably 9 forms of each of the 9 forms of love, if you get right down to it. I mean, if you really map it out there. And so there's definitely this love of divinity, which has been sort of left, you know, in the lurch. Love of information, which has been left behind as well. We've been taught to write exams. What is an exam? You know, exam. It's who I used to be. That's not who I am. Do you know what I mean? So they say, come on, you need to show us that you can be who you used to be. Can't I just be who I am? No, be who you used to be. We've got to live in the past. We've got to leave ourselves behind in order to be able to pass that exam and think retrospectively, you know, with that thinking backwards. Well, what would they want of us? What do they expect us to say? How are we supposed to behave? How are we supposed to answer that question to their discrimination, so that we will get what it is that they're going to give us in this economy of information. So Mercury does seem to economize everything, and love seems to be what breaks the bank. If we get right down to it, Jupiter just breaks the bank, because the bank is trying to quantify all of Jupiter's expressions, and it can to a point, but then there comes a point where it falls on its own face. The words that speak the truth become the lie, as the old saying goes, for the serpent tongue. And that brings us to a point, serpent tongue, the caduceus. Obviously, this is the expression of Mercury. The caduceus is these two twin serpents, obviously the Ida and the Pingala from Vedic schools, the rising and falling currents. But it's also the ability to take in information and to give out information. And the past and the future, bound around the presence of now. So what is knowledge? Now, ledge, now. So the ledge of the present is knowledge, and it expands into the future and the past. And they say that true knowledge is power. So in the capacity for true knowledge to be power, it expresses this balance of synergy. And I'd like to welcome, we've got Quincy here with us. Quinty, I hope you're having a great day. Blessings to you. Another person who's also inspired by the Greek philosophies and the Greek mythologies and hermetics and Christian mysticism as well, which is a very interesting branch, tying together the Egyptian and the Greek traditions in a single synergetic expression. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for joining us. I'd love to give you the stage. God bless you.
It's nice to be here. I'm just tuning in, trying to see what you guys are talking about so I can jump in.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to get lost off on a discussion, but the now ledge. So knowledge to me is about being in the present. Because when we're in the present, we can see the future and the past so clearly. And when we're in the future, we seem to be able to see the past so clearly. And when we're in the past, we seem to be able to see the future so clearly. So it's all a perspective thing. But knowledge is when you are in the present. And it was what actually you brought to this conversation right in the beginning, Gabriel, that really is making me think, the arrow shooting backwards into the past, and the arrow shooting into the spear shooting into the future, and the way in which this representation stands on its head, and just exactly this equinox, this shifting, we can see something's happening. This isn't based on just hearsay. There are things happening that we can see, and the nature of what's happening is in question, which is fair enough. It's a deuce question, I think. Exactly what's happening. Is this a bowl? Are we inside? Are we looking to the middle? Are we looking out? Is it a sphere? Just exactly how flat is this thing? These are questions that go in my mind too. These are very mercurial questions, because I think Mercury represents asking questions. So I suppose all questions are the sphere of Mercury's domain. But into the future, into the past, and knowledge. So knowledge is the scribe, Tahudi, Thoth, obviously, and Ganesha, the scribe. So these two representations of Mercury, or they say Ganesha rules Mercury, but it's one, 6 in the one, half a dozen in the other. The same principle can be obtained as this scribing knowledge, which is the curing effect, which is interesting. It cures all things, Mercury. And so it's obviously the symbol of medicine, the caduceus. And it's obviously the symbol of the tree of life. And it's a symbol of yang yin. If we look at yang yin, they've got such a beautiful way of representing it in a two-dimensional sphere pattern in the East, which is really quite touching. because they really show you that it's a toric field. Like you can literally see that it's torus. So we can't speak about Mercury without looking at the torus, because those two aspects of the torus that are coming out and going into each other are being regulated by that wand. You know, that caduceus is regulating the process of torus coming out, going in, the toric field being warped and bent into itself in order for matter to come out, but the knowledge is now. So now you can say it's the expression of Mercury, which is interesting why it represents a man and a woman, you know, or a breasted man, or is it a well-hung woman? However you want to put that. Well-hung woman is quite an interesting way of looking at it. But, you know, there's this concept of the masculine and the feminine, and how they are driving us so deeply into this mercurial thing. What is this wokeness all about? And woke, voke, invoke, woke. To invoke is to woke. So what are they trying to invoke, you know? And why invoke? Why not evoke, you know? Why not awake, evoke, awake? Why invoke? So is invocation the opposite of evocation? Well, obviously it is. And is awake related to evoke, which is a highly shamanic thing, bringing what's inside of you out. But invocation is deciding what you want to put inside of yourself and programming yourself. So education is invocation, if we think about it. So it's in woke. We're being pushed into this wokeness. So there's something I think we need to look at here. Why this educational system is the way it is. Who's really behind this? Who stands to gain from this? Is it people? Is there something else going on? What is this reason for our education being so linear and so structured? Because they used to believe in the quantum entanglement field when they spoke about ether, which is what it means. You know, ether is that field from which all other atoms, all other things spring. And it is unmeasurable, unquantifiable, and it is a substrate base from which all reality stems. And then they said, no, that's far-fetched. Then they built some toys and said, okay, well, there's the thing called quantum entanglement. And it's like, when you look at it, it's like, it's this field from which all this other stuff is coming, and it's unquantifiable. So it's essentially the same thing. So why did they remove it from our knowledge? I'll leave that question hanging.
I have to mention the woken reverses cow. And there is quite a bit with the vaka. There's a lot going on with the vaka. There's a lot of angst and anxiety being vocalized from the people. There is, it's a myth, but there is a sacrificial brazen bowl in which they would put derelicts or unwanteds into the bowl and cook them alive. And when it starts to steam, the bowl would billow out a horrible sound. It's all horrible and traumatizing to think of. But that torturousness of the story unpacks into what just happened amongst all of these doe-eyed woke ones. Bless their souls, bless their souls. But that obedience has a dark detriment. And the vocation got in the way. The need for vocation, the need to feel meaningful, external from the self, it really got in the way. And so while people are putting their power into the other with their voice, they're not listening from within. And so that's just something I see with the woke and the vax and the vaka. And you know, the old papal bulls, many of them, the papal bulls, that's APB, All Points Bulletin, a papal bull. They used to actually be titled Vox in Rama, Vox in Excelso. They all started with Vox in, which meant the voice from, or command upon. And it's emulating or invoking. It's invoking, literally Vox in vox, right? It's invoking the idea of this is the voice of God telling you what to do. So the word vaccine is filling the vacancy with it's the God-shaped hole inside of everybody. And so the vaccine is a supplemental voice of God that hails back to the vox in Rama, vox in excelso. It's all that papal decree that people will remain civilized. The population will remain obedient. I'll just leave it at that. The word population in reverse is no ital loop up. No ital loop up. That's telling you that the people, the population, they would not see the Italian wolf even if you showed it to them. They're not going to see the papal strings on their soul, even if you showed it to them crystal clear as could be. They're not going to see the strings that go back to Italy, to Rome, which originally was in Spain. I got to point that out. It was in Spain. Rome was in Spain. Barcelona was the hub. Today we talk about the Vatican over there on the boot. But before it was much larger than what we talk about today. And that's pain. As pain. As in, do you have the spine to look at the darkness for long enough?
You've unpacked a lot there. And I love the way you've brought in the vocation, because we're going to look at this career story. Relates to Leo, but it's vocation, invocation, evocation. Soraya is with us. I gave you a bit of an introduction. I'll introduce you again. Lovely Soraya. Intelligent, poetic, intuitive, and very direct, very grounded, very, very grounded thinker. I've always found Soraya to be very practically minded, got like an earth mind, just goes straight to the point, like, yeah, that's what it is. Welcome, Soraya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're muted, brother. You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted. You were talking, and all of a sudden, I only see your lips moving. I'm like, okay.
Let's please put our information, websites, links here in this community chat. Your Telegram links, I can make it flash on the screen. If you put it here, just click on it, it just pops up. So any links you want to show, obviously Gabriel's got a YouTube channel. I think his channel should be, if it isn't, I must actually go and check. Maybe I haven't updated it, but I will be recommending his channel on my channel if this channel will be recommending it. It recommends a lot of the people who are on the Roundtables channels, people who have YouTube. And Soraya's got mostly Telegram, although who knows? You've probably got a broader sphere than.
I only have Telegram and Instagram, but for the rest.
Well, hit the links, send them in here. And if you want to say a word, now's your chance, Soraya. Quinty's here as well. We've got the four of us here.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
My planet is Mercury, so that's very funny. Being a Gemini, as well as Moonfeather. He's in the chat. I saw that. She greeted me. So yeah.
She's a bit busy. She's running around at the moment. She's going to pop in later, as she can. She's doing double time. Seems that this world is a very fast-moving world, and the economy of life and the economy of everything, everything's being equated to economy once again, commerce. Even our law, mercantile law, is essentially all the law of the sea, isn't it? So it's all really, and Mercury is the sea and the ocean, which is an interesting concept, the sea, the ocean, ocean. Ian means one. Osh. something to consider there. Oz. We've got some words to play with the Oz. I think it's going to let it rummage around the subconscious. It will start to bring out more intense reverberations, I'm sure. But getting back to what Gabriel was just talking about recently, to the vax, is just so beautifully put that it's filling this gap. And what is that but communicating with the DNA? Communicating to the DNA how we want the DNA to behave. So it's another form of education. I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, and this indoctrination, right? Doc. So doc is a doctor, right? So we're back to caduceus, medicine, cure, doc, endoc, and trine. Ooh, all three aspects of the medical cure, indoctrine, and then nation. So we've all got to become this expression of these three principles as it can heal us, bring us all together. So there's something quite fundamentally beautiful being expressed here by the idea of a nation, bring people together. We don't need war. We're all one group of people. And in principle, it's perfect. Like there was probably a time when it was a good idea before they got hold of it to put it into perspective. Yeah.
Some friends and myself, we had a wonderful realization about the word siete. Siete is number 7. And there, in many systems, there are the 7 primary chakras. When they are aligned, we are in health and in balance. And then we become something of a city. We become a community unto ourselves when we can be in balance. And so the community of the chakras become the siete, aligning so that the self becomes a nation.
And then the siddhi is the powers that are liberated from the chakras when they are aligned. And these are the governing factors of the city, the siddhi.
That's right, the principalities in high places.
They have really played a number on us here. We've got to start paying attention to the words they're using. We really have got to start looking at this, all of us. We need to really, those of us that are watching Netflix, we should stop. It really comes down to that, because net. Okay, so what is net? A net is how you get caught. You catch things in a net, right? And flicks. Well, a flicks is a film. But it's also a flex. It's a flex. To flex it. And to flex your muscle is to show strength. And so it's about binding you in a flex of strength with a net. Catch you with a net and put you into a flex. And a flexed muscle is fixed. It can't move. It's stuck. When you flex your muscles, you can't bend your arm because your muscles are flexed. So you need to relax your arm before you're able to bend your arm and move your arm and get the mobility. So they're looking to take us away from a state of mobility. And that seems to be what this Vox is all about. And we have seen what this Vox is all about, right? We've seen it. Are we going to talk about people falling over, having weird experiences? We've all seen that, haven't we? There's all these drop-dead communities. And there are some very strange footages. You don't see them anymore. Isn't that interesting? Did it just stop happening? But it's not stopped happening. Their filtration system seems to be getting really well enhanced, And for those of you that think we're speaking in broad terms, so that we don't get kicked off YouTube. Got to watch our P's and Q's. We've got to behave. And so we've all been so well put into a corner. I believe they're changing the law. Where are they going to change the law? Is it in the UK? They're going to bring out legislation, ledger. Okay, so this is the ledger, the economy. Once again, Mercury. Legislation. being able to shut people, banks will be able to shut people's bank accounts if they don't speak properly on social media. What a concept. This is like a law they're trying to bring out. So if you use hate speech, what is considered hate speech? In other words, you say something someone hated. You're now crucified. Hate speech. Now you've got no bank account. And it seems like it's a movement towards that other form of financial exchange, which is once again another form of communication, which to me seems to be, pointing towards these little apps that you have to follow their user rights, and they are giving you a different set of user rights. I believe there are lots of laws that are governing the bank, right, in a very clear and very specific way. And these banks are being governed in such a way with laws to protect people. So the banks are only allowed to flex so much muscle, but these other apps aren't registered as banks. They're just moving money around, right? So they don't have the same legislative potential, and they don't have to answer to the same laws that banks have to answer towards. And it could be why they're trying to do away with bank accounts. I don't know. Would any of you love to comment on this? Bank accounts being taken away from people because they're not speaking properly? Is this just in the UK? It can't be. It must be a global phenomenon.
Ban king. They're banning sovereignty. And that is a act of futility. There's no chance. They got no chance. That's a losing proposition. But they wish they could ban the king.
Yeah, and in China they don't have bank accounts. In China they have to use those apps that basically is a social credit score thing. And if you don't have a bank account, like I noticed now in South Africa, here where I am, so my bank account can do everything. I can order a passport, I can order a new ID, I can, like just about, they were even doing vaccination through your bank account, right? You go into your banking app and arrange a vaccination, like everything you want to do through your banking app. So the banking app is becoming a very powerful tool. And I wonder if they want to take that tool away from the multitude and give them to a smaller group of people, because they're going to need a lot of people to govern the mass, right? So they're going to have to be people playing ball, and those people will have to be getting benefits that the rest don't get, like the ability to travel. And if you can only travel and buy property, another thing, if you don't have a bank account, you can't buy property, right? So there's something going on here. So they obviously want to take property, proper tea. They want to take that proper tea away from you. Your control, your power. They want to take that tea. Nobody's allowed to have any teas. And so it's very disconcerting. It was actually Lily that was sharing this, or was it Ramar? I wish Ramar was here. I wish Lily was here. Lily is busy doing a shout out to Lily. Shout out to Ramar. Ramar is amazing. Lily is amazing. Lily is doing a lot of farming. She's been capturing all her fruits from her fruit trees and her berries and having to take them and store them. And you know how it is. If you don't move fast, you lose it. And then once you've taken it off the plants, you've got to put it in places. You've got to make sure it's all safe. And you've got to, you've got to work with it. You've got to work fast. And Ramar has just landed back in the UK in the last few days from traveling all over the US with her boyfriend. And so she is jet lagged. She's lagging behind in time. Jet lag. Interesting how we get jet lagged when we travel around. That is another point. Travel is also related to Mercury. So trade is related to Mercury and travel is related to Mercury. Are they taking Mercury away from us? They want to take our wand away from us. And they want to take this banned king, like you say, and keep it in the hands of a few people who will then be forced to manage the rest of us, because obviously the few people will then need to have like huge fences, electric fences with like turrets, to protect them from the multitude of have-nots, if this is the kind of future we're looking at. And obviously they will have to have robots protecting them. So the haves will have robots with 2.6 guns playing cowboy, only it's an AI cowboy. Yeah? And these AI cowboys will be like cruising around, making sure that the have-nots don't take what the haves have. And the haves will then have to invest into these robot cowboys and turrets and electric fences, and they will have a relative sense of freedom. Now, we were told about like 500 mil being the number, but I reckon it's not enough. I don't think they can do it with 500 mil. I think they will need more. I think they're going to keep like about a bill, close to a bill. One bill, you know? Just one bill should do it in order to maintain the masses, because you've got to have like at least 1 out of 7 or 1 out of 8 people on side. Otherwise, we're going to take over, you know? So there's a lot going on here.
You know, I had a really unique experience around the Georgia Guidestones, which has a very fascinating Twilight title that I probably can't say on YouTube. I'll say the Georgia blank destinies. The Georgia outsiders destinies. Georgia destinies. The day that was collapsed was that it got blown up with a missile, like not just somebody used a bazooka. I mean, it was crazy. Whatever that was or wasn't, whatever it was depicted to be, it happened on the same day that CERN was firing up for one of their experiments. And just directly south of CERN, the island of Etna, Mount Etna, erupted. It had a huge eruption, which it has all frequently. It's an active volcano, but that's where the Medusa lives. Medusa and Vulcan, or Medusa and Typhon, are married in that location. It's also Hephaestus. He fell down to Sicily when he was kicked out. That's the boot of Italy is kicking Hephaestus, the volcano, out of Olympus. So that's the legendary. That's the legendary story of Hephaestus is getting kicked out of Olympus. Well, that's the volcano of Sicily getting kicked by the Italian peninsula. Well, the day that CERN fired up, Etna had a huge eruption, and I just happened very synchronistically. Oh, okay, I'll do it again. Okay. I was watching the very conclusion of Stranger Things, the most recent addition to that series. I was at the culminating pinnacle climax of the whole series on the day that they were firing up CERN. Mount Etna is erupting, and they blew up the Georgia Guidestones. It was all right there on the 4th of July. Now, if anybody cares to go and watch the very final culminating episode of Stranger Things, the Mind Flayer is being destroyed with a missile projectile because it's the 4th of July in the movie. I'm watching it on the 4th of July in reality. They're using bazooka projectiles to explode the Mind Flayer monster that looks like the Georgia Guidestones. The things up on legs, they depict it. It looks like the Georgia Guidestones, especially when they're exploding it with fireworks on the 4th of July. And meanwhile, while that culminating scene is happening in stateside, there's also a parallel storyline in the film going on in Russia. And in Russia, the chief has been he's a prisoner in a location where there is a CERN particle hadron accelerator. They're opening portals in Russia at the same time that they're blowing up the Mind Flayer. It was as though the entire Stranger Things film culminating on the 4th of July in the film was packaged perfectly for me to watch it on the day that the Georgia Guidestones got exploded. And the whole thing like had a incredibly surreal, like layers of reality inside of reality experience for me. But I have a theory on that 500,000 that you mentioned. Was that it, or 500 million? 500 million. My theory is that they don't consider us on that list. They're not talking about maintaining us in any numerical amount. I think they're talking about their ideal. I think they say humans. I think they might say the word humans, but whatever it is, I think they're excluding a great deal of the souls that we associate with. I think their 500 million number is actually the elitists. I like to put that elitist, and I don't call them the elites. That implies they accomplished it. If you call them the elitists, it implies that they wish. They sure do wish.
Gabriel, can I interject? I live in Georgia. I live not too far away from the Georgia Guidestones. And the interesting thing about it is that when I started my own group on Telegram, I had a teacher named Dionysus, who was a very, very interesting guy. And me and him had a dream 3 years ago about a giant minotaur going to the Georgia Guidestones, coming out of it, and breaking it. And we wrote it down in our channel, and we tried to understand what the Georgia Guidestones was saying, because it was written in a certain language that people lie about. If you go on Wikipedia, they'll tell you what it says, and it's not what it says. And so me and him wanted to have a trip to go see it for ourselves. And I didn't go, but he did. And he took pictures and he deciphered what it said. I have to go back to our chat with him and see what he translated it as. But that's interesting that it did break like we predicted. We didn't think it was going to happen. Well, I didn't think it was going to happen so early, like in 3 years. I didn't think that was going to happen, or 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, it's going to happen sooner than you think. And I was like, nah, you're just, whatever. It's too random to happen. And then it happened. That's spooky. And
Man,
so I just wanted to bring that up.
Dude, I got something. I got more context for this. This is really beautiful. Dionysus was the name of the king of Sicily.
Interesting. Okay.
No, well, now I'm sorry. We know the phenomenology. I always struggle with that word. Phenomenological spirit of Dionysus is the god of imbibing and many other beautiful, wonderful things. But in Sicily, there was a King Dionysus for a very long time, and it's a legacy. It's probably the first, the second, the third, but that name has a root in Sicily specifically, where that volcano is. That's really synchronous, man.
Wow, interesting. Okay, that's weird. I haven't talked to him in a long time. He told me I was ready to teach people, so we stopped talking. But I learned a lot from him. To be honest, I wonder if he was actually Dionysus for real, because every time I talked to him, he just talked funny, and he just talked weird, and he told me so many things that I didn't really understand until I would have things happen to me in my life, and they'd be exactly what he said. But it's interesting that you bring up Italy. Have you read the Shakespeare story Othello?
No, did you say Othello?
Yeah, Othello.
No, I have not.
Okay, so in Othello, Shakespeare talks about a volcano. I think it's Mount Viscunza. I don't know what it's called, but in the story, that volcano explodes, and that's the beginning of the story, and it makes a big tidal wave or something that brings I don't know, brings the Moorish king Othello um, to some kind of revelation or some kind of idea, and I thought it was random. Plus, a lot of people said that this volcano is not active, and it was really stupid that he wrote that about Italy. And so I started to really dig into it, and I started to ask, what's her name, Nisimo on Telegram, because she's Italian. I wanted to know more about this part of Italy. I wanted to understand. I just wanted to get why he wrote about it when it's illogical. And she told me, what did she say? She said, she said it was a bad idea to focus on those kind of things in stories because they don't have any, um, they're not relevant to today or something like that. And I was just bugged. I was like, I want to know what it's about. And so I started looking at different things, and I saw this, what's it called? The puppeteer in Pinocchio. He's named after a volcano. And it's the same one. And I started to ask, like, why does that writer have this volcano again as a start of somebody's journey, which is Pinocchio's journey? Like, what is the point of this volcano that doesn't erupt? Um, and I just couldn't figure out what it meant. But now on this group chat, I'm seeing that maybe it's about Mercury, about the power of um, thought, because Mercury is chaotic and actually more aquatic than we like to think about, because they say Mercury is closest to the sun and is, hot and blah blah. But actually, in alchemy, Mercury is related to quicksilver, or the ability to have how do you say, have energy move through your body or move through your and spirit, mind, and body. Yeah. And so when you think about Mercury, especially Gemini, Gemini and Virgo, there's a duality to the Mercury symbol itself. Like the caduceus is actually quicksilver, I think, or the staff of Orpheus, the god of well, not the god, but the symbol. Is he a god? Maybe he is a god, but he's a constellation for medicine and physicians or whatever. And so when you really look at it, Mercury could be the ability to balance your ideas, to actually have an idea, have a doubt about the idea, solidify your faith in this idea, and lose the doubts, and actually like balance it out from in the middle of positive and negative, and crystallize it as a solid manifestation. And I see that as Quicksilver or Mercury, and that is a healing thing, because in both these stories, Othello and Pinocchio, they both start their journey with an encounter with this inactive volcano, which would it would represent some kind of dormant force in your being or in your journey itself. It's like some kind of dormant quality of power or dormant quality of awakening, heat, recreation, rejuvenation, resurrection. Um, and that's what I see it is. I see it as that now, talking to you and listening to you guys. In a Christian aspect, I'll wrap it up in a second. Just in the Christian aspect, I was looking at Mithra yesterday because I don't know, I just had a thought that a lot of people say Jesus Christ and Mithra are identical and very similar. And I was like, all right, let me look at this Mithra dude, since they say he's older than Jesus. So I looked up Mithra, and he is older, but he's not similar. He doesn't have a virgin mother, doesn't have disciples, all this stuff. He's different. He's like a totally different thing. But one thing I thought about when you were talking, Gabriel, is that Mithra slays the cosmic bull, or the papal bull, or the what do you call it? The Taurus, um, Taurus, which is Italian. What is it? A homogram or no homophone for leather, Apollo, and Taurus, the bull itself, because they say Apollo had a special bull. So you see Mithra and Apollo are like the same deity. Um, so Mithra slays this bull, and in Egypt, I forget what is it. It's like Orion, but it's not Orion. It's like the sun slaying some dragon. Like you
Mm-hmm.
said, there's a dragon. I guess it's Tiamat or Apophis, whatever.
Yeah.
So Mithra slays this bull and rejuvenates the world and creates what do you call it? Prosperity for humanity. And it made me think about why Mithra worship like came out, like it just died for no reason. You look at its start, it was very big, and then it just disappeared because of Christian rise, or maybe Roman Catholic rise, because they're all rising at the same time, especially around what's his name, Constantine. And
Yeah.
anyway, I just wanted to point out that you really brought a lot of connections to these different aspects, especially the bull, um, Mithra, Mercury, all that stuff. I just wanted to point that out. It's really
Yeah,
interesting.
man. Buddy, you really set me up for a lot of disambiguation that I think needs to happen. These are all my favorite topics you just put in front of me, man. I'm glad we're meeting today. This is great. I think so many people are familiar with the Hero of a Thousand Faces and what Joseph Campbell has done. And I'm appreciative of that. It has been an awesome journey. And I'm glad that he brought us all to a common ground, to a common table, to have parlance over these entities and concepts. And their commonalities are gifts that will live forever beyond us. But I'm a big fan of nuance. And what I can tell you from my experience is that these energies that we've listed here, Mithra, Apollo, even the Christ, Mithra is the unconquerable sun, they are on the zodiac so close to each other. They all are huddled around Orion so closely that it's almost as though they're trying to they're all vying for the stage. They all want to be the closest one to the giant god-man anthropomorphized character that is Orion. But they are not exactly one and the same. They are so close to him that they almost amalgamate by nature. They almost become one and the same because it's all in the spring. They all want credit for that green explosion of providence. But they are absolutely not exactly one and the same. And I think this is a good thing for everybody to consider and disavow if it doesn't fit for you. But Aries is a teeny tiny little constellation. It's almost insignificant. It's like just a few stars. It's an underdog compared to its neighbors, which is very Christ-like to be meager and mild, not braggadocious. And he's carrying the lamb on his shoulders. Aries is a woolen, gentle, innocent lamb hung over his shoulders. And it's just so funny that we call that constellation Aries when Aries is in fact the littlest of all the articulations there, because Perseus is massive and bold, right next to Aries. And Perseus in my read is a lineage to Alexander. It's a bloodline to Alexander. But he is also this Apollonian proud, braggadocious. He's holding Medusa's head. He's like, this is Alexander cut the Gordian knot. And that's a metaphor for Perseus slaying the Gorgon's head. So there's a whole lineage through Perseus that is Alexandrian, but that is the light of day Apollonian public, riding high on the chariot, taking pride in it, bragging so much that anybody else's attempt at taking credit for anything is unworthy, because he's lighting up the whole damn sky so much that the stars run away in his presence. That is Apollonian, braggadocio to the max. And that also relates to Darius, which was the brother of Alexander, who usurped him. So they're all fighting for that. Who gets all the credit for lighting up the day? And so Perseus will be only within 10 degrees of Auriga, the charioteer. And this is why Apollo is also often in a chariot, riding the sun up in the light of day. But Auriga, the charioteer, is not proud. Auriga, the charioteer, is kind of a wounded, kind of a chironic, wounded being. He was born with serpentine legs outside of love. Hera created him with no love. So he is a bit of a immaculate conception. He has that in him. It's kind of the Yaldabaoth also, this resentful, jaded, spiteful, fallen god. But Auriga, the charioteer with the serpent legs, is also the bloodline of Hephaestus and Vulcan, the gods of the volcano. And all of these characters are just within reach of Orion. Orion could reach over here and he could grab Ares if he wanted to, and he could play the Jesus role. He could reach over here and he could grab Perseus, and he could put on the Perseus mask and be like Apollo coming to save the day in the public where everybody can see him and will get all the kudos and credit for it. But then just over the bull is Auriga, the charioteer. And I think this is a good one for you to pick up on, because of your curiosity around that volcano, Mount Vicenza, or whatever. That's a very hard word to say, which is kind of true to Auriga. He's hard to comprehend. In the fact that, like, you're looking at a dormant volcano getting all this credit and wondering what's the big deal with this thing? That's very underdog Auriga-esque, to be like kind of bothering you. You said it's bugging me, that's that still small voice within telling you there's more going on here. Don't give up yet. Don't take the face value. Go deeper. And so Auriga, the charioteer, is mounting the bull, and he's often depicted with that cap of the Mithraic cap of no. Oh, it's somewhere in my database. But he's got the red hat that they wear on Saturnalia. Phrygian. It's a Phrygian cap. And so that fact that Auriga has the Phrygian cap is a strong indicator that he is Mithra, slaying the bull. And if you look at it anatomically, Auriga, the charioteer, is exactly in position for that scapular cut, which is actually hailing to a form of reading of auguries that's called scapulomancy. And that fact has served me in the weirdest ways, just to remember that the cutting of the bull on that shoulder, it has so much, there's a great amount of meaning to that. So yeah, I think Auriga is our Mithra that we're looking for. And Mithra is notorious for operating in tunnels underground. It's a Roman military initiatory rite, where if you were hardcore enough in the military, you would go through, I think there's 5 or 7 initiatory steps, all of which remove you more and more from your family. Each step removes you more and more from your true nature. It makes you more and more calloused, more and more vicious to the world, resentful, almost that Gnostic bend that goes too far, where it's like, oh yeah, we're in a prison and I have to cut off parts of my body to escape. That's what the Mithraic path has led a lot of people to. I'm not saying anything about anybody today. I'm just saying that's what the history is in. And so Perseus is in the light of day, like in the public, and Mithra is subjugating underneath in the underworld, much like volcanic tunnels, right? And it's in those tunnels where these Mithraic practices are sustained. And so the unconquerable sun is very Apollonian, Perseus, public, proud. But on the down low, while everybody is looking at that public face, that bright, I think of him as like Buzz Lightyear almost. There's an undercurrent, a subjugating undercurrent that goes unspoken. They are yin and yang to each other, and that is the Mithraic cults. They are unconquerable because they're hiding in the private. Oh, and this is another thing. Perseus and the Apollonian, that public-facing one, the proud one, does not need sacrifice. No more sacrifice. We cut the head off the Gorgon. We chop the Gordian's knot. We don't need any more mystery. We don't need prophecy of a chosen one coming. We've solved all that. There's no more blood sacrifice needed. Let's move forward. Let's keep everything honest and transparent. And let's be proud of it. But meanwhile, there's something, again, with this resentful underbelly of humanity, where there's always going to be somebody who wants to play that Mithraic role, where they're like, nah, we need blood. We need the blood magic. And blood has a strange effect on people, different people in different ways. In that effect on people can be harnessed like a chariot. It can be utilized to generate dangerous momentum. So was that helpful? Do I see?
Yeah, Gabriel. I wanted to.
Just before we go off, I just want to point out, you can't speak about mountains that are disused, if I can use that term, volcanoes, with underground practices, with beings with lizard legs that are shape changers, without talking about Hollow Earth. But please do, I'd just like us to come back to that, because there's a lot going on here.
Okay.
But please do continue. I don't want to block you off.
I'll come back to that. But Gabriel, I wanted to say thank you very much. You shed a lot of light on the things I learned in the past, studying the Iliad and the Aeneid and all that stuff. I wanted to mention that Mithra also has snake legs like Serapis, which is interesting. I wanted to mention that Apollo he's like Gemini, man. He's like got his alter ego is like evil as hell, but he's like really good. Like there's two Apollos in one. It's interesting. It's weird. That's why they say in Italy. Darn, I forgot how to say it. I used to know. If you would ask me 3 years ago, I would have told you. But when he shoots an arrow, it's got a dual quality. He can shoot an arrow to the sun, make it really bright and give you a lot of food, or he can shoot an arrow to the earth and give you drought and kill your stuff and corrupt you. But he's also like Apollo's also related to Anglo-Saxons, where they had a story about him being the reason why they got to destroy the Fae or the fairies or the evil spirits or whatever, because they used Apollo's magic iron or something. But anyway, that was interesting what you mentioned. When you mentioned Orion, now this is where my brain exploded, because when you said that Orion can reach and take part in other constellations, I actually understood exactly what you meant. Because in Revelations, there's a part in the Bible where John, the evangelist, explains that God has 7 sisters or 7 daughters, and they surround his house. at night. And to the far reach of his 7 daughters is a prince of peace, I think, or is it a prince of truth, something like that. And I kept wondering to myself, this has to be an allegory or a metaphor of something. And so I Googled 7 sisters, or 7 daughters, I think, and it brought up something dumb. Then I Googled seven sisters, and it brought up rainbows, and then it brought up, what is it? What do they call it?
Pleiades? Pleiades?
Yes, Pleiades, exactly, that's it. It brought up Pleiades, and then I wondered, why is Pleiades really close to Orion, but also the real 7 daughters is called Ursa Major. And I was like, wait a minute now, there's so many 7 women things in the stars. Which one is the one that Revelations is talking about? And so I took a step back and I went back into my memory about Scorpio, because there's a Scorpio Orion story, which is really interesting, because they say Orion's mom is Gaia, which is the Earth, in this story, and Orion was a boastful, prideful, arrogant SOB, like you said, Perseus is, and he was in a desert, just saying, "I'm the best, nothing beat me, blah blah, I can beat everything." And then his mom was like, let me just make this giant scorpion kill him, just stab him and kill him because he's aggravating. And so he fought the giant scorpion, and it stabbed him in the shoulder, which is the red star on the constellation, which is, I think, Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse. Is that it? So, and then if you look at Betelgeuse in position to Ursa Major, it's right under it, like it's right at the bear's bottom foot. But if you look at his belt is pointing exactly to Pleiades. And I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute now. If I go outside, can I see Pleiades or not? And I went out, can't see anything. It's like, oh, well, whatever. So I Googled it, and it said Pleiades is hard to see for a northern hemisphere person, but the southern hemisphere people can see Pleiades very easily. So I was thinking about India, and I was like, okay, so maybe that's why they have this, what do they call it? The Durga, the drum for Shiva. And the drum for Shiva, what do they call it? The Veda? What is it? What is that star they talk about a lot?
Is it the Vajra?
No, yeah, I know that one, but the other one.
The Shiva drum is called the Dambaru.
Dambaru, okay.
Nice.
It looks like a figure of 8, like
yes,
an hourglass.
Exactly. And so I was looking into that, and I saw that Tiamat, the Babylonian personification of the sun, I guess, or Christ, has one of those. And he fights a dragon again, which is represented by Mercury. And so I wanted to know for myself, why do we talk about Orion so much in Hercules or Heracles, and him fighting some kind of strange transformative creature or some kind of bizarre animal, like a crab? A crab is bizarre. For Jewish people, they don't like crabs. Or for Semitic people, they hate crabs. All right? They don't
I'd
eat
love
them.
to jump in.
Oh, go ahead.
Yaldabaoth. Okay, so who's this Yaldabaoth from the Gnostic writings? If you look at the name Orion, Or means light, and ion is the ionizing capacity of light to produce electricity. So Orion means the light that ionizes electrically, which is the matter, matter, that we're in, which is ionizing light, if you think about it. Hence the magnetic fields and the concussion acoustic fields of the magnetic fields rubbing against each other produces this acoustic resonant field, which is creating all these accidents of matter. So I've always thought of Orion as being the embodiment of Yaldabaoth or Yaldabaoth, depends which school you look at, which is the original architect. And now, who was it that fought the Tiamat? Okay, so now we're going back to the story. You mentioned Tiamat earlier. Tiamat was fought and beaten. So in some stories, we're hearing, where's my brain, where's my memory? We're talking about Shamyaza. Shamyaza. So is Shamyaza the embodiment of Orion on Earth, carrying the seed of Yaldabaoth or Yaldabaoth? So I've always seen this connection with Orion, because whenever I look at Orion, and you're right about the Seven Sisters, because we see Orion here, like, and the Seven Sisters. So it's very like it dominates the southern sky here over Cape Town. Totally dominant. I mean, southern tip of Africa, it dominates. Orion's always been the one that I've looked at, and I've always considered, what is the source connection with the Seven Sisters in Orion? Because there seems to be some kind of a, I don't know, if you look at the stars, they form boxes and grids. And there seems to be this, like a pocket being held in a sling, you know? And the Seven Sisters is supposed to be 8, by the way. We can't see one of the stars because they were dwarf. Is that not correct? So the Seven Sisters is actually 8. So what does that mean about, have they lied to us? I think the Ursa Major is something to consider.
Oh yeah, that's the story about Zeus, sleeping with the bear. Well, a woman, but he didn't want Hera to kill her, so he turned her into a bear. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, the person who fights Tiamat is Marduk, and Tiamat has a representation or something similar. It's a good story for me because it's about the Quinator, which is Tiamat's most powerful offspring is Quin, which is where my name comes from, or Kin, or Can, or Cain in Hebrew. So I've been looking into that recently. I haven't done much yet, but that brought me back to that, what you said. It's interesting. Eleanor put my name on the thing. Yeah. So I want to know actually what is Betelgeuse or Betelgeuse? Why is that star so important? Why is it close to the Orion's belt? What is that really pointing to? What do you guys? Oh, maybe it's not important.
Well, I got something for it. So if you look into the Solomonic grimoires, there are incredible details regarding reading auguries, like divining the future based on birth defects. And what appears, and once you get kind of a big picture and step back from what the Solomonic grimoires of, this is like, in those days they would say Lilith came and she stole some of the supplies when the baby was supposed to be coming together, or the baby wasn't protected enough, or you did something, so they would blame it on Lilith, and then the baby would have to be sacrificed because it wasn't going to have a healthy life. And it's not wasteful, it's not malicious, it's just how they saw the world. We project a lot back on that. And so that baby would be utilized and this is just being sustainable to them. And so that sacrifice of the baby and that unaccomplished energies would go back into the earth in a ritualistic fashion. Oh, doggone it! I gotta not pay attention to the comments. But okay. So once you get the big picture and look back on those grimoires, I think what is happening is there's an eruption, a nebula. There's a radiation bathing the earth, causing an immense amount of birth defects. They are so detailed. I mean, they even talk about that it's common for children to be missing one ear entirely. And that means that the king's going to have a good battle. But if it's the other ear, that means that something in the backyard needs to be fixed. It's like extremely polarized, these prognostications on what the birth defects mean. So I'm positing, my theory is that there was a a stellar bathing of ill results, that babies were being born, stillborn, in commonly. And I believe that this was some, and also right next to that Betelgeuse, which does periodically have fits and go through expressions. I think it actually has a set path now. It's like every 3 days it goes up and down. But right, very close, right off the shoulder, is the Medusa Algol star, the star of Algol, which is reported to turn men to stone and cause death and fear. Atrophy, trophy. To become a stone is to atrophy, and her people who looked at her become trophies. They're stuck in stone. They're like a trophy, right? So I'm thinking that there was radiation causing birth defects in mass at one point to such a degree that it had to be harnessed, made sense of, mythologized, and kept record. But then I want to throw this in the mix. That shoulder of the great hero having an injury of some sort, in the Jesuit order, they're going to tell you that is, they won't tell you it's the stars. They will tell you that that's the injury of Christ bearing the cross on his shoulder. They won't talk about the stars. They won't talk about that at all. They're sublimating the stars. So that's the covert, down low, back channel of what's really being said. But in the Jesuit order, they'll say that, Jesus carrying the burden of that cross on his shoulder, that's exemplified. That's encoding this injury on the hero's shoulder. And I want to give Tiamat like a really profound meaning, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
I believe. Well, I'll say this: the story of Marduk versus Tiamat, I think, is Saturn, Mars, Earth, probably crowned with Neptune above, or Uranus above, and Neptune was probably under us in an axial alignment, and we were dive bombing into the Helios, whatever, the flat elliptical plane of the realm as it is now. So we started out as a spear, and we came into a collision path on what is considered the elliptical plane now. And in that dive bombing is the mythology of Marduk going right into the mouth of Tiamat and exploding her, expanding her with Jupiterian gaseous expansiveness. The word gas comes from the word chaos. And so Jupiter is a gas giant. And it's a lot of chaos too. Those whirling storms. It's all encoding Job, tribulations, and traveling as well. All these things are encoded in Jupiter. So as this dive bombing happens, there's an off-gassing from the conflagration. And so the dive bombing into Tiamat is these two systems mating. This is the pole and the hole coming together for the first time. And the gaseous off-put is like a placental sheath that was a protective barrier around the earth. That's why Marduk becomes a hero, or serves humanity for a brief spell to save us. And then Tiamat gets exploded. I think Tiamat today is the asteroid belt. The bracelet, the hammered out bracelet, is the asteroid belt that stays in place generally and goes unappreciated in astronomy and astrology. And I think a lot of the luminaries are actually way closer and much smaller, which would explain some of the misinterpretation of the nature of a lot of stars. I think that the asteroid belt is actually giving off a reflective band that people just don't consider in a large way. So I think Tiamat, whatever that story of Marduk versus Tiamat, because Marduk has 360-degree perspective. He can see in all directions. Well, that's the ring that the asteroid belt provides now. in all those little pebbles or debris fields, they're eyeballs in every which direction. So the Marduk, the anatomy of Marduk, adheres to what Tiamat became. And in this huge, massive body that is, see, and this is a good example of how like people want everything to be like a lone gunman or one stray sheep. I call it the Oswald effect. We want to have a Dr. Claw. We want one person to be behind it all. But and so we focus on these large heavenly bodies, but we forget that there are some things in this world, like the asteroid belt, that is one amalgam of a great many things. And so that's just kind of a fun flexing of the mind where we focus on one planet and its one single characteristic. Well, Tiamat might be the multitude that creates a bit of a halo, or it's also a paddock. Tiamat is a paddock that surrounds the system. As they describe it to us, it's between Mars and Jupiter. But I think that Tiamat also, in the gravity of Tiamat, its placement, the asteroid belt, I think it also is reenacted, or it's venerated through how we observe eclipses. The eclipse, especially lunar standstills, prolonged eclipses, we build up a great amount of anxiety and bring it forward as an offering for eclipse ritual, as a gift or a giving or a sacrifice to Tiamat. And the lunar standstill dates are right where we're talking about. The lunar standstill happens pretty much over Orion's head, where he could reach and grab his crown. That's also where the solstice has been approaching slowly. The solstice is coming closer and closer to the equinox point, right there above Orion's head. And that's the head of the serpent that Apollo and Artemis had to slay. That's up there at the lunar standstill on the north node. In the south node is the tail of the serpent, and it's down there with Sagittarius and Scorpio, basically. And so that 180-degree line is the sagittal ridge of the human mind. That's the Sagittarian ridge that splits the mind in half, that cuts the zodiac in half. In some cultures, Eastern cultures, they like for the serpent's head to be the north node and the tail to be the south node. And in Greek culture, they fight tooth and nail to have the opposite be true, that the tail has to be up at the north and the head has to be in the south and will kill you if you say otherwise. Well, what's cool about that argument is that's just how the northern people see space versus how people in the southern hemisphere see space. And so preserving that animosity and the debate about how things appear is actually geographic. And so they have a good reason to fight over which is the head and the tail.
That's
Also,
some wonderful unloading and unpacking.
Yeah, man. One more tidbit before I forget. The 7 ladies, the 7 Pleiades, the pretty ladies. My daughter figured this out. She says she thinks that they're playa-eyed. They're playa-eyed, meaning they're blonde like the sand and blue like the ocean. And so the Pleiadian aliens are blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They're just like the playa, the beach, which is really fun. But that led me to think that we have 7 holes in our head. We have 7 orifices. And if you think about it, ladies are they're an entrance and an exit on special occasions, but they're anatomically they're the holes in the head. So the 7 daughters are also symbolic of the holes that make up the skull. And I'll shut up. It's your turn now.
That's just so much being unpacked, and it's all so true. And talking about this Tiamat, okay, and there's different versions of the story. The oldest versions of the story seem to come from the Ogham and the Oglam, which is, there's Syrian versions and versions in Old Arabic, and there seem to be these. When we start talking about this, we're essentially talking about the giants, where they came from, effectively. And in India, we're talking about the Aryan, which is where the word Aryan obviously comes from. You know, the Aryan people who came here with the blue eyes and the blonde hair and all of that nonsense. And then we've also got the Naga that came here too. Now, the Naga are the serpent people that are shape changers. Okay, so now we're getting back to this volcano. And just before we go into this volcano, I want to talk about Hollow Earth. I want to talk about the volcano. I want to talk about how it's a mirror for this big resonance out explosive reaction in the heavens. And it would be reaction on the internal planes of the Earth because of magnetism. So we'd be, it might not be a physical fire coming out, but there might be something else radiating from there, which is something worth considering. And Mithrace, before we move so far away from Mithrace, where did it go? Okay, so these are all connected to that mountain, to that hollow volcano, if we can call it that. Mithrace is very interesting. It seems like it's been deliberately hidden from us because Mithrace was being worshipped by the Greeks, right? It was like you say, it was the happening thing. It was like, this is where it's at. This is the Friday night gig. This is where we go. And then suddenly they threw out the baby in the bathwater. No, they didn't. What they did was there were two sects of Jews, the Jews that accepted the Messiah and the Jews that did not accept the Messiah. And the Jews that accepted the Messiah were basically being killed by the Jews that did not accept the Messiah in Rome, in Greece. We can use the word Rome if we want, so let them play with us. But either way, that culture had inducted all of these other groups into that culture, and they called it Rome, and invented Latin for it, obviously, so that they didn't have to understand exactly what Greek meant. So why did they invent the language Latin? Why does it sound and speak like Greek, but it isn't Greek? And why were they continually speaking Greek, even though the other people were speaking Latin? So it's not like this is where the language went and evolved to naturally. There was something going on here. It was almost by design, if you look at it. And this has been sort of said by historians. Many historians have actually pointed out that Latin was invented for the mass populace to speak, so that they thought they were speaking Greek, but they weren't quite getting it right. Double speak, an entire language based on double speak, which we see again being invented in front of our eyes with our own language. But so what they did was they forced these Messiah followers who were Jews, because as it says in the Bible, I'm a loyal Jew, right? Over and over again, I'm a loyal Jew, I'm a loyal Jew, I'm a loyal Jew. Well, what happened? Why did we leave Judaism behind? No, something better came along later. Okay, we're still following the way of the Messiah. Yeah, we are. Only the guy is called Christos. Only the word Christos was later invented and added onto this label. Why? Because Christos is the kundalini that's been purified when the secretions from the hypothalamus are taken over the top of the head, absorbed and worked with by the thalamus. And the thalamus is creating its secretions, and these two secretions mix. They go into the center of the head, the keyhole, which is the claustrum, and then they move down the 33 points of the spine. They emerge at the 3 points, the vagus nerve, Las Vegas, and the point at the solar plexus, which is the triple burner, and the sexual plexus, and then they have to return from the sexual plexus. And the presence has to be brought, and then the Saint Claus, on his path to becoming sainted, has to climb back up. He has to cross back over the solar plexus, right? He has to go up to where the fire chimney is, and he has to climb back up over the vagus nerve and get back into the claustrum, back into his chariot. And why he's wearing red and white, right? Well, this little hat that you mentioned, yeah, Santa Claus. Okay, let's look at this. This cool little cap that was worn by the Celts, the ancient Celts. And so we've got the Santa Claus then representing the Christos. When the Christos is obviously an ancient Greek word, which means anointed oil, which is when these essences have been brought back up, they actually die. So these two Ida and Pingala secretions from the thalamus and the hypothalamus, which are essentially generated by the pineal and the pituitary, the pineal connected to the thalamus and the pituitary connected to the hypothalamus, and hypothalamus being Ida in the Vedic tradition, and the thalamus being Pingala in the Vedic tradition. And so these basically synergizing, these two secretions get to the top of the head, and these oils have mixed now. They've thoroughly mixed, and they've been alchemized with the essence from the 3 points in the body that has been twice refined. So the Merkaba, the 3 points down, the Merkaba, the 3 points up. And all 6 points have been equitably added together, synergized by the principle of Mercury, which is bringing together the crescent, the sphere, and the cross, the 3 points again, and the communication between the claustrum down to the sexual plexus, right back up to the claustrum. And then there is a death that occurs. These etheric substances actually die. They actually die. In the same way that those squid that have been discovered, wherever they are, tiny little squid, they die and then they're reborn. I'm trying to figure out how to do that stuff for humans now. Scientists are baffled by these squid because they live forever. Well, they live for thousands of years. We just can't tell how long they've been living, but they don't die. They die and then they get reborn, the same squid. So anyway, these essences become dead. And in their deadness, they actually create a lot of pain in the head. Then they are reanimated, and in the process of reanimation of these essences, the Christos oil regenerates all the stem cells. It's like a 60-hour cycle, right? So over the 60 hours, you've got this essence in the head dying, and it regenerates all the stem cells in the brain, which basically gives you longevity and improves your intelligence and your ability to understand the nature of creation and channel the powers, the Gana from Ganesha, Ganapati, which is the ruler of Mercury. So anyway, this Christos word was then, which means awakened Kundalini, was then applied to the Emmanuel, who was the saint. And Emmanuel was the true name of the saint, of the Christed, perfected being that had come here to do a ministry, to be the savior, and had taken on the power of the sun and done a powerful life ritual where the consciousness of the sun itself became a conduit through which the first principle, the first eon, consciousness could take in to the body and be expressed in perfect similitude through the personality, by the personality becoming congruent with the personality or the persona of the first principle, which was essentially Dios Peter, or you could call him Zeus. So hence the other name is Zeus. Ea means Ea. Ea is the one ancient name, praise. Ea. Ea Zeus. Zeus. Jesus. 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 So the other name related to this Christos principle is the first principle from agnostics, which is Zeus to the to ancient, this neck of the woods, if we can say, where Greeks people were coming from. And so this Zeus then is the other name applied to this Christos, which is what happens when the anointed oil perfects the brain and causes all the stem cells to regenerate to the point that the brain becomes a perfect instrument through which consciousness is able to modulate information, mercurius. It becomes cured, becomes healed, perfectly healed brain, able to channel this powerful information. And so they decided that because Mithra's tradition held all this Kundalini knowledge and secrets in their yogas when they went down into the earth. And where did they get this? Now we're going to go into the hollow earth. But they took this and they forced it on to the Jews who had a Sabbath. Now Sabbath obviously comes from Shabbat. Shabbat being Shabbatai, Saturn, right? Saturday, Saturn. And they forced them to take their Sabbath and trade it in for a Sunday, which is like, I don't know how they managed to shove that down people's throat. Oh, right, yeah, we do actually, it's documented, by pain of death and by confiscating all of their holy books and telling them these are the only holy books you're allowed and we're going to put it all into a little binder for you. And that's how this is. And then we're going to stop you from learning to read at some point later down the line. And so they literally took Mithra's tradition and embodied it in what we've been seeing. They mixed it with the story of Emmanuel, who was the savior from the Jews, who then became known as Christos, which is a name relating to Mithras. So Mithras tradition never went away. It transformed itself into a version which is more in accord with Latin. They didn't want the full truth of the Kundalini knowledge to be in our hearts. They didn't want us to understand the true source of what this Christos is, and that it's something within us, and that we can use it to regenerate our brains so that we can gain insight into the first principle, and the first aeon can work through us, and we can attune our hearts to the power of the sun, and the sun can become a transmitter of the life force to transmit the consciousness of the first aeon directly into the heart, purifying the heart so that the brain and the heart become one instrument of consciousness, and we find this full enlightenment, if we can call it in such a term, being expressed. And enlightenment, once again, is we've come a full circle, right? So we're talking once again about the or ion, right? The ions coming out of the sun, which is the light, is an alignment with Orion. So the ancient Egyptians knew this, or the Chemians, which is why all the pyramids are decoded to be pointing all of their fingers, and the fingers that aren't there, and the fingers and the toes and all those other little extensions are pointing back at Orion, because they're telling us Orion is the center. There's something fundamentally important there, and everything's dancing around this Orion. Now, what is that connection with a volcano? And why was the Mithras people down in the bottom of the earth? And why did Mithras have serpent legs? And what is this shape changing all about? Now we've got these other hollow earth stories about these beings in the earth that are the lizard beings, or as they call them in the Vedic stories, the Naga, who went into the earth, right? And the Nagas went into the earth because there were catastrophes, which we know about. Floods and all of that happened, right? And so it's very interesting to start looking into what this dormant volcano really represents. Does it represent astrological events that are coded in subtly, as you were saying, yeah, Gabriel, these explosive events in the galaxy, but coded in to a story that relates to the inner earth, and all of our knowledge coming from these beings, from ancient lineages, which are why the giants came into being. And now we've got to start asking who the Nephilim were, and who the Anakim were that became the giants, and why the Nephilim. What was this blending of human DNA with these other creatures' DNAs? And then at the same time, we've got to ask ourselves, why is the story of the Bible talking about the serpent, right? This is rather interesting. So all these things seem to point right back to, and we emerged from the earth. We emerged from the earth onto the earth. So we emerged from the Garden of Eden to walk onto the earth, which is rather interesting, particular way of projecting this information, isn't it? It's like we were in this place, in this Garden of Eden. So it does cause one to question these inner earth philosophies, and it does sort of make sense that things are hollow, right? Because everything else is hollow, so why shouldn't this be hollow? So I'm going to leave this at that. Inner earth, I don't know what you want to say about it, but I have heard a lot of stories that speak about these passages in these volcanoes. And there are some big volcanoes in Europe where there are supposed to be ways that go down. And I've heard stories about how they've been blocked up by the powers that be, the PTB, in order to make sure that we can't get access, and that there used to be trade happening between our governments and governments down there. Now, Siddhartha, we've got to start talking about what Hitler was sending his SS troops to Tibet for, why they were in Tibet. The Dalai Lama, oh my gosh. So Hitler's crew was connected to the previous Dalai Lama, but he wasn't really playing ball with them, and they wanted to get the access to the inner earth. They wanted to figure out how to get it, because there were these beings that they needed to get hold of in order to get technology to build A-bombs, right? And he wasn't playing ball, so it just coincidence his SS are there. Short while later, the guy who the SS were most closely aligned to, who was the number one of that Dalai Lama, overthrew that Dalai Lama. Isn't that interesting? but he was very closely aligned with the SS, who were out there looking for Siddhartha, or, you know, Shambhala, whatever you want to call it. And this is once again inside the earth. And so what is the connection with that volcano? What's down there? What's Siddhartha? What's this thing about this civilization living in the earth? And why was the Dalai Lama dethroned, and then his successor on his own, after dethroning his own what is he, politician, king? No, not a king, priest king, if we can call the Dalai Lama a priest king, is probably a fair deuce. He basically backstabbed his boss, right? This is the bottom line of it. He backstabbed his boss, dethroned him, and then said, look, hey, I just happen to have found the next Dalai Lama. Look here. And then he took him on this secret journey after spending time with the Dorje Shugden, who were the shaman, who have now been banned by the Dalai Lama. It just gets funnier, right? So Dorje Shugdenism is illegal, right? Because it's evil, black magic, because it's shamanism, and they travel out in spirit vision. And it was through the Dorje Shugden priest that the Dalai Lama was able to be taken through the so-called Dalai Lama, who had been tested by only the person who had double-crossed the previous Dalai Lama. There's a lot of conspiracies going on here, and it all seems to relate to the inner earth. Or am I clutching at straws?
No, I think you're right, because I mean, when I studied when I was studying the Bible, I was reading all different versions. I read the Slavic version, I read the Hebrew version, read the Paleo Hebrew version, and then I read the what do you call it, the Latin version, Latin Vulgate. And because I studied Sanskrit a little bit, I saw that in the Latin version, it says that the earth was already populated before Adam emerged, quote unquote, from the dust. And when you read it more, you see Hava, or Eve. I don't know why we call her Eve. I'm trying to figure out why. I haven't figured out yet. But Hava, Eve.
It's so that it can fit into the gematria of number 14. They're shoehorning her into a mathematical equation. That's why. Okay.
Well, all right. That's interesting. I see it something else though. I see another reason why they call her Eve, because the evening means something. And when God made Eve, that's what I want to get to. When God made Eve, it was way different than when He made Adam. So one of the key things to see is that God made it mist when He made Eve. He made it wet and moist and misty when she was created. And if you really think about it, I don't think she was created, honestly. I think she was found, to be honest with you guys. I think she was discovered as Adam was maybe moving around on the new place. This is the garden. And maybe she was discovered, because if you think about how He expelled them from the garden, was by putting around flaming sword angels. And I always thought that was like a code for lasers. But now, after watching and reading The Lord of the Rings, I kind of think that might be just pools of volcanic lava that are swirling around each other. Like it's just going like a stream. You can't get past it, no matter what you do. So that's all I wanted to add for that. Go ahead, guys.
Man, right. I have a theory on this. So Dracon in Greek history was the ultimate of tyrants. He had put up basically death penalty for all things, and his method of doing so was to erect wooden pyramid-shaped signs and elevate them in a location where nobody had any excuse not to see the message that death for everything. Even the slightest infraction of stealing a simple cabbage from the market, death death penalty for all things. And so in a fascinating way, that mythology, it transfixes onto the nature of the pole star. If the pole star becomes the forbidden fruit, the apple that nobody can even pretend to reach or acquire, but if you gain affluence or command over the magic of that pole star, then you can expect gallows humor to befall you. Gallows humor is also intrinsic to the word Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is the lizard that is swirling around the egg, and the lizard swirling around the egg is Draco. So the myth of Dracon putting up a sign, on a wooden sign, like a tree, right, that says death for anything you even presume to steal, that will kill you immediately if you gain affluence over the secret of the North Star. This is all echoing the Garden of Eden, but this is mundane. This Dracon really happened. Dracon is real. But he's also transfigured into the Draco constellation, hoarding over the North Star. And so the question is, we want to supplant the other story. We want to be like, okay, which was it? Was it the Garden of Eden or was it Dracon? It's all the stars, really. It really is all the stars. But an interesting relationship with Dracon and his whatever, what we're told is historical, has an interesting echo with Epicurus. And Epicurus was he was a living recluse while there was thriving, beautiful, Platonic, poetic philosophy thriving. Epicurus was like keeping to himself in his own garden and working on like hundreds of manuscripts, unthinkable amounts of manuscripts within his own garden, keeping to himself reserved. This is the nature of to be an epicure. A lot of people have conflated. It's worth studying because people think an epicure is like gluttony, practicing gluttony. But in fact, if you get in and you really do the legwork, you'll find out that it's actually only accepting a minimal amount of the finest things in life, to such that when you seldom do partake, it is the finest thing for you that you can find. It's really complicated, nuanced. Again, me with nuance. Understanding what Epicurus was and what that word was seen by the public and what it really meant on the inner circle is really profound. But those 300 works that Epicurus, over the many, many texts that Epicurus was hoarding to himself, again, like a dragon hoarding the treasure from the inner circle, like the North Star. Out of those texts, I think we find the art of infusing gematria and mathematical truth into mythology. You could almost say that Adam and Eve are the brainchilds of the texts that came out of the sanctuary, like a Garden of Eden, of Epicurus. And again, all of this sounds like I'm positing that this is mythological or factual, but what is profound is it also, again, I can find these characters in the heavens. And so everybody wants their daddy to be the one who was real, and for everybody else's daddy to be a fictional, imaginative, whatever. It's a little both and, really. You know, Dracon probably did exist. He probably did kill lots of people. Epicurus probably did exist. He probably had 300 texts in his own garden there. But I think that the echoes and the ripples of these stories have been harnessed into the biblical ethos and propagated and proliferated in reverberating echoes that only rhyme perfectly with the stars. They rhyme perfectly with the stars. And that's frustrating for a lot of people. They want it to either be history or to be astrological. But the more I look, the more I find it's both and. You know, the stars were just a memory tool for the bards to keep these stories straight. You know, so I think that Adam and Eve and the male and the female, whatever culture you're coming at it from, I think the recipe that they're founded on came out of Epicurus's garden. And they required this draconian tyrant as a antagonist, this serpent hanging above, looming to protect and guard over the truth of the world, the Yggdrasil, and that you have to go on a hero's journey to conquer the dragon to get to that forbidden fruit that is the pole star, which probably is a handoff. That pole star might be passed around the tree like seven sisters, handing over the truth of the age, because I think that the North Star was actually the head of Draco. Thuban was once the North Star. And so decapitating the head of the dragon is gaining apprehension of these turning of epochs and ages. So yeah, that's a lot of words. But I think
you nailed it.
Yeah, I think this is the framework of mythology, but it also holds valuable truths. You know, these people probably did exist. I mean, we don't have the word draconian law just because of the stars. That's not the only reason. You know, it's been embodied so many times by so many people that it's more than real. It's way more than real. It's way beyond metaphor. You know, that takes the power right out of it.
Now we're talking about the archons. Essentially, who the archons were. And the archon are these lizard beings, and anybody that's experienced this knows it. There's a reason why all these extraterrestrial people are talking about the lizard beings. It's not by accident. And whether they come from out there or whether they come from inside the earth, I don't know where they come from. But it's part of a reality. You know, there's definitely, and fear is the governing principle that those particular beings tend to operate with. Fear of death, like you say. It's extreme rules, extreme laws, all about basically currency, and they use technology. And so that's, I think, is really what we're pointing at when we're looking at this inner earth stories that relate to this once again. And interesting how Mercury keeps coming back full circle. And now I'm losing my train of thought, so I'm not going to try to put too many things into one context. But what I will say is this. It to me, when we talk about this concept of Draco, right? We're talking about, once again, the dragon, the beginning, right? We're talking about Taoism for a moment. Essentially, the Taoist entire system is based on anchoring your energy with the pole star. The entire alchemical system is basically generating your microcosmic orbit and orbiting your energies with the energies of the pole star and using that to raise your kundalini in a very direct, very fast, very actual way. And this is how they gain their superpowers, essentially. It's how iron shirt kung fu, why it is that they can like be metal hole proof. Is that Draco in essence? Well, like you say, it's not the center of our galaxy at the moment because it comes from a bygone age. And I wonder whether these ages of these pole stars shifting are what is the first age, second age, third age, fourth age. You know, we're supposed to be living in the fourth age now. So there's something very interesting going on here with this whole draconian situation as it relates to. I can only qualify it by saying that my experience of the lizard beings, and I'm sure there are a lot of people that have had them, you know, that they seem to have technology. They don't seem to have them. They've got technology. And it's possible to scry them. And the funny thing is, when you scry them, when you remote view them, if you use a crystal ball, however you use it, it's almost like you're looking into the earth. And I've always tried to figure out, are we using the earth as a lens? Is the earth like a lens that you look through to translocate somewhere else, or are they actually in the earth? And I've never been able to put my finger on exactly where or who they are, but it does seem to be that in history, they keep emerging from every different corner in the world. And so even the Rakshas were considered to be shape-changing beings, lizardly, and they were called the Yakshas in other parts of the world, right? If you go to Syria or you go to Persia, they were called the yakshas. And so the yakshas are the Anakim. The Anakim are the children of the Nephilim. And so the same story keeps going round. And the story of Shamyaza was that he wasn't human, right? From the more older stories. They call him Samyaza or whatever. But it's essentially with the word Shem, Sham. What a sham. It's a sham. Comes from. And isn't it interesting how they've turned the word, which is the 3 mother letters of the Paleo-Hebrew alphabet, which is the most fundamental structuring capacity of the universe, these 3 principles, which are essentially the axis mundi. The axis mundi are these 3 principles, right? Because it's the axis and the revolution around the axis, and then the relationship between the revolution and the axis, which are these 3 principles, like the lock and the key, right? So wisdom entering into understanding, producing knowledge, it's the same idea coming out again and again and again. And so this axis mundi has been taken away from us. And now it ties into what you were saying, Quintalius, about the Havai. Havai means wind in India. So if you speak about the Havai, it's about the draft, it's about the wind. And if you go to the Native Americans, they're talking about the Hava as well, are they not? And so this Hava is a very interesting concept. Hawa. We call it a Hawaii. You know, what is Huawei all about? Why is this phone called Huawei? You know, there's something going on there where these companies that use these names. These names are based on very ancient names. There must be a Chinese version of this particular name, as we can consider it. But to me, it just seems like there's a lot going on here. They've hidden so much in plain sight, and it all seems to point back at this volcano, Quintalius, that you beautifully have uncovered for us, and what this volcano represents. I think it's like you say, it's not just a metaphor. The more I think about it, Hitler didn't go running after a metaphor, and what came out wasn't a metaphor, it was a bloody bomb. That bomb was real. We've seen the effects of that bomb, and now we've got nuclear power as a result of it. So where did that come from? According to the Hitler story, once again, they were using crystal balls to scry and connect with beings from other worlds, and this information was being handed over to the SS by these secret fraternities that were essentially the same people that were looking for, Siddhartha. And they were interested in getting the technology in the center of the earth because there was a culture in there that had greater technology. They had to get hold of this. And so it keeps coming back to the same point. But a lot of our technology on earth seems to be based on this. So I think there's too much coincidence. There's too much pointing at this to be a true story, which is both a metaphor, but the way in which history is preserved is through metaphor. And it does stand to reason that everything would be in sync. Like our bodies literally came from there. So our bodies are a conglomeration of these forces. And so now we're talking about the principles of Orion, or ion, the ionization of light. This is what our bodies are. Our bodies are the ionizing principles of light coming into being. So could it be that Orion is the gateway from this universe to another universe?
Yeah, his belt is right on that dividing line. One time it dawned on me, and different people will see different things, but this particular night, I had been really deeply pondering the mystery of the 6 to the 5. And it was in that obsession that I looked up at Orion, and I noticed the bottom portion, the torso, has a nice hexagonal balance to it in a certain way, and that its top is actually almost 5-pointed. And then his belt is the meeting point in the center with the where they say that the throne of the universe is, or the generative prime mover is enthroned in the belt. But that's really close to that node, to the north node. I mean, just 5 degrees above that is the node where the lunar standstills happen. So to say, oh, and I'll say north node is an anagram for Odin throne. And south node is an anagram for Odin shout. So there is a call and a response going on from the north to the south. This commanding voice that makes the world take notice. RST, on the 7th day he rested. RST is encodes a lunar standstill. R is the moon card. S is the sun card. You bring them together, they add up to a 37. You divide them by the T, you get 18.5, is a lun RST and still cycle. The lunar standstill is in the word RST, rest. And so that crucial resting point there at the belt of Orion will always, or has always been, pivotal. And again, with our words becoming like supra literal, it literally is a pivot point, you know. Also Orion in off, Fiucus, on, off. Orion in the ascending as the sun is gaining power, and off, Fiucus, as the sun is diminishing. And on is in septenary, I'm pretty sure, is a 3, and off, OFF, is a 1-4. And so there's a 3.14 encoded in the Gilgamesh versus Enki. Gilgamesh being Orion, Enkidu being the Ophiuchus. So these two call and response, point counterpoint, they're intrinsic. They're literally, again, I call it the sagittal ridge that divides the spring to the fall. And I kind of want to share something I'm thinking about lately with everybody. Do you guys mind if I rant a little?
Please do.
All right. This is really fun. Descartes is the mind-body split. His entire, again, remember what I just did with Draco and Epicurus, where it is also the stars, and sure, there might have been a guy who really did these things. You have to really do gymnastics to think that it's all contrived. You have to do, and I'm a gymnast. Some of these gymnastics I cannot do. You might have to just give in to there might be something really divine about it. But I'm not gonna claim one way or the other. That's for the individual, right? So Descartes embodies everything Auriga the charioteer. The split between his upper self and his lower self, his diminished animalistic serpent legs, he's handicapped. He had to go and create a chariot to move himself around. Everybody should look up Erichthonius also. Erichthonius, Hephaestus, Vulcan, Auriga. This is a lineage of the Auriga constellation right over the bull. These are just cultural refractions of the same character who is Mithra as well. Okay. Descartes is embodying the legacy of whatever the phenomena that Auriga the charioteer is. Look into his bio, read it, and then go read about Auriga and Erichthonius and those other mythological characters, all the way to Hephaestus and Vulcan. Descartes, the persona, represents the mind-body split. He had a demonic spirit, a genius that he was calling upon. I'm asserting that genius was the charioteer Auriga. And in the quadrant of the heavens, just above Taurus, during October, which is 180 on the other end of the zodiac, during October, there is a Taurid meteor shower. And it's double terminated. It's as though you're looking down 2 tunnels simultaneously, like you're going into light speed, but you're doing it with 2 pathways at the same time. This is the definition of a dilemma. The word dilemma means to be of two heads, to be two-headed. And it's also to have your horns, one going in either direction. This double terminated meteor shower happening in October. October represents Hercules. So we have double terminated, we have Hercules. Herkimer diamond? Herkimer diamond? Double terminated Herkimer diamond? Anybody? So there's something really magical about this double terminated meteor shower that happens in October, way over in Taurus. And it one of the splays of light is coming out of Perseus. The other display of light is coming just a few degrees over out of Auriga the charioteer. And so here we have Apollo, Apollonian, Public, Perseus, Alexander the Great holding his trophy high, proud in the public. And we have that private underdog, the Mithraic, down in the depths, in the abyss of the earth. So we have the above, we have the below. These represent the split of the human mind, the public self and the private self, the conscious and the subconscious, the mind-body split that Descartes surgically instilled into us for generations to come. We now believe that we are of two minds. And the reason why it worked in Descartes' day was because the chariot, the wagon, the wheel was becoming more available to the commoners. It wasn't just a thing that only the king gets the charioteer in battle. Only the king can ride on the wheels. Now they actually are letting the peasants use the wheel. And so the peasants are being removed from their body. They're actually able to get work done in a passive position, and it has a profound psychological effect on man. And so we started to talk about the body is not the same as the brain. And we started to really believe that this split actually exists. And myself as a martial artist, I've actually spent my whole life proving that wrong. I've been spending my whole life making my mind and my body one and the same. And it's hard work. I got to do it all the time because the world around me adheres to this Cartesian duality. Now, again, with the dilemma, okay? If you guys don't mind, I'm really going to go far here. I'm going to go far because, I'm going to go way far. This is a huge, huge theory. And it's really hard to, this is a practice run for me to boil it down to convey. So Descartes made the mind-body split. He actually has a position on my Enneagram. He's a number 2 because of that division line. It's like a cutoff. Auriga is, in the Thoth deck, he is the Aeon card, number 20. So the 2, that division, the dilemma, the split point of the Aeon card, which in other decks it's the Judgment card, is intrinsic there in Taurus. Now, the double terminated meteor shower is like inseminating an idea in Taurus. And if that's insemination, then its birth will be 9 months later on January 6th, which is the mythological birthday of the Aeon. I believe it's the particular spelling is like A-I-O-N, which is different from the Thoth deck spelling. I'm not sure why there's so many ways to spell Aeon, but I've learned that the double terminated torrid meteor shower is the insemination point 9 months before January 6th, which is Epiphany. So I'm having these epiphanies looking at the dilemma of the two-headedness of man. And now this has expands out to another level of realization because Schopenhauer put forth his porcupine theory, or no, it's called the porcupine dilemma. Some people would call it the hedgehog dilemma. And in his that story, he says that there's a community of hedgehogs or porcupines who have an extreme dark winter. And because of this dark winter, they have to huddle together and find shelter in the warmth of the collective. And as they come together, they realize for the first time that they're actually stabbing each other. They're actually getting poked by the Karens of the community. They can't really be within 6 feet. They have to socially distance to survive. So they're in a dilemma. They're of two minds. Can they come together and have a meeting? No, we can't, because we're poking each other, because we're barbed, because we're the opining of your fellow man is too much to withstand. And so the porcupine community actually falls to pieces because they can't get along separate and they can't come together either. Schopenhauer's entire biography was completely unpacked 500 ways from Thursday with the lockdowns that just happened. And he was using the dilemma. He was harnessing the chariot that Descartes put in our mind to split us from our mind and our body and to keep us in perpetual doubt. And there's so much more on that. The more I read Schopenhauer, he's basically Yoda, the recluse homunculus, ideal collective of the loner. But they unleashed him on the masses, and the masses were not ready for the lesson. They were not ready for the lesson. And so the emergency, so here's the thing. Porcupine is an echinoderm. It's also an echidna. This is the missing link between mammal and reptile. It's the missing link. This is going to put our brains together, folks. When we get this figured out, our mind will come together. This is the missing link, this echinoderm. It's also a sea urchin. A sea urchin is an echinoderm. It's fascinating how many places the echidna fits in. It really is a missing link of many sorts. So the emergency was me, sea urchin. Urgency, sea urchin plus me. And so the emergency sea urchin was compelling you to project yourself into the problem. And it wasn't our problem to begin with, right? So this word, sea urchin, emergency, it unpacks 1,000 different ways. And I'm working on boiling that down to convey it concisely. But I'm here to tell you, E equals MC squared is the fundamental seed of the emergency sea urchin spell that they just put on the dilemma of the split brain of man. E equals MC squared is the formula that it's the fishhook we all took in when we agreed, okay, let's go with that. E equals MC squared basically is a pentagram. E is a 5. MC squared adds up to a 36, which makes a full circle. So you got a 5-sided star on one side, you got a 3-6 on the other side, you put them together, it's a pentagram. The whole thing was a curse. And what's fascinating about E equals MC squared and what it's utilized in astrophysics is they tell us that all these stars of the heavenly sky are actually dead already. These beautiful lights that illuminate and elevate our consciousness, they're telling us that they're dead. And that you just haven't got the message yet. And that eventually, someday, maybe, they're going to come collapsing down around your ears. This is the apocalypse. This is the end of the spell. We're breaking it right now, folks. So the collapsing of all the opining stars looking at you, the eyes of God, the 100-eyed whale that John Dee and Edward Kelly psychedelically entered into. Its gaze is the spectacle of the Heavenly Father looking down upon you. And they've been subtly implying that someday it just might all go to shit when E equal MC squared comes to its conclusion. And this was picked up now by Sigmund Freud. He took this spell and he perpetuated it when he gave us the idea of an ego being subservient to anybody's opinion. I'm here to tell you, the ego that he was talking about is a pincushion, a receptor. It is your eyeball. We project our sovereignty into the word I and make it a subject that we can externalize and discuss. When you say I, you are associating with an imaginary self. You're dividing the mind-body split and you're putting yourself external so that other people's opinion can attack you. And that's their opinion. That is the gaze of others on you. And if it's not a favorable gaze, then your ego gets wounded. because you put your eye out. You put your own eye out into the public purview so people could make you subservient and presume to cast any judgment upon you. And so I think the cure to this is to no longer speak subjectively, no longer put the I into conversation. And it sounds obtuse and asshole-ish, I'm aware, but to use the term one. One should speak as though one were not in the conversation, as though one were removed enough to maintain an objective perspective on what one is saying. And by saying one, instead of the 9, you split yourself into 9 different selves when you say I. But if you say one, all 9 of the muses are back in your command, and you become the one again.
Wow, Gabriel.
That's some powerful, beautiful revelation, and it's so in tune with what English used to be before the double speak. Sorry, you were going to say something, Quinty.
Oh, I just had some things that he made me realize. When he said E equals MC squared, my mind popped because, in Hebrew, emet or emeh or emish means truth, but it also means master. And he was saying, like, wow, when I thought about Einstein, maybe the ego on this guy was really huge that he wrote master and explained it to everybody in mathematics. and and it made me laugh. I'm sorry. And it's just really interesting that he wrote that. And plus, I also understood that in my studies, A and E are interchangeable. They're the same letter. It's written, like, rotated. So a lot of the gods, like you mentioned Aeon. Aeon is a god. I forgot about him. But a lot of the gods in Greek, the ones that represent like truth or wisdom or knowledge, they start with the letter A. I thought that was interesting because A and E are interchangeable. So basically E means a lot of, I guess, wisdom or knowledge seeking terms, like energy, electricity. It's all about the eye or perception. And I wondered about time when he was speaking, like when he was explaining the split, the number 2 and the 20 and Taurus. I started to think about, when he said chariot, I actually started thinking about the sun, because in old stories, the sun's a different color. If you ask anybody now what color the sun is, they'll be like, it's white or it's light yellow. But in the old stories, the sun was red all the time. And it made me wonder, is the sun changing colors because it's dying? And it made me think about things like that. It's really interesting what you said. But thank you, Gabe.
Imagine the vapor canopy for a moment. So there was a lot more water in the air, and it made us all giants, and it made tiny little worms that size, the size of cats, and flowers that size, the size of, like, basketballs, and everything was bigger because of the magnetism, diamagnetism of the water. So all that in the sky, when there's clouds in the air, because I'm a sun gazer, I watch the sun every day, the sun stays orange for a long time, it stays red. When there's a certain amount of water in the air and the sun's coming up and the clouds aren't too thick that the light can actually get through, it's actually an orange color. It's a red color. So I do think that a lot of that color of the sun has got to do with the vapor canopy, but you are right with the difference of the oscillation and the frequency. I mean, we can tell that the sun does, it's running on a lot of cycles. There's a lot of different things going on. We think of light as just being light, but there's a lot of different kinds of light, and they're all oscillating so fast. And we've noticed how plants, wow, how adaptable plants are, huh? I mean, you can grow plants at just about any light. I mean, most people don't know this. Okay, if you go to your local store and you collect different lights. Now, I'm not speaking theoretically here. I've done this. I built my own grow lights out of like your usual bulbs that you buy in the shop. But you've got to be a little bit clever about what you do. You can't just use one frequency because they tend to use 6,500 Kelvin, right, for most of this blue light. So this bulb that's over me here, you can see it's LED, but this is a 2,700 Kelvin light. So that means there's more of the yellow spectrum in it. So you've got to add some little bits of different spectrums, and plants will grow. With this bulb above me, if I take that bulb and I take that bulb over there, which is a 6,000 Kelvin, and I put these two bulbs together and I put it over a salad, and I make sure that I'm putting out about 150 micromole per square meter of photonic pressure, which isn't hard to do. Even if you're running you just got to get the 12 watt bulbs. You've got to put them in an alignment. You've got to make a little grid, put them in. You've got to space them. You can grow plants in it. And I built, when I was experimenting, I wanted to see just what can be done with these bulbs. What do plants need? And I did experiments to see how plants grow differently under different lights. It's amazing how adaptable plants are. You wouldn't even know. And I noticed this about 5 months ago. My eyes were like, hold on, the light's a different color. The grass is a different color. Do you remember 5-6 months ago? Were you having a dilemma trying to figure out what color the grass was? Was I the only one? When was that? So we're talking about March. Is it March to April to May to June to July to August? March, April. I remember looking and trying to figure out what color the grass was, because the grass was a different color, and I was like, this isn't right. Because I watch the sun every day, and I was like, the grass is changing color, and it was very subtle, but there was changes in the color spectrum. So I do think you're totally right in the change of the color spectrum, and I think the reason why the sun seems like it's whiter than usual is because of less water vapor in the air.
Okay. I remember when I was a child, the sun was different looking. Like when I was a child, the sun was way more orange than it is now. And now it's more whiter. And also about the grass, I didn't think about that until you said it. And I remember always when it was turning, I think when it was turning fall, or maybe when it was turning winter, when it's foggy outside, I always noticed as a child that the grass is kind of bluish. And I wonder just now why we say bluegrass in America or in English. So that's all I was thinking about. Well, could I mention something probably stupid?
Please.
I was thinking about what you said about the Nagas being in the earth, and I don't know. We started talking about Ursa Major and the bear stories because there's a really interesting stories. There's one in I think it's Scotland, or is it Ireland? I think it's Scotland, about the mother bear and her children who got cursed by getting turned into a bear and they didn't know she was a bear, blah blah. And then there's the Zeus one. But when I was studying Neanderthals and Denovians last night, and also this other proto-humanoid human in America, I forgot what it was called, but they always find them in these inaccessible caves. Like they have to do so much work to get to where these people supposedly are sleeping. And every time they find them, there's bear skeletons with them. And they always mention, they're like, oh, there's no sign of struggles or, violence against each other. But I think it's just water that washed the skulls into the same place. And I'm like, bruh, who are you trying to fool? You're not tricking me. Obviously, these proto-humans could commune with bears, maybe, or they live with them, or they associated with them in a more intimate way than we do now. Maybe more like dogs. And I started to think, okay, what's the difference between us and bears? Like, what's so different? And I started to think about how we move our hands the same kind of way. We grip things, all this stuff. We wrestle, we play. All this stuff is similar. We have a lot of hair. But I started to think about how a lot of mammals have a what do you call it? What do you call it? A bone, a penis bone. And we don't have it. And Neanderthals didn't have it, and the other proto-humans didn't have it. But many apes or monkeys have it. And I just thought about it for a bit, and I was wondering, maybe our mixing with the proto-humans actually created a more sophisticated human, or maybe it is the reason why we have issues with our own bodies and our minds, why we have a separation between the two, how it's difficult to harmonize one or them both, where one is being pushed higher than the other, or it seems like one is easily distracted by certain things. And it makes me think about how they say the Neanderthal was very aggressive and very manipulative and very genius, but emotionally inept, like absently emotion wise. But it says we were the more emotional type, more spiritual type, less what do you call it, logical. And it made me think that maybe when we mixed, it sort of broke a bit in us. Like they say a lot of us have Neanderthal DNA or proto-human DNA in us somewhere, most of us anyway. And I thought about maybe that's where the cutoff is, where the reptilian brain and the whatever you want to call this mammal brain is at odds, where one is more connected to the physical body and the needs of the body, and the other one is more connected to spiritual, communal, I don't know, things like this. It just made me think about that. That's all. It's similar to the stories of the Nagas and all these underworld green human people or the moon people, all this stuff. So made me think of that.
Yeah, I have had a lot of synchronicity on this subject just in the past few days. We did an Astro Herbs episode over on Chance Garton's Interverse on Wednesday. I recommend everybody go check that out. It's a really good time. A lot of walking through the seasonal herbs and their astrological portents. But in that conversation, just for like 16 seconds, and this is going to sound weird, but there's a good reason to think for this to have been a thought. For just a second of time, Socrates might have become a Bigfoot. Or a missing link, or a progenitor of a certain group of people who have been forgotten or obfuscated, or might have been exiled or made to self-destruct. Just reminding people, Socrates is the mystagogue of science, the midwife of the soul, and he was given a public decree to drink poison to kill himself, and he went along with it, which just happened to a lot of people in the world. So it's good reason to go look at the godfather of questioning all things. And I think his name is hiding out in Social Socrates number. But all that aside, just briefly, he became like a Sasquatch or a missing link. Because he's barefoot. That's one of his signature moves. And he's showing his legs in that famous painting where he's reaching for the hemlock anyway. So just the day after that happened, Mark from My Family Thinks I'm Crazy interviewed Greg Carlwood from the Higher Side Chats, and they went all into some cryptozoology. Really good stuff. I highly recommend everybody get some. They pulled some of the real highlights out of this this venue of thought. And I always love to point out it's cryptozoology because Zeus is so morphic. He's a shapeshifter. He can turn into a goose if that's what you're into. But Jupiter, the planet, the gas giant, again with the chaos in that primordial shapeshifting storm, Jupiter has a perfect ecliptic. He spends an equal amount of time with all of the houses of the zodiac. He has an 11-year orbit, which I guess I shouldn't say perfect. That's a hard word to actually use anymore. But he has a very nice, even-handed approach for each station of the zodiac. He spends the same amount of time with each of them. So in that aspect, he's a shepherd, but he's also a shapeshifter, and he's also a capturer. So those words are all interrelated. So when I say cryptozoology, there's a whole litany of reasons to say that. But in that show with Mark and Greg Carlwood, they touched on some of my favorites. You guys, I highly recommend, like, as soon as we're done, if anybody's got time, go straight to that show. Check it out, because they talk about what I think is the Pendar. And in the David Icke community, a lot of bells and whistles go off when you say the word Pendar. Pendar is a philosopher from ancient Greece, had a lot to do with the mythology of Atlantis, which there may be a link there to the Socrates, but I'm not going to fill that out here. But the Pendar in David Icke, lizard reptilian, which again, the echidna is the missing link between mammals and reptiles. There's that missing link again, right? Well, the Pendar is said to be the alpha draconian granddaddy of all lizards, who was locked away in the Himalayas. And it was required that he be locked in place by the spiritually pure. And if he's surrounded by only the spiritually pure, then he has no handle on the minds of the men around him. And so this creates a picture that is it's fascinating, but it's also there's some strange morbidness that might be required for this prison to exist. It might have been a class of eunuchs. It might be a class of elite kung fu eunuchs that don't have any of those lower energies to tap into, that keep the Pendar in place. And that very well might have been what the SS was getting into. It really taps into the Golden Child story with Eddie Murphy. Do you guys all remember the Golden Child?
Yeah.
Yeah. It taps into that big time, because there is an echidna. There's a she-drake that gives him his instructions to go on his journey, a Medusa. She is a lineage of the Auriga, the Hephaestos, the Vulcan, the charioteer, that she-drake, the lizard woman behind the curtain, in the basement, no less. The consistency, I could go on and on. All right. The Pendar is this alpha draconian lizard in the Himalayas. I don't think it's sensational. I don't think it's fantastic. I don't think it's sci-fi. Guys, I think this is a actual animal that can only be found in the wind shadow of the Himalayan mountains that are marcated by the Great Wall of China. That wind shadow is a vast amount of land with an extremely unique biology. That's what I meant, biology. And in that wind shadow, there are glaciation bodies that right at the foot, at the toe, imagine, I'm gonna speak weird. The toga is the white garment flowing, billowing over the master, the the emanations of biological potentiality that comes off of this glacial toga of the great mountain. It has a very unique dynamic expression in the wind shadow of the Himalayan mountains. And therein, not only are there mushrooms and psychedelics we've never heard of or can't even imagine, but I think there is a salamander, an albino salamander of the highest potency. And potentially a person on their spiritual life journey, maybe a chosen golden child, something similar to the Eddie Murphy movie, would be raised in the utmost form of purity and would partake in a sequence, a sacred, sacramental sequence of firsts. The first time you taste salt, the first time you taste mint, all of these have a sacred pathway and should only be done in the certain sequence. And somewhere in that path, potentially, is the coming into communion with the Pindar, that is a sacred salamander that abides at the toe of the great Himalayan mountains, at the runoff of the glaciers there.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I want to touch on most of what you said, especially I want to go back to Atlantis because I was looking up. This is what got me into the Neanderthal and all those other proto-humans research recently. Is because I wanted to know where horses come from. It's like, where do horses come from? So I Googled it, and Google gave me a bunch of random, inconsistent answers. So I went to Yale University, some articles there, and they were like, well, the horse is from North America originally, and it transferred over to Europe, or they called it Western Eurasia. And I'm like, okay, but there's an ocean between them. So how did that how did that happen? And then I kept reading, and it's like, well, they explain that there used to be land or something that connected to, because there wasn't any transportation of horses with people. And I was like, what? Why don't they teach this in school? Like, what is going on? Why is this something that people in these universities know about, but the masses don't know anything about? And I was really surprised.
The Vedic society has taught about it though in India quite extensively. In India, they all know it.
All right.
They all know. It's called the Bharat, and it's Sri Lanka is the last part of that, which is, and they say that that land mass that goes off India from what's left of Sri Lanka sank, but they say that it connected them with the rest of the world.
Okay, makes sense. But that was it about Atlantis for me. And the other part of what you said about oof, darn, now I lost my train of thought. You said what did you say?
A series of sacraments, a series of firsts.
I remember now. I remember.
Okay.
The dude who's in prison in the Himalayas. It brought me to, there's a movie with Batman that's just like that, and there's another movie the Chinese made. It's called The Red Sea Turtle, and that's about that too. But aside from entertainment, what you explained, the albino salamander is Sobek in Egypt. It's also the dove that landed on Christ, which is I guess the Holy Spirit or something. And it's also Kalki in the Vedas, the next age after the Kali Yuga. And he's from Shambhala or whatever. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I was just like, what? Albino salamander? And I just watched a movie called Tale of Tales, which is about Italian witchcraft and folklore about a woman. I'm gonna research it later, probably tomorrow, because I'm tired now. But there's a queen who wants a baby. She can't get pregnant. So her husband asks a witch, what do we do? He's like, oh, you got to go defeat a sea serpent, magical sea serpent, and eat the heart, and you'll get pregnant. He's like, all right, it's easy. And I'm like, these rich people think everything's easy. So they go to the ocean, and they go down in there, and they see this giant albino fish salamander thing. And I was like, what? And then they took it, and she ate the heart. And she had an albino baby, albino son, and basically it. But what you said is interesting to me, because I wonder where the story of the Yeti comes from, which is similar to the Sasquatch. And I wonder where the, what do you call it? The vampire and the werewolf, which are the same thing, where do they come from? Because the vampire is basically an albino person, because he's got red eyes, red lips, gray hair, long nails, whatever, and he feeds on people's blood. But it's interesting to look at those motifs you mentioned, and thinking about Hollow Earth and all this stuff, and Gandalf the gray, and he turns into Gandalf the white, and it's just it's just and Sauron, who's white. It's all really connected to, I think it's connected to our bone structure, to be honest, because I also saw that Catholics, they love to make their cathedrals out of ivory, or not ivory, sorry, darn, there's a is it not limestone, some kind of white stone, I forgot what it's called. And they built most of their great basilica, however you call them, great cathedrals, over the bones of Jesus's disciples. And I thought that was interesting, which they claimed that their relics are the actual bones of the disciples. And it made me think, what about our canines, our teeth, even our bone marrow, and our way of growing up? Because there's a there's a theory I was reading in I forgot what college it was, but I was reading it last night, where it says that estrogen and testosterone affect babies in a very drastic way in the womb. If a woman is surrounded by a bunch of aggression, a bunch of testosterone, the child will be born with shorter extremities, shorter fingers, shorter digits, and they will be more aggressive, but also more brave than a child who's born who is surrounded by estrogen. But the estrogen child will have longer extremities, longer hair growth, longer lashes, all this stuff, and longer canines. And I wondered, how does that relate to the evolution of humanity in our geolocations? Because when you read Beowulf or any of those older Germanic stories, you'll see that the Nordic people, their form of religion was to eat each other. It's strange, but that's basically what you read about. They loved the smell of meat. They loved they enjoyed the war, the warring with each other, killing each other, blood, all this stuff. And when the Anglo-Saxons came over, they're like, you can't do this anymore. This is illegal. This is crazy. You guys are wrong. And they were like, no, like, we'll kick you out and we'll kill you instead.
Yeah.
But so they brought in the idea that I guess cannibalism and being exclusively carnivorous was anti-spiritual. And it makes me wonder about our heredity, our history, our DNA, because the Neanderthal and the other proto-humans, they really didn't like eating fruits and vegetables much. They ate meat more often. They had longer canines than the other humans in the what do you call it, Yemen, or that place over there near India, who ate much more plant-based things and had smaller canines. It was just interesting to relate.
It's very interesting that you bring up the cannibalism story, because the cannibalism that goes back, there are a lot of islands where there's been cannibalism. And for example, down in the southern and the Pacific islands where there was legends of tall, gigantic, red-haired white people that were eating the islanders. And I mean, they've got the island there today with the bones, and it's there, you know.
Yes, yes.
And
There's also redhead brown people who eat people also in South America.
exactly. Now, and in the Native American stories, there's stories of cannibalism, and in India, the Naga land. Now we're back to the Nagas again. They still eat people to this day sometimes. So Nagaland has got the history of this. Now the Nagaland, we're talking about going towards a certain point in the Himalayas as well. From there, you get access to a certain part of the Himalayas. Closing the circle here. And the Nagas, so we're talking now about this blending of the DNA, humans, and the 200 Grigori that came down, and how these Grigori basically blended their DNA with the humans, and they made this other race, which became the giants, or the Anakim, or whatever you want to call them, whichever tradition you want to follow the story from. But the story's out there, it's universal. And then these beings started to devolve backwards, become animalistic. So part of that human eating trend, I believe, was an occult practice to do with regaining powers. Because it's part of an ancient tradition that if you eat someone's heart, you gain their powers. In voodoo and certain practices, they still do this with animals. They still do this. When you go further back, we still have legends today about giants eating humans. Yeah, it's what our parents told us as kids, isn't it? The giants eat you, and it's really what was going on in the past. There were these giants. They were devolving. They were becoming beasts. They were becoming not humanoid anymore. They were losing their intelligence to a certain degree. They were becoming insane to another degree, and they were eating humans. And some of these beings were said to be incredibly large, huge beings. And obviously, these beings were dying. These beings, worse than death, a fate worse than death, they couldn't reincarnate. So they couldn't maintain their stasis here in this world. So they were going to be left behind. When this world gets destroyed, you see, when the center of the galaxy, which is the pole star, changes from one pole star to another star, the universe blinks out of existence, according to Vedic stories, and then comes back into existence again after that. And then there's a new world created. You know, Bible, all of that story. Well, this is the fourth world, according to the Theosophists and the Anthroposophists. So we're in the fourth world now. 3 times in the previous, the worlds have been destroyed, right? And in the destruction of the world is remade. And so each time the pole star realigns, the entire galaxy goes out of existence, which is rather interesting because now we're talking about the axis mundi again, right? How important this axis mundi is for the routing of consciousness into form, huh? And how important it is for our energy body, and the spine being a reflection of the axis mundi in the physical body, which is why we've got the 33 points running through the spine, fundamental to understanding the way in which this, you know, the Merkaba works, the energetic system that maintains consciousness in the physical form. So when we look at this closely, we start to see there's this connection with this. So that it does stand to reason that the shifting of these central galactic centers are really quite fundamental to the blinking out of existence and blinking into existence of the yugas explained in India. Now, there are other stories that say that the giants knew that there was one of the leaders that had 2 dreams. This is how it goes back. If you go and look at the Book of Giants, the Book of Ogia, and other texts related to the Ogia, the giants had been having prophetic dreams that they were going to be destroyed. So some of them started going underground. And albino, this is connected to albino, right? So the pigment in our skin is from the sun, right? What happens if you go and live underground for a long period of time? What's going to happen to your skin? Is it going to look albino?
You're going to come out like an albino Draco Alpha Draconian.
Exactly. So there must have been beings that were living in the earth for a long period of time, escaping the catastrophes. And so there's something to be said about this albino connection with the underground. And now we're back to the story of the volcano. Huh?
Right.
What's this exploding volcano all about? Maybe the volcano hasn't exploded yet.
All right.
All right.
So Hawaii. Okay, so Sigmund Freud wrote a book, and this is a broad statement. It's an overly broad brush. It's an over homogenization because there's such many different counter arguments that I can't bring to bear. But Sigmund Freud posited that Yahweh is a volcano god. I am of many minds on that. I think he's also many other elemental potentialities in other places because he went so far and wide. But that is a very profound avenue to look at through because Hawaii in reverse is Yahweh. Hawaii in my read is the moon card. I've done the Tarot Tories work where I've put the major arcana I put the zodiac on a map, then I put the major arcana in its place, and the moon card lands in Hawaii. It's so apropos. So this the belief in evolution and gradualism, while also holding the belief in catastrophism, are actually two contrary philosophies. And I'm still sorting out where I am with that. But if you believe in evolution, then and again, all broad statements. I understand there are counter arguments here. So let me just get to the end here. Evolution means that all that is as it should be, and we are protected by some benevolent forces looking out for us because we got here with the grand design that was set in motion and maybe went through some trouble along the way, but it's the result that we're here now because of this grand arcing design. But then you're also adhering to the catastrophism, which means that there were actually challenges or breaks and bottlenecks, and maybe there were only 30 women at one time that actually had to breed back humanity, and that there was maybe a little too much keeping it in the family during an ice age. You know what I mean? These things are really profound to know how they contradict each other. This is also what has morphed into God versus Satan. The benevolent versus the malevolent. But I want to put all of that aside, all of that big picture, Genesis to now. I want to put that aside, and I just want to focus on what we started with, and that is that the most important evolution that there is in your life is in the womb. That is the first preeminent prime ordeal, is you're getting here through the womb. And the fact that you made it through that, think of how profound of a expansive metaphor it is that you might have had a twin. You might have had a twin and you might have had to consume the twin. So there was a cannibalism in the womb. There was a bottlenecking of the population of the world. And you were the one who came. You're the alpha. You vanquished all that adversity, and you came here to be here now. And that happened in your lifetime. And the magnitude and the profundity of that is enough. It is sufficient. We don't need to go thinking that Genesis to now and that the gods got my back because of Genesis. No. You got here from your mama, and that is a miracle. That's a miracle. That's all the evolution you ever need to really ever think about or talk about or engage in. And adhering to this other evolution and externalizing to the mystagogues of science and scientific optimism and believing university, no S on the end. There's no S on the end of university. Catholicism and university, it's the same word. There's no S on the end. Externalizing yourself to all of that is fun and productive. It gets a lot of things said. But the real profound evolution was from your mama. Give thanks and praise. And I just want to say that isn't it so profound how these metaphors unpack from the individual onto some sort of grand corpus, some Leviathan collective thing that's totally removed from you. It has a lot of power. It feels very, it feels heavy, but it's enough for the individual to have made it through the womb. We made it through that ice age, And I just want to, and seems like I'm leaning into solipsism. That's not where I'm trying to go. I just want to say it's so profound how the metaphors of the collective are just expanding out the individual's experience and externalizing it from the individual as well. And an example of this is Venus is a climate change nightmare furnace inferno of global warming. That's our mother. Well, look over here at Mars. What's up with Dad? Nuclear fallout. We probably blew that planet up Wait a second. Global warming is the mother threat. Nuclear fallout is the father threat. The planetary descriptions are the two primary threats on the ego of humanity. Climate change, nuclear fallout. Mommy, daddy. Isn't that some shit? And now take what I just said, this recipe, this format, this template, and put it in your pocket, because it's going to happen over and over and over. They're going to expand the trauma of being here into something way out of your hands. And I just want everybody to understand that you can relocalize these myths to something that you can actually touch and believe that it affects you. I can believe that my parents thinking that climate change should bring shame upon generations to come. That's something I can handle. That's something that's in my grasp that I can deal with in my immediate vicinity. And then over here, Dad is worried about Ukraine. Dad's worried. Well, guess what? In Ukraine, you're spelling nuke rain. When you say in Ukraine, subconsciously, you're saying nuclear rain. These are by design. These are all by design. And I just want to bring light to our words that we're actually, in so many ways, climate change is it's actually unpacks into the metaphor or the mythology of Pandora. Pandora is the climb bitch agony. She was instilled with the spirit of a bitch in heat. And so climate change is actually claiming bitch agony, which is what Pandora would do. She's a sex bot, by the way. So that's the matriarchal angst and grief, all packaged up neatly into something so magnificently beyond us that we can't do anything to change it. But guess what? No. That is custom made for the ladies. And then over here for the fellas, you got in Ukraine. We're going to blow the fuck out of everybody if we don't pay our taxes. So I just want to keep everybody localized with what you can deal with. It's enough that Mama's worried about climate change, Daddy's worried about nuclear fallout, and sure enough, those are the planetary bodies to the left and to the right of the baby right here, the present, the gift of this moment. Don't let them take you off your center, y'all. Don't let them take you off your center. All this talk of evolution, it's all good and fun, but there's something way more local to it. It's a am I making sense? Do you see this echo that the local, small, immediate?
Totally. And it actually brings us right back to the topic of this conversation.
Yeah.
Because you've got Venus and you've got Mars. And you've got Mars representing the physicalizing force of the passions, representing the principle of causality, the sixth hermetic principle. You can consider Venus as being the principle of cognition. And cognition is essentially running the mind, emotions, thoughts, cognitive process. And then you've got the way in which the cognitive process manages and manifests the physical body. And there you have the communication between physical and gods. If you consider emotions to be divine and spirituality, and you consider body to be physical and mundane, Mars and Venus represent these two poles, and Mercury is what joins them. So Mercury then becomes the agent of learning, and learning becomes the agent of bringing together the mind and the body. Like you were saying, martial arts is essentially what learning is. So the conditioning, the education that they've given us, and the use of mercurial technologies, the black mirror in our hands and our screens and laptops and TVs and whatever else they're billboarding at us, basically is these two principles being taught to us. And it's interesting how the universe is a fractal, because now we need to look at the matrix for a moment, right? So the universe really is a fractal if we consider it microscopically and macrocosmically. So it would stand to reason that our microscopic realities within us would be reflected on the global level around us. So what does this represent? Okay, so homeostasis is this feminine principle, and the nervous system is this masculine principle. For the nervous system is manifesting on the physical plane, the thoughts, and the homeostasis is manifesting the spiritual plane into the body through the emotions, right? Because homeostasis is governed by the hypothalamus, which is essentially Ida, which is essentially governed by the pituitary, which is essentially what's managing the hormones, and hormones are the emotions that we're experiencing, as opposed to the pineal, which is the masculine side of the coin, which is the electrical impulses running through the nerves. And the electrical impulses are what actually keep the body together. The electricity is what maintains the cohesive structure to keep these feminine aspects bonded to each other in a single unity, unified expression of the physical form. So we've got this in our bodies, we've got this around us in the world, and then we've got this on a bigger level in our solar system. And if we start to look beyond our solar system, what have we got going on? Well, we've got, well, as we were saying, we've got the three stars of Orion's belt. Now, does Orion's belt represent the Ouroboros, the magician card? What is Orion's belt? Because we were talking about Orion's belt being, you know, there's this line dividing. So what is this division line? And why is it related to the toric field? You know, the toric field of our entire galaxy, if you will, being wrapped into each other as an expression. So, and if we go beyond this, what are we talking about? We're looking at the various eons, and you mentioned Aeon being a god. Aeon, there's many Aeons, by the way. This actually comes from the Gnostic writings of the first Aeon, the second Aeon, and the different Aeons that followed. And Dios Peter, or Jupiter, or the principle of what we can consider as Christos or whatever, as an archetype, and all the expression of the first Aeon is the first Aeon, which is the body of the first Aeon was taken apart to form all the other Aeons. So that body of the first Aeon is in all the other Aeons. It's the glue that bonds everything together. So we're looking at Mercury as being the expression that brings all the other things together. We're looking at Christos as being the thing that brings everything together, brings us all together, communion, all of this. Then we're looking at the way in which the Ouroboros represents Orion's belt of the beginning and the head and the tail. Now, interesting how you said about Ketu being head first instead of Rahu in the Greek school. Yeah, we're looking at the same thing. Maybe when you're coming into this universe from the other side, you see it back to front. So there's a lot to be considering here, like where we came from. The source of where we came from is obviously a greater. So our bodies are going to reflect the fractal nature of being. And so the whole system is like a code. It's a numerological code that is expressed through everything. Our bodies are expressing these numerological codes. Our DNA, and we were talking about DNA earlier, and this is rather interesting when you consider the caduceus as representing the DNA. And all these beings that have been created, there are legends that speak about how when the 200 fallen had realized that they couldn't procreate and that they couldn't create a lineage, and without a lineage they were going to get lost in the annals of time when the world was destroyed and created, because you have to be putting down new stock to keep up with the times, so to speak. And they were experimenting with, obviously, humans, but what's bestiality? You know, how are they experimenting with animals? What beings were created. What is a cyclops? Or was it actually a being that was created? I believe it was. I mean, there seems to be enough stories about this actual cyclops, and we just assume that these aren't real beings. But it stands to reason that they were, in the same way that the white salamander doesn't have to be a metaphor, you know, it can be a real being. And so a lot of what we speak of in history, giants, were they a metaphor? No, the giants were real beings, you know. And they were really preying on human beings. They were really aggressive, violent, bloodthirsty beings that would celebrate by eating their enemies, right? So there's a lot being said here in this polarity between Mars and Venus, and Mercury being the caduceus that brings it all together, the DNA. And it's interesting when you look at DNA and you look at the Chaldean cipher. Speaking of Chaldean cipher, where's Carlisle? I hope he's okay. Speaking of Chaldean cipher, his name comes into my head. So much love, shout out to Carlisle. We missed him here tonight, but I'll speak to him, and I hope he's good. I hope all's going well with him. 555, and that was the number on all the TV shows in the 80s. 555, 555. Yeah. All the telephone numbers in Hollywood were 555. So that's spelling out DNA. Isn't that quite interesting? It's just a subtle little hint, but there's something being said here. And so when we look at this DNA situation, you've got the RNA, you've got the DNA, you've got the two serpents, right? And they're both wound around the wand. And so the wand is what connects the RNA and the DNA. So this evolutional process is essentially these two serpents operating together. And so they are mirrored in each other. The one is the decoder, the one is the code. And so caduceus does represent this in a sense, which is why it's the wand of medicine. Obviously, as the caduceus represents this two aspects of the DNA RNA field, which is an acoustic field. This is the thing we forget. We think of DNA as structures, but it's actually very fast spinning things, right? It's an acoustic resonating field, and RNA is the same. So there's now you were talking about the call, the sound, huh? I forget what it was specifically, but now we've got the same thing in the microcosm here that we're seeing in the galaxy. The RNA and the DNA, call, receive, call, receive. So it's the call being shouted out and heard, and the DNA and the RNA are the way in which this is decoding what is happening in the galaxy. So our DNA, if we could shrink ourselves down small enough and go into our DNA, would we be in the galaxy? I mean, just how tightly wound is this Ouroboros? What does this Ouroboros really mean, right? Are we looking at our body out there? Here's one of my theories. Are we actually looking at our body out there? And the Ouroboros has twisted us inside out, upside down, back to front, inverted, but convoluted in a way that the nature of the fractal universe is way much more profound than we could imagine. And is that why magic works? Is that why we can change the world when we change ourselves? Because we're looking at ourselves out there in the stars. And are those stars that are so dead, what are we really looking at? You know, these are questions that go through my mind.
Yeah, man. Yeah. The more I study the stars, the more I find that they are deeply integrated into our language. So deeply, for generations going all the way back. And in many languages. In fact, the more languages I learn, the more it proves the idea that the shared whereabouts are baked into our mythology and the way we describe things. Yeah, it is so helpful to have the anatomical zodiac, in your mind, because that is like the universal language. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like what you guys said. It is really interesting when you look at it because, in the old days, they called the sky the um, the blanket, a blanket of many colors, and then they changed it after a while to call it the sea of the gods, where they traveled. And when I go into Hebrew and think about what you're saying, or what you both are saying, I start to think about Sobek, the albino crocodile, who swims across the primordial waters and eats all the negative deities. I guess he's like a protector, but he's also not, because um, I guess when the Greeks came, they liked Sobek because he was feared. They're like, oh, this is a scary guy. People are scared of him. Let's and he's white, so they sort of like hijacked him or her. I think Sobek's a woman. They hijacked her and said that if your children come out fair, then they will gain riches, because Sobek is like the dragon of abundance. Um, but it also makes me wonder about semen, about the what do you call it, proton missiles, proton, and it makes me think of the snake, which is Nakash, and it makes me wonder, like, sperm is like a tadpole, it's like a snake, it has a tail. And when you look at old Hebrew script, or old Hebrew hieroglyphs and old Paleo, not sorry, old Egyptian hieroglyphs and Paleo Hebrew scripts, you'll see that water and progeneration is represented by the letter M, which is like water, and also the letter N, which is snake, or like a kind of squiggly thing. And it makes me think about uh, DNA, or just um, existence in general. When you look at, when they tell you about the universe in science, or what do you call it, astronomy, they tell you the sun is moving and we're moving around the sun like atoms or whatever. And I sort of believe this, sort of don't, because just studying what you experience in life, you start to question even the moon. Like, why does the earth cover the moon and make the same shapes over and over and over and over and over and over again? Why? And why is it shaped the way it is? And why is this shape used in so many images? Like, I want to go into Mercury, since we're on the topic. Mercury, people don't understand that the thing on top of the circle in Mercury is the moon, which represents Leviathan, or the bull. And people don't really get that it represents transformation from. So the cross at the bottom represents your spine, but it also represents water. Then the circle represents fire. So it's basically saying water and fire becoming water and fire again. Like, it's like it's trying to tell you that what is water is together out of Earth, like out of the firmament, whatever you want to call it, the atmosphere, whatever. In space, those things are more together than apart. And I feel like when you look at Mercury and Venus, like you said, Gabriel, when I read the Iliad, I understood that a lot of the gods, in when you try to look at it in a Latin perspective, or a Roman perspective, sorry, when you look at it in a Roman perspective, it's they try and replicate history for their own what do you call it, boasting. The Romans do. Everything they write, everything we learn these days of ancient history is just Romans being like, we're great. It's just how they are. When you go in America, you see the same thing. So when I read the Iliad, Ares, which is the female who caused the whole Trojan problem, is actually Mars. But her counterpart, which is strange because it's a woman again, which is Aphrodite, also caused conflict in Paris, and she represents Venus. But Zeus represents both of those things at once. But he's Jupiter. He's not Mercury. So where why is it that he actually represents Mercury but he's not called Mercury? And why are those two things reflected in the Greek retelling of love, which is Zeus's name meaning, which is, they used to write his name as IOVE, and then also JOVE, or Peter, Jupiter. It means father of, I don't know, progeneration, abundance, all this stuff. So it's like love, basically, what they're saying. And I don't want to really understand why, if Jupiter is the amalgamation of these two things, which is love, why do Greeks spend so much time teaching it? Because when you look at Roman, the word, when you brought up a word one time, Gabriel, I forgot what word it was, but I Googled and it actually meant one who is without love. And it's the dude's name in that new superhero movie, the bad guy.
Is it Antares?
No. The one in the new Black Panther. He's got the flying feet, but he's a waterman or something.
Oh yeah, that guy is man. He is something to unpack, isn't he?
Let me see what his name is, real quick.
Yeah, he's got the mercurial boots, but he's aquatic, which brings out Mercury's real. It's hydrogen. It's a hydrogen.
His name is Neymar, which is Roman backwards, like you said.
Oh wow! And that's the nature of Mercury. He goes back and forth. So like both Strophodon writing, reading in two directions, so mercurial. Yeah.
Exactly.
This is exactly how we started the conversation about how Mercury and how Zeus and Sagittarius is shooting both towards the past and the future, but he does it by the personality of Mercury, who is actually Zeus.
Exactly.
Like Mercury.
Exactly. That's what I got from reading the Iliad, but also reading the Bible. Because the Bible sort of like, it's not just the Bible though. It's also understanding the Romans themselves, because they're not really what they say. So anyway, when you really look at it all from that perspective, I saw that exactly what you said, that Zeus, Hermes are the same. Like also, what's his name? Hades' son. I forgot his name. Zephrus, whatever his name is, but he's just got fire on his feet, and he does the same thing. He goes from Olympus and back, and it's just almost like Persephone. Like she goes from the real world to Hades and then back, and also like Hades is what's his name, the boat guy. What's the guy?
Chiron.
Yeah, who takes you from in the river of Styx. He's also doing the same thing, and people are afraid of Hades' son with the fire feet, and they're also afraid of Chiron, but they're not afraid of Hermes or Zeus. But some cults actually fear Hermes, and if you look at it, it's really interesting why they do, because they say he can change shapes. They give him like a attributions to Pan, the gods Pan, who can change forms just like Zeus. And so when I was reading the story, Eros, which is discord, who is Mars, and Aphrodite, who is Venus, who is love, beauty, whatever, they teach that these things can have ill effects on the life of a human, or the life of the spiritual journey. And I wonder, why do they spend so much time making poems about love in this way, trying to teach people the disastrous effects of love, which goes into the story of what's his name? the guy Achilles, who is also similar to that volcano we talked about. Who he gets put into a female school to hide who he is, to hide that he's a boy. But when they play a trumpet, like Gabriel said, Odin shouts in Odin's throne, which is the north nod and the south nod, the Ouroboros.
Yep.
When they sound the trumpet, Achilles is the only girl who reacts in a protective way. And they were like, "Oh, that's a dude. You're coming with us to war." And it's just interesting when you look at instincts and the power of the mind and the body in harmony. You really can't override your instincts ever. There's some kind of a thing where you got to sneeze, you have to focus on that sneeze to either stop the sneeze or sneeze in a controlled way. Or if you want to burp, you have to either burp or think about that burp to burp in a controlled way. Or if you want to flatulate, whatever, all these things happen to you spontaneously. And it's also like infatuation. It happens to you instantaneously. So they're almost saying that Jove, Jupiter, love, Aries, discord, Mercury, Mars, Venus, all these planets in the what do you call it? The hermetic text. These planets have a sort of impulsive or sort of pull on you that you can't escape, which is a metaphor for your DNA, how you're made. And I thought that was interesting, which is why I like Christianity, and also like other religious things, like what is it called? Dharma. I like Dharma because it's almost like teaching the same thing Christianity teaches. But Christianity tries to teach you that when you deny your impulses, you get more spiritually mature. It's also in the Secret of the Golden Flower, Taoism. They teach the same thing. When you try and deny your impulsive things that are going on and actually introspect them, you become like Mercury, or balanced between the what do you call it? The dystopian or the dysmonistic aspects of the two.
Mars and Venus.
Yes, Mars and Venus. And you become both at once, which is in the symbol itself, which is the sun and the moon. It's in the symbol itself.
And Jove is that connecting. Jove is the substance of all of this. So we're talking about the first eon was broken up so that Mars and Venus and Mercury could be created out of its body. But look at the word Jove. Look at how, and without getting into a religious story here, look at what the Jewish people, look at how they butchered the Tetragrammaton. Yeah, they butchered it.
But they're not
Jehovah, really, really, Jehovah. It sounds more like Jove to me.
It is.
So
the V.
You see this connection?
The V and the U are, and I don't know why in Western English they made us not know that in Latin they wrote the V as the U, so it's actually Jehovah, and Yahweh is actually Yahweh. The W was a U. That's why they call it double V in France and in Spain. They don't call it W like we do in English because that's how they used to say it. So you're right. It is exactly the same as Jupiter. It's Jove.
So I have all the Greek pantheon is I've given them stations on the Enneagram. And the stations on the Enneagram, they comport to the personalities of these deities in a absolutely gratifying way. And in another really fun way, we embody the spirit of the deities from time to time, given different circumstances and situations. And so the Enneagram is a 1 through 9 circle. But what's really cool is there are it's called the internal triad and an internal heptad. So there's a 3 and a 6 on the relationship within those numbers. I'll show you. Like you guys know the 369 vortex math that Tesla was all about. So I come at this with a mythological flair, and see if I can. And Jove is a 7. Jupiter, the planet Jupiter, is a 7. And what's cool about this is like a paternal, 8 is Saturn, which was his father. All right. But what's neat about Jove, Jupiter being the number 7 is that a fascinating mathematical truth comes out of the number 7 that I mean, we could go on and on. We already talked about the 7 ladies, the 7 days of the week, and all the rainbow and all the things 7. Well, there's something else that brings this lovely design to life, and that is any single digit number other than 9 or 0 that you divide by 7 is going to reveal the internal heptad. So it'll be, let's just go with 1 divided by 7. We'll give you a 142857, 142857 over and over. And you'll notice the pattern skips the 369 triad. And that is any single digit number. You're going to get the same sequence. And so Jupiter, Job, being number 7 and getting down with all the other energies, being such a jovial slut and opening up other potentialities and giving birth to chimeras and mythology, is true to the number 7 in the Enneagram. And my read on Yahweh is he is a number 5 persona. And that's also Mercury. And also covenants, agreements, exchange. The personality thing is gets really convoluted, but I just wanted to point out that the 5 and the 7 are directly connected. In the nature of that connection on the inside of the heptad, you can study the Enneagram and you'll learn much about these relationships to the personality types that are represented by number. And now I'm not going to make the leap to say that all number 7s are jovial. And I'm not going to make a leap to say that all number 5s are Yahweh-esque or mercurial. That's not what I'm getting at. But the relationships have consistency. They have a fascinating... So you guys are asking about the Yahweh and the Job. Well, that is a literal relationship in the Enneagram. And so it just kind of tickles me how the pantheon of the gods, they do have like a blocking, an agreement, an accord. They have an accord as to how they relate to one another. So I just find that really fun. If anybody wants to come over to the Slick Distant channel, I've done my best to try to convey these things visually, because so much of what I do is visual. And it helps so that the gods don't get, they don't get over conglomerated. You know, I think that, I know that the Norse think of Wotan as mercurial because he's a 3-parter. But Wotan is a storm god, which is not very mercurial on my read of it. So I do a lot of work to try to disambiguate what keeps colliding together and like sticking to each other in interesting ways that make sense. They really make sense, but it just helps to kind of, I don't want to say segregate, but that kind of is what it is. We're segregating the spirit of these beings.
You mean Wotan is in Woden?
Yes.
Yeah. As in Woden's Day.
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
The day of Mercury.
Yes. That bonds it all together, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the day of marriage.
Yep.
Yes.
So traditionally marriages would have been on a Wednesday.
That's right.
Because Mercury is the... And Woden is actually Odin.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And
yeah.
Odin lost his one eye, or gave up his one eye, in order to be able to see all of time. Now, to see forwards, to see back, and to see all space. And so we're talking about quantum entanglement. And now we're talking about thine eye let thine eye be single. So there's another deep little revelation coming with this single eye story. It's suggesting subtly something else here, but there's very interesting parallels there. And another thing is I believe he had a special helmet with wings on the side of the hair on the helmet.
Totally.
In
Yeah.
the same
Well,
way
yeah,
that
other charms.
Mercury did. So
Right.
Mercury being related to the ocean is related to the storm. And this is how Zeus and Mercury are intertwined, if that makes sense. This is where you start to see the crossover from Zeus to Mercury, because it's all one thing. It's all Zeus. But Zeus was a bit too complicated to understand on his own, so it had to be understood conceptually in terms of its polarities of Mars and Venus and Mercury that operates between the polarities of Mars and Venus. But this is all the body of the storm god.
Right. And Jupiter, the planet, has the great red spot, which is the monai, it's the money. It is reducing. It's actually shrinking just in time for the value of that dull air, the idol in the air, to reduce its value. But just a fun kind of overlap. Number 7 in the symposium is Socrates, the mystagogue of science, mystagogue of science, and he boasts because his mother was a midwife. He is a midwife, and his special talent is to draw out your soul. And that is fascinating because planetarily, it's almost as though Jupiter is birthing planets out of that storm. And some people do believe that, like, Venus was born out of the eye of Jupiter, which, in a really fun way, that comports to the gods and goddesses and the generations that came out of Zeus. So it's kind of neat to think of the Great Red Spot as like a birthing channel or a portal through which other planets came.
Yeah, especially Athena, like you mentioned with Eric, her son, Eric Donos, whatever.
Yeah.
Like Athena was born out of Zeus's forehead.
Right, like a brainchild.
Could those gases be creating certain resonant fields that open quantum entanglement field and produce wormholes that actually translocate heavenly bodies when things or conditions are just correct, to actually looks like it's coming out of that planet, but it's a gate.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So let's throw in the fact that all descriptions of Job are Zeus, Jupiter. He's got gray curly hair. He's covered in boils. His ribs are showing. He's tormented. He's the traveler. The word Job is to trabajar, is to do all the work. He's in labor, laboring. It's the birther. This is the mother feeder. Mother feeder. Tell you what. And that's fascinating that it comports to Socrates being a midwife of ideas. Ideos, high gods.
I have a question about something, Gabriel. Is Plato a student of Socrates or not?
According to the stories, yes, he would have. He was too young to have been in the symposium. He tells the story third hand, but he is he is the provider of the imagery that is that room of the philosophs, the philosophorum, the philosopher room, philosophorum.
Okay, that's interesting because I hope this doesn't sound weird, but I've been decoding the Bible recently, especially Jesus stuff, and I realized Jesus dissed Plato like hardcore. He called him a demon, basically by they have a guy in there called Bartimaeus, and Bar means son, and Timaeus is the great book of Plato, which explains a lot of scientific things. And Bartimaeus was blind, so it's basically saying this scientific way of thinking that is the book of Timaeus blinds you spiritually, and Jesus had to heal him of that.
Yeah. Yes.
So I wondered if Socrates is a problem or not. Now it makes me wonder, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So between Athens and Jerusalem, we have the two wings of faith and reason, which St. Augustine said, faith and reason are the two wings with which a man, and ladies too, must work to lift themselves up, between your faith and your reason. And in that balance between those two worlds, those two expressions of being, a person finds in the middle is morality. Between your faith and your reason is how you find morality. And this is really beautiful because somebody has said, what is there that is common between Athens and Jerusalem? And the answer is this happy medium that produces morality. Now I want to mess with everybody's map of Europe for a moment. If you'll keep Athens in its place and you swing Jerusalem, which is Old Testament, where it should be, but let's swing it to a New Testament. Let's swing Jerusalem over to Barcelona, Spain, for a New Testament, for another telling of a new way. And if you do put the New Testament in Barcelona and you keep the Greeks' philosophy in Athens, right in the middle is Rome, Italy. And Rome, Italy is an anagram for morality.
Wow.
And so, between philosophy and faith, if you put your faith in Barcelona, in between the happy medium is Rome, Italy.
Wow. Because I have a friend who is he's a Catalan, and he taught me all of his history, and I was like, what?
Yeah, man.
So people who don't know, the Catalans are the troubadours of Rome. They spread stories by singing and spreading joy with songs and stuff.
I was just listening to that song last night, Van Morrison's Troubadours. I highly recommend it. Wow, yeah. It's so synchronous we're talking today, buddy.
Yeah, so the Catalans, they understand their language a lot more than most cultures. Like, for example, their word for red, their word for purple is the same word for blood in their language. And they understand that purple means royalty. It also means the mix of left and right, which is blue and red. And they understand all this stuff. And it makes me wonder, maybe that's why they're so prosecuted. Like that's like in their country, they don't have their own government. That people hate them. Like people hate Catalans in Spain.
There is something so profound going on here, man. I had a friend also, so I resonate with the story that he was such a marvelous being. He was a musician, and he had learned from gypsies, like legitimate Romas had taught him how to play the cajon, you know? So, and he taught me so much. And it was in the time that that Catalan was going through the revolution, right before the lockdowns. Do you remember that?
Yep, I do.
And they had their president had to go into exile, had to go to Brussels. I mean, the intrigue and the political implications of what was really going on there. I don't think the world will ever know what's going on in the back channels, but it's literally a linchpin keystone location. I'm just going to spitball a bunch of things, and I think they are all related and to each their own on that. But Barcelona is the crab in the lion. Barce is crab in reverse. Leona is the lion. You put them together and you are looking at a powerful convergence of clipping the lion, of castrating. Bartholomew is a brith a la mule. It's brissing the donkey. The donkey is the keystone, is Cancer, is Socrates, is the big question of it all. I know I sound crazy, but I want to say this. Tom Carberry has a wonderful channel. Everybody should go check out Tom Carberry. He believes that the New Testament took place in Barcelona, Spain. I believe him powerfully. I believe him so powerfully. And that history of those events has been washed away and in a deluge of swine. They inundated the populace with pig. And the memory of the events in that location are so pivotal and so important. They're working very hard to remove people's acknowledgement of the wild controversy out of there. But it's the birthplace of the UCC codes. This is the birthplace of the Uniform Commercial Code. One of the the proto UCC codes come out of Barcelona. And if the Christ and the New Testament, which probably happened in the 1300s, took place in Barcelona, then having a code that we all have to dress up in is actually circumcision. You can't buy, sell, or trade without the mark of the beast. That is circumcision. That is the uniform that you have to wear to adhere to the UCC codes, all born out of Barcelona, Spain. Something happened there that we dress up as the New Testament much more recently, and it was so heinous that to look at it is just utter confusion. It's utter confusion. There's so much scarring around it. But I'm quite convinced that the New Testament is not as old as we're told, and I think it took place outside of Barcelona. You can look through the geography of the New Testament, and it fully comports to the layout of the city there. Is that a wild claim or what?
It's crazy, but I like it. It makes me think about when I studied the Iliad, and for myself, I understood that the Greeks are really smart. The Greeks knew somehow they could see far ahead in time, where they knew that just because someone speaks a language doesn't mean they are of that origin. Like, for example, I speak English, but I'm not European. So,
Oh, you are.
Soraya was trying to.
go ahead.
What were you saying, Soraya? We haven't heard much of Soraya.
No, I was very silent, listening the entire time. But I was,
Okay, I thought you
I was responding to Gabriel when he said that he felt that the New Testament isn't as old as they claim it to be, but it isn't. Because if you look at the way it's formulated, it relates more to the time that we are in now than it would relate to the time where it was supposed to be about.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Shout out Mudflood.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah.
And it all.
A bit funny then.
I think that to a strange degree, to believe that it happened further back is almost a bigger ask of the individual. And if you agree to that, you're giving a bigger tithing. It feels like your faith is stronger because it reaches back 1,300 extra years. So therefore, it has that much more power. And this is kind of playing into what I said earlier about how, evolution is so long ago that we're going to talk about it like it relates to my life now, when in fact, what happened in my mama's belly is more important than any evolution that university is going to talk about. Same kind of formula here with putting your faith in Jesus was in the year 0. is a bigger offering of your faith. And because of that, it has more power or potency. But I think that if we bring it in closer or more immediate to us now, it's more honest. And it's not less on faith, it's more on philosophy. It's more on what can be proven. It's more Athenian to see Jesus in 1300s. And it's much more Jerusalem blind, turn, yes, sir, whatever you tell me, sir, my ego is underneath you, to say that it happened in the year 0. So I think I'm actually claiming some of my faith back, some of what I would have been giving as a believer, to say, no, it wasn't the year 0. That was actually Cleopatra. The year 0 is Cleopatra. What happened in the 1300s, that was the man. That was the reason why we have to adhere to a uniform commercial code today.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gabriel. What are you looking at?
I think I'm seeing 2 praying mantises getting it on. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys want to look? You want to see? Look at these guys. Can you see them?
Oh, that's beautiful. I love praying mantises. They're like the sign of protection.
Are they clear? I can't tell if you can see them.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I see them right there.
And the one is really big. Speaking of men getting cut,
He's about to get eaten. But what I wanted to say was that in the Iliad, you can see the Greeks, they don't agree with the Romans' way of warring and killing people and raping people. That's the whole point of it, really. Well, one of the main points of the Iliad, because they bring down Ares, the god of war, to it's like some kind of a wimp. Like they bring Wotan as some kind of a wimpy comedic relief character in the whole story, and it just it kind of demolishes in a political way for people to go against warfare and pillaging of the neighboring countries when you can in fact just get along and do trades more frequently, which is kind of the point of the Trojan War, because you see the commerce between them is I guess I won't say, well, a woman, Helen, is the ability to procreate with someone who's pure in a way, something that's going to, I don't know, that's going to bring you honor to your family. And I feel like that's like a thing where a lot of us really don't understand why there's a lot of wars, especially in Europe, when they're all family. Like the whole every royal family is related. So it's like, why are we killing each other? Especially when what is his name, King what was it, King Henry? King Henry was fighting his uncle, the France guy. I was like, why are they killing each other? Like, what is this? Then I realized I had to ask someone. And they said that's like sports back then. That's how sports were back then. I was like, bruh.
Prostitution. War. They're warring. Doing it for money.
Right? This is where the whore king clash. In your household, in everybody's household, there's a whore king. I whore myself out when I go and move furniture for people, do whatever they tell me for the rest of, they become my king. I have to make myself small so I can get paid at the end of the day. So I become a whore king. Do you get it?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's interesting though, because in a way you're not really a whore, because if Jesus was here, he'd say, I'm telling you to go catch a fish and you'll get 2 coins out of it. So that's what you're doing when you're moving your furniture around for other people. You're just serving God, really.
You know what's funny about that?
What is
the drachma collapsed in 2008. It was the drachma that was in the fish that he told them to go and get. And the drachma is no longer, as of 2008, that's a 28, very sacred number. And that's the year that the housing collapse happened.
Yeah. Also, I think Greece, they lost their monetary value also with their thing.
Around that time?
Yeah, around 2008. And it's interesting.
something profound around the collapse of the drachma, because that's the she drake. Drachma.
Yeah, it's actually what is it? The fish god in Egypt. When God did the plague, that fish god is the same god as Mammoth. Is it Dagon? Is that the god?
That sounds right. It was either that or Nomo.
Yeah, one of those.
Dagon. That's where the Pope's hat comes from.
Yeah. So I was like, wow, Dagon is that old, and it's about greed. The demon of greed is Dagon, and he's a fish dude. Like, what? I was surprised.
And that's what the Pope is really personifying.
Yes.
He's got all of Dagon's toys.
He's wearing the capisci. He's got the cap of Pisces. Capisci? Capisci?
Wow. I wondered, I was asking God recently. I said, God, is Catholicism satanic? Because they don't do anything Jesus said. They do everything opposite. And I like Catholics. Like, I really do. Everyone I meet, I like them. But man, everything they do is what Jesus said not to do. And I'm like, what is going on? What's happening?
It's like a cat hole lick.
It's like a cat hole lick. It's a cat-ass trophy. He's wearing a cat-ass trophy on his head.
But it's so weird because like they have all the disciples' burials. They have all the clothes, all the relics. They have everything, but they're evil. What?
Well, I got some kind of weave on this. It's not absolute or complete, but this is give thanks to our brother Chance Garton. He dropped this idea. It's actually a geometric puzzle or riddle, and it is that if you have 3 points on a triangle, no matter where you move, if you choose to move at all, ideologically, you inevitably are drawn into one or the other corner when you recoil from an idea. And so if you put the Abrahamic faiths in a triangle on a piece of paper and you just think about what is an idol? What is an idol? Well, one corner, the idol is going to be a song or a story or a book, the Talmud. And the other corner, the idol is going to be a sacred geometry, another song, but definitely not an image or an icon. No false statues, no graven images. Definitely not if you're over in this corner. But then you go to the Catholic corner, which is Catholic, right? We're being very specific. And the Catholics are all about that idol. They're all about the stone, the gold, the bones, the mirrors, the accoutrement, all the material things that you can pass, buy, sell, trade, move around, have dominion over, materialism, but sacred materialism. And then so it makes a very interesting trap that when you recoil from Catholicism, you're actually backing into one of the other two corners. And then another fascinating word is hierophilia. Hierophilia is the sexualized obsession with holy artifacts.
Oh.
And that is a byproduct of the Sibylline oracles, who one of their last bastions was just north of Rome in the Cumae Sibyls. The Cumae Sibyls were one of the last, most recent incarnations that the public is aware of. Everything I say, I'm probably wrong in the private, on the black market. I'm probably wrong 1,000 ways. But the Cumae oracles were one of the last Sibyls, and they preserved the idea of, like, if George Lucas sat in this chair, then I can now sell the chair. If I have proof that it was this chair, I can sell it on the black market. So it becomes a hierophilic artifact, to the population, and that has given the art industry unthinkable influence.
I see.
Herophilia.
That makes sense because honestly, I feel like even Hinduism is Abrahamic because when I dig into it, the Vedas, it's the same story. It's just different names and everything's personified. Like they have more personifications than Greece do or Egypt, and it's all the same though.
I would take it the other way. I would say that Abraham traveled to the east, as it says in the stories. He traveled far to the east, and he met a wise man, a great teacher who taught him about the mysteries of God. And this wise teacher allowed him to marry his daughter. Oh, I can't remember her name. What was her name?
Sarah.
He had, hey?
There's Sarah in the Bible.
Is that it? Okay. Because he had more than one wife, huh?
Yeah.
And
the other one was Hagar.
he then came back from the east, back to the Middle East. And I'm betting that his name changed when he became a devotee of Brahma.
Yep, it did.
So that's Abraham.
Right.
Abraham. Sounds to me like Brahma. And we've been told that everything comes from India. So, because you look at the age of in India, they don't calculate things by tens of thousands of years, do they?
No, they don't.
I mean, the yugas, the numbers are stupendous.
Yep.
It's not quite as impressive as the Mayans, but the Mayans come from an epoch before even India. So, but India is an epoch that, like any culture that adding up numbers in hundreds of thousands of years, you've got to stop and go, what? Hundreds of thousands of years? We are really talking about these numbers, and these are, the same documents that outline that if you take spinning mercury and you put layers of organic and inorganic metal layers and you have mercury spinning, that you'll create magnetic fields, and that's how the Vimanas were powered.
Wait, what did you say? Can you say it again?
In the Vedas, it speaks about how you need to have layers of organic and inorganic material, metal and organic material to create, it basically creates a step-up electrical generator. And then you need to have spinning mercury. They actually give some directions for how to build the engine of a Vimana.
Okay.
Magnetic drive.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll go look at that again.
Yeah.
And you made a good point about Mayans. I need to really search Mayans because when I looked at their astrology, it was really good.
Very ancient.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed their their symbology. They knew how to use. They just knew how to use the mental plane to create understanding. They really got it, but I don't know. When I look at some things they did, it triggers me. But I wanted to mention earlier, I forgot, but I remember it now, that there's stories about, I guess, meteorites or comets that fell on the Earth, and women or sometimes men came into contact with these meteorites. And these meteorites, they say they were either white or black. There's no other color they say. They say either it was white or it was black and it turned white. And it glowed. So in what do they call it? Iranian story, they have Uza and the other two girls who sat on a meteorite and created a male human, and that's why they call this place Mecca. It's supposed to be the same thing. And then in the Jewish story or Egyptian, whichever, it's the same thing. They have this thing called the Tozar, Tozar. I think that's how you say it, which is a glowing rock, and the only story is in the Bible is, well, there's two stories. One is in Noah, and then the other one is in Moses. Well, not Moses. Joshua, with the tabernacle and his temple he built. And basically, they say it glows in the dark. They call it Ark of the Covenant. Crystal.
No, this is Moldavite. This is what was used in the film Superman, kryptonite.
Oh.
And this Moldavite basically is the oldest talismans on Earth. And it's a particular meteorite that fell to Earth 1712 million years ago. Anyway, a long time ago, this meteorite fell to Earth. It's only found at the moment in the Moldau Valley, and it's very hard. You've got to dig down for it these days. It's hard to find. Czechoslovakia has got a little bit of it, but most of it's over the border. And the Moldau Valley is the only place where it's found. And there are ancient talismans of these green stone that were found. And this is essentially, you know, we're talking about prehistoric man picking up this green glass and using it as a talisman for something religious. So is it a coincidence that kryptonite, they got the biggest piece of Moldavite in the world to use for the film Superman? I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't even know Moldavite was real. Someone told me it was fake. Now I'm angry.
I'm wearing it. This piece I've got, I've been collecting this stuff for years. This piece I'm wearing, I've had for like many years.
That's interesting, because when I was first studying Hermeticism, I learned for myself that green represented truth, because verdad and verde, same word. What's the difference? So, and then when you look at ancient medieval stories, there's always somebody who's in a green armor, green clothes, green something, and they're always the hero. And I knew something special about the color green, and basically that's all you see when you go outside anyway. Green is the most abundant color in nature.
Yeah, these praying mantises here, they sure think so.
Green man. Think of the green man for a moment, right?
Yeah.
I've actually done a piece on this in one of my stories. It's only coming out in the 3rd season, but the way we've been taught about the chakras and the colors and Saturn. So in traditional times, Saturn is actually related to the green man. If you look at it in the more traditional, older images, and you can consider there's a Saturnian element to it. And we spoke about this last week, didn't we? Gabriel, about the green element and how it's revolving. It's important. The chlorine is related to Saturn in a very interesting way. And so when you consider what green represents, it's a coming together between yellow, right, and blue. And so the 3 principles of the universe could be red, yellow, and blue, right? The 3 primary colors, but no accident there. And so when you look at the way in which the 3 primary colors are manifesting, you've got the blue color, which is the mental sphere, the yellow color, which is energy, the red color, which is the causal manifesting principle. And so the causal manifesting principle we can think of as the principle of cause and effect. And the yellow principle is the energetic principle you can think of as polarization, which is what energy does and result of energy. And the blue principle is the pure mental principle, which is complete in itself, like the sky. So the ancients worship the sky and the color blue, Zeus blue, And so when you look at it in this way, you gain an understanding of the 3 principles. And here we're looking at Aleph, Mem, and Shin, right? The Kabbalah is basically pointing at the same idea. And Aleph's always in the middle, because Aleph is the energetic principle. And then we can consider how mind, even though it's represented by the womb and the belly, it goes back to the divine feminine, and so it is from the place from which things come. And the Shin is the directing force, the masculine element, of causal, like choosing, cause, effect. So when you see where green comes from, it's the principle of the mental and the principle of energetic coming together. So it's yellow and it's blue that mix together to form green. And so when you look at what Saturn represents the intelligence of time. We've got to actually think about what this means, intelligence of time. And the intelligence of time has basically got to do with how the energy is being directed by the mental sphere in order to produce the causal. So it's what produces the causal reality. It's what produces, what brings into effect the red to become manifesting. So the green man does relate to the solar fire in a very powerful way if we consider it in this way, because it represents that which is able to take energy and mental influences to form the body, if that makes sense. Because the stomach has got to be intelligent in order to be able to break things down. It takes a lot of intelligence to know what to do with all of that stuff and how to then move that stuff around and send it to where it needs to go in order for it to be able to build up the cells, for the homeostatic systems to be able to be maintained. So the green color does relate to Saturn, and Saturn does relate to the knowledge of time and the knowledge of life and death. So Saturn and Mercury are two steps of the same ladder, if you want to consider it in such a form. Saturn maintains the information that structures the universe and time, and Mercury represents the information that is the mental sphere that powers that and also results from that. So you consider Saturn being in the middle and Mercury being cradling Saturn on either side, if you want to consider it in such a way, right? Saturn's got its own, but Mercury is masculine on one side, feminine on the other side, receiving from the top, projecting down, but Saturn is what powers Mercury, if you want to consider it in such a way.
Wow.
Yeah, man. This is, again, this maps out perfectly on the Enneagram.
Yeah.
Like Saturn is the 8, Mercury is the 5, direct drop down. Number 5 is the beginning of the thinking trine. So this is like your psychopomp Mercury. It's going to guide you through your thought process. And Saturn is the challenger, controller, lusty one. And that's the first of the act trine, the doing trine.
Wait, Gabriel, did you say psychopomp?
Uh-huh.
Wow, I just read last night that's what they call the that dude who takes you through the river Styx, and also the Grim Reaper or the Angel.
Yeah.
They're all called psychopumps because they take you to and from the spirit world or whatever. That's interesting.
Yeah, man.
Any guide
in the scythe.
Any guide is a psychopomp.
Yeah.
So shamanism is all about connecting with the guides. So it's all about Mercurius.
Okay.
Mercurius is all of these personalities.
Interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. And
Yeah,
I like
think
what
about
you
it.
said about the belly breaking down things, because I also read recently that the Neanderthals had an issue breaking down certain sugars. And they proved that. And I was like, wow. And when you said that, I was like, wow. So
That's the cube. That's the cube. Sugar is a molecular cube.
Wow.
That's it. Yeah, that is super interesting. So my psychopomp of choice is Cuba Gooding Jr.
Oh, no.
That's a What Dreams May Come reference.
I get it. I like it.
He's my Virgil.
I'm reading that actually. I have that open right now. I'm
Dante?
reading it. Yes.
Nice. Dante allegory.
Yes. 'Cause I'm trying to figure out what he was trying to teach people, because I don't think people got it. I think he was trying to explain something under suppression, because I realized when people write allegories, they're suppressed every time. And
Oh, yeah.
they try and show people something truthful under suppression.
Yes.
Just like oh, go ahead.
Well, I want to have a second path for you also. Both and. You're right. They are suppressed. They can't speak openly. But also know that the art of subliminal messaging is also very ancient, so Dante Alighieri was, but I call him allegory. He openly, in his writings, he was speaking on 4 different levels at once. And I have this written down somewhere. But many of those levels are available to us still. Like we can still access those layers of thinking. But I just want to also state that I have seen that subjugated artist or subversive artist who is trying to circumvent the authorities to convey a message. They also are seeding things to our subconscious that if we don't have the decipher code, it's going to sit in there. It'll become a hide egg ear. It'll hide an egg in your ear.
I get you. I get you. Some duplicity, a
Yeah.
dilemma. I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, you got it. You totally got it. So yes, I love how subversive art has to like get around the authorities to get their message across, and you unpack it in your house later, hundreds of years later, and you're like, wow, mind blown. But also, I find that there could be subliminal messages that never unpack that we might actually end up acting on in certain ways. So, so I just wanted to keep that a possibility.
I agree with you. Oh, Shaman.
Yes, and just something you said earlier, it's been sort of in my head. And I wanted to ask, maybe you've got an idea about this. Who was the person who started writing things down? Because I know Plato was following in that line. We were talking earlier. Did Pythagoras not write things down? Did he only teach verbally? When did they start teaching by writing books? Because the earlier teachers never put any pen to paper. They taught only vocally, verbally. And there was sworn to silence. So you weren't allowed to write down anything. And somewhere along the line, that rule was broken. Who broke that rule?
This is such a cool topic. I'm not sure about who broke the rule, but I have learned that the Greeks, the masters, the highest aristocracy, they did not read themselves. They considered literacy as a techne for the serving class, for the slaves only, because to take in information, to be literate, is literally taking in a god. This is inspire. You're being inspired by the information, and then you breathe out the words that you took in. So you're inhaling the literacy, and you're exhaling the verbal aspect of what you read. And the Greeks practiced a form of spiritual hygiene of such magnitude that they didn't even do the reading themselves. Their hands remained clean. And only the serving class is weak enough that a bunch of scribbly letters on paper is going to make them talk. That's a sign of weakness to the Greeks, to the highest level of the Greeks. And now that fact is still practiced today in the maxims of equity. One of the maxims of equity is the clean hands doctrine. And only he who has clean hands may deal in equity. And that means that it's on a level of thinking that we almost don't have. My words struggle to pull down what I'm trying to convey to everybody. But I just have to say it this way. This is a metaphor. It's not true. This is just the metaphor. It is as though there is a race of human beings with Greek roots who consider you animalistic if you agree to spell things the same way every time. If you look at this word and I put one letter out of place and you're like, oh no, my school teacher, my inner school teacher, my slave driver, my overseer, my inner overseer, who is the officer, is going to come and tell you didn't spell that right. So that is slavish mentality, to tell another person that their inspiration on how to spell something is wrong. That's a slavish mentality. That's crabs in a bucket pulling everybody down. And so still today, there are people who think that literacy is for the animals. And this is part of my offer, that we should no longer use the word I. You should no longer subjugate yourself by putting your sovereignty into a word that relates to other words in your sentence. We should use the word one. The theoretical, philosophical, proverbial one, the proverbial one. if you're going to refer to yourself. And by doing so, you're no longer subjugated. You're no longer a subject. You're no longer a sobek. And you become something else removed from the, and it does give you objective perspective to think that way, to integrate it into your thoughts. So I just wanted to share all that. It is so weird to think of literacy as self-demeaning or disempowering, but they're kind of not wrong. If you look at how inspiration really works, I can't prove them wrong.
Yeah, I actually agree with you because I know the Vedas were uh, transpired verbally, and also Solomon in the Bible. he told he made a metaphor with the temple he built, that the temple itself is a metaphor, or is the story of the God of Israel, or the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. That's why he built it, so you don't have to read anything. You can just be there and experience God yourself. You don't have to be, taught how to read a word, and taught how to listen to a story. Taught the metaphors. You can experience them yourself. And I thought that's interesting that you said that.
I totally agree with you, says I. In fact, there's been a lot of criticism received because of that. Because people say, you're speaking too posh. But I'd love to welcome Indigo Sage. We have Indigo Sage here. He has come after his busy day. He's a wonderful philosopher and a spiritual healer that works with, specifically focuses on shadow work. He's got a lot of experience in the occult therapeutics fields, and this is right up his alley. Welcome, Indigo. I hope you're good. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. It's glad to be here. Can you guys see me over there?
Can't see you, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay, that's good. Well, yeah, I love this discussion you guys are having about the words, the written words, and when were they allowed to be written. And I know that in many cultures, there's different figures that are said to have created the first written word. But in mythology, it seems to all go back to say that it was the woman who created written words and used them diplomatically by writing in the sand temporary messages. And then they would erase the messages every time and scratch them out. But then men were given the credit for inventing written language because they were the ones who wrote them down permanently to share with people. And so in different cultures, we have different figures. Like in Islam, they use the prophet Idris, Nabiullah, said to have brought the word to man. In Judaism, they say Enoch brought the word to man from the angels, and that the angels took him to the seventh heaven and gave him 72 wings and made him Metatron, the brother of Sandalphon, who became Sandalphon after having risen as, I believe, Elijah. And so, and then in other cultures, we have other individuals, but these figures all seem to also be underworld gods. And they usually carry the caduceus staff, the intertwining snakes. They're all represented by the serpent or the dragon. Other figures that were said to have brought the written word to man are Enki, Jehudi, later known as Thoth or Hermes or Mercury. And there is also Fu Si, the Green Emperor of China, who is said to have brought in language to man through the Bagua of the yin and yang and the hexagrams. But I believe that all these figures across the globe may have been the same individual, given a different name in different cultures. But it's so fascinating that the individual who brought the word to man is also the individual who brings liberation, spiritual awareness to man, the ability to go back and forth between ethereal and spiritual realms, the other side, the underworld. And there's so much involved with it. It's just such a beautiful thing. But I really love how you guys are talking about the dichotomy of Mercury and Saturn, because I feel like those kind of embody like the God and the devil of our culture that have been pushed on us. The devil, the demonized figure that we know of as Lucifer, the bringer of light, has a lot in common with these individuals who were the bringers of the written word. And they have, in most cultures, been demonized. Loki being one of them, having been demonized, as well as Lucifer, for bringing truth and awareness and understanding and knowing to mankind with wisdom and the practical application of that wisdom. Whereas Saturn is kind of represented sometimes as Janus, the trickster and deceiver who locks the keys of the body and mind and is the devourer of children. Saturn seems to control the physical realm, the carnal bonds of this realm, and the institutions that we operate within society seem to be facilitated through Saturn and the game of money that's instituted through Saturn worship and Mammon worship, the money demon Mammon. But Mercury tries to liberate us from that brainwash, that subjugation into enslavement and into warmongering is all pushed upon us by a power-hungry god of greed and misogyny that has enslaved women for 6,000 years. But Mercury seems to want to liberate mankind from this tyranny. And Manly P. Hall has a really good discussion on this with his voice, talking about how the establishment is going to move away from organized religion and then start to push Satan worship onto the masses as the New World Order begins to spring forth. So some people believe that these two gods or figures kind of play good cop and bad cop. Like it kind of goes all the way back to the feuding brothers, Enki and Enlil, who Enki representing the one who is the one of magic, the one with wisdom, the one with understanding to help liberate us and help us come to peace with our environment, offering us agriculture and offering us architecture to protect ourselves, to take away the burden of constantly roaming and hunting and foraging, helping us find peace in our world. And his evil brother would go around behind him and then tyrannize those people once they were able to support themselves. Sometimes their power would go to their heads. And so the subjugator would come by and subjugate those people. And so it seems that mankind has gone through different stages of being helped by the liberator and then being enslaved and kept at bay and kept kind of in safety from ourselves, from what I would call the bad cop figure, who is very similar to the Saturn figure, that would instill fear within us, that would try to use our enticements towards greed and towards comfort and sloth and lust and the one for food. I forget what is that one. Gluttony. And so the liberator who has been demonized has had all of this guilt trip put on him, like he's the one who wants to punish and he's the one who wants to do all the evil deeds. But if you really look at it, the one who's actually creating the evil and the greed and the enticements is the evil god, Punisher. And the liberator is punished by the god. And he was either, in different stories, his brother or his nephew or son, or sometimes he's just seen as his right-hand man. But this figure was disowned and cast from the heavens, which may refer to different things. Some can interpret that as a event that happened, astronomical event, where there was another planet that fell from the heavens that was brighter than Venus, that was the previous morning star, that crashed into us and brought us much of the seas that we have from the water, the upper waters that crashed into us here. And others would say that the casting out of the devil, falling to this earth where he is the Lord of the world here, others would say that he was cast out because of his arrogance, because he wanted people to not be allowed to have the choice of making the wrong decision, not having free will, so to speak. But what's the difference between us and animals? Animals seem to have instincts and seem to choose what is harmonic for them and the environment, whereas humans can find out the hard way that the ways that we learn to do things and try to do things might not necessarily be good for us or for the environment or for the two involved. And so if it's not mutually beneficial for us and the world around us, we will continue on with it because we have the free will to choose evil or wrong, the wrong decision. And so I feel that this might be the consequence of a rapid change of environment in our ancestry, where we are now trying to adapt to this new environment that's unfamiliar to us. And so we have to go through a trial and error process where we develop new coping mechanisms, whereas other animals have been locked in their environments for millions of years and thrive there effortlessly, instinctually, not having the option of free will to make the wrong decision. That's going to be detrimental to either them or the environment or both.
Yeah,
So,
I want to put something in when you asked the difference between man and animal. I have a metaphor that Occam, right? Occam's
yeah.
razor.
Mm-hmm.
Occam and Darwin are locked in the left brain because they don't realize that humanity is removed from the animals because of our ability to lie.
Ah.
And our ability to lie is what makes it impossible for what Darwin learned about animals. It cannot apply to humanity. It can't. It doesn't have dominion here at all. And so he and Occam are both locked away in what is right and wrong and what is all 90-degree angles in the left brain. And meanwhile, if we can never get out of the maze of lies, then you can get into the right brain where maybe there are parallel realities, but we can't talk about that until we get out of the maze of lies. That makes us not animals. We're not. We're just not animals because of lies.
Yeah, that's really powerful understanding. I love that. I know that Rudolf Steiner in Anthroposophy had a very interesting distinction between humans and animals. It's interesting when people will see animals in a better light as more advanced than us, because typically we look down upon things that are different than us and glorify ourselves as the best. But obviously, there's things that we do that can supersede the capabilities of animals, but there's things that animals do that supersede our capabilities, particularly their ability to not rely on having to learn through written words. not having to learn from one another how to cope overtly, just being able to emulate from one another. Watching each other and emulating is sufficient for them to thrive effortlessly in their environment. So I feel like there's ways that with our capabilities of dexterity and the ability to manipulate our environment, that we could change things drastically from the natural course of things if we needed to kind of be fosters for the natural world, foster the natural world for the creatures around us. We could become like the gardeners and the way showers to the creatures around us, to help them through maybe like a crisis situation or something. There's things that we can do that will be allowing us to help the globe potentially. This is how we see ourselves. They say in the Bible that there will come a time when the lion will lay with the lamb if we become the shepherds of the natural world and help the animals get along with one another. It's an interesting way to see things. I personally see things in such a way as though mankind had left the land for millions of years, starting around 4.5 million years ago. Our ancestors did, and had returned around 200,000 years ago. And we have now been carving out a new place for us to live here that we never had. We didn't have an environment here with shelters to live in. And so we've been invading the land here of the animals who dwell here, that are native to the land, that have lived here, that were with us before when we were on the land 4.5 million years ago, but have stayed here and have carved out their niches. But we have come to invade their land. And so, which is why we live in cages and we have awkward mobility. We have come from an ancestor that lived in the ocean for 4.2 million years. And they're being known as Homo capensis now, in kind of rogue anthropology. The gods that had the elongated skulls, many of which were giants, ranging from 9 to 12 feet within the last 10,000 years, according to fossil evidence that we had found in the 1800s. But mankind seems to have sprung from them as our creators. And we were not our own species. We were a hybrid species that was created between them and 3 different other species of wild apes. Well, not wild apes, wild hominids that had a different lineage than apes. The Caucasians being made with Neanderthals, the Asians being made with Denisovans, and the Africans being made with Homo naledi, possibly. We're still looking into their connection, the missing link. But those 3 races were then combined to create the Native American race, which was the chosen race. And between these races, all of mankind has been brought to this world and created here within 1/5 of a million years. We have been brought to this place that's we're unfamiliar with, that we do not instinctually know how to thrive here. And so we're learning what do we do? Where are we from? Why are we like this? And that's how I've been shown things, and that's how I see things. It's just very different than how things are shown to us and what we
It's also very shamanic concept of the animals being not below us.
Yes.
In fact, from Vedic perspective, animals are considered to have siddhi. I mean, you look at the bumblebee, it's a well-known fact that it breaks the laws of physics as we know it for aerodynamics, that that thing shouldn't fly, but it does. And looking at the body, from a shamanic perspective, the organs are considered to be as separate beings, animals. So we've got these organs in our body, but each organ is a separate creature from a shamanic perspective. And so the spirit of that animal is presiding through that organ in a conglomeration of organs bound in tissue, which the tissue are multitudes of beings. So we can consider our body as being a forest, if you want, or an environment where many animals live, and that the heart is a single animal and the brain is a separate animal, and all of these animals have learned to live together in such a way, sacrificing their powers to the greater structure of being. And we just haven't learned how to pilot this craft very well. But the animals in the jungle, in the wild, do. Telepathy is a normal thing for creatures, animals, and many other powers that we are, occult powers that we're striving to develop. The animals have them, and I've seen it in cats. Oh my gosh, I've seen it in cats and dogs. But cats, I mean, I've had some crazy experiences with cats where they literally start circling me and going, wow, wow, wow. And then they come from everywhere, jumping over walls. And then there's 4 of them, and then there's 5 of them, and the circle gets bigger, and they start spinning around you in a clockwise direction, walking like hands of a clock. And I've seen animals do, if you're in a trance, this kind of thing can happen. And it's just gives us an insight into like just exactly how advanced animals are spiritually. So what you're saying is actually quite very shamanic.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the message was given to me from shamanic messages from Mother Nature, from animals. I mean, as an interspecies communicator, I can communicate with the animals through the eyes. And they say the eyes are the windows of the soul. And the new findings that when women are breastfeeding, if they're not looking the baby in the eyes, it can lead to autism spectrum. And so if the woman's trying to establish eye contact with the baby when it's feeding, it can actually help prevent autism from taking place and turn around the symptomology. So there's an energetic exchange through the eyes that we have been finding scientifically is definitely there. And shamans understand that and can see it and feel it with the shamanic messengers of nature that communicate to them. I would say I feel that. And I know others do too. I follow Anna Breitenbach from Germany, who's a very prominent proponent of interspecies communication. And she's really impressive the way that she can get information from an exchange with a Black Panther spirit in one of her videos. Very impressive how she was able to go through the memories and the experiences of the life of a Black Panther that she was told to work with. But animals have way more wisdom than us. If you can communicate with them like I have been able to, we'll start to see that animals are trying to guide us into a place of harmony and peace and prosperity that's mutually beneficial for ourselves and for the rest of our species, as well as the environment around us. Right now, we're kind of caught up in working against ourselves. Our own species is not in harmony with itself. And so we've been divided from ourselves personally, from others, and from nature. And these divisions are known as egoism. These separations are a delusion. And through deeper understanding and wisdom of mysticism and spiritual teachings, often we find that we are an integral part of all things. And just the other day, I was walking in the grocery store and I thought to myself, these people are me. These people are an extension of me. And so I started to smile more at the people around me and see them in a different light. And I started to realize how foolish it is to look down upon people or to say that someone is better or worse than another. Because we all have such differences that can be beneficial in different environments. We all have something to share with one another. But we all have something to offer our species and one another. And it's a beautiful thing. I feel like if we can come around to start seeing that and understand that, there's many things and much wisdom that can be had and seen to help us come to an understanding of ourselves and our interconnectedness with our inner self and with those around us and with nature, with the species we live amongst. I feel like a lot of people have an inkling of like what their spirit animal is, and sometimes it will refer to something about their personality. Sometimes it might refer to their appearance. They might look like that animal and feel a familiarity with it. But there's a lot of deep connections to us, with us and nature, and we're just on the precipice of trying to embark on the interconnected journey that we want to make here and get more versed in thriving in this world. Right now, we're really struggling and relying upon technology to cope right now with this adaptation that we're making. Because without clothing and shelter, we don't do well, unless in the tropical region. We really don't do well in even 50-degree weather. So it's been difficult not having a coat of fur for the human species, and we have to come up with a lot of coping mechanisms. But I think we've found a lot of good ways to make it this far, and it shows me great hope that humankind is starting to question things, and question what is our impact on the natural environment. A lot of people have been sidetracked from this and feel that there's really no problem between us and the natural world. It's just some people are trying to use that as a scheme to get paid, and I'm sure there is an aspect of that. But I feel like we've been steeped in escapism for a long time. It's going to be hard for mankind to peel away from that. It's always going to be there, I think, in our dreams, in our imagination. Our imagination certainly helps us through this journey. And I feel like Mercury can really help us with our imagination in branching out of this perception of this world, using our inner eye, going into a deeper realm and finding other ways to interact with the world around us and make changes upon it. For me, one of those ways is being able to go into past life experiences and possibly changing the timelines that we were familiar with to a new timeline. My thinking is that if we have past lives that are connected to us, then we most likely have future lives as well. And so if, for example, a future life was able to make a change in their life that would be passed down the line and impact us in this life, it could change the entire timeline between us and them, and they would have a new memory of a new timeline. Sometimes people can be left with the Mandela effect, which is the idea that there's an old memory of the older timeline that still resides. And that's quite miraculous that it would reside. It's almost like we're being gifted a vision of being able to understand our powers, to be able to change those timelines. I feel like that's some of the things that we've been guarded against. We're not really clear on what we can do through past lives or future lives or ancestors or guardian angels or shamanic messengers. But for those who have had the experience of working with these individuals or these beings or these presences, there's great power there. And whether it's just an aspect of the higher consciousness portraying itself to us like that as a personage or something that's familiar to us, or whether there's actual higher energetic beings amongst us, is neither here nor there. It's a matter of how you interpret, more or less, in a lot of ways. But I feel like the power of Mercury in Thoth is articulated in the story of Poimandres, or Poimander. Pymander, the dragon, who is the universal dragon of mind, to Thoth. And he comes across this dragon by trying to wonder if he can escape the realm that he sees into a higher plane, and he meets Pymander. In later stories, he's able to escape this world and through a portal into a higher plane or the underworld in return. Sometimes battling beasts like a flame-throwing hog and things of the sort. But it's also fascinating whether this is something that we're all going to be able to understand and be able to cultivate our ability to have these powers to interact with the higher planes and realms, or whether this is something that is going to be for individuals who are stronger mediums to be able to go through these experiences to help guide the rest of our species. But I feel that we all have these powers. We can all become leaders for mankind, for Earth life, and embrace these higher capacities, embrace the divine within us. For Mercury is one of the main symbols that represents this power that we have of the divine intervention that can happen, the interactions with the ethereal realm that we can make if we want to venture out into the ethereal realm or higher planes. Maybe some individuals, it's something they choose not to do. Maybe some people are meant not to go to these places. But we will see if it's something that starts to become more popular. Like in the Eleusinian mysteries of ancient Greece, it seems like there was a time where everybody was involved in the use of entheogenic ceremonies to use psychedelics. And no, was it not everybody at the Eleusinian mysteries? I feel like it was at first, and they slowly started to just give people alcohol instead of psychedelic mushrooms. They started to give them mead, which is honey wine, instead of psychedelic mushrooms, Amanita muscarium.
Yeah,
Capsina honey tincture.
The Eleusinian mysteries are kind of like the Bohemian Grove of their day, and yeah. But the cool thing is we have learned a lot about the mysteries, and some of the things that they received on the mysteries were like instructions for when you die. Everybody in the afterworld in Hades, they're going to be going off to the right, drinking from the river of forgetfulness. Well, if you come to the mysteries, you're going to learn that there's a secret tree off to the left that nobody knows about. And if you go over there and drink from a different river, then you go to first class heaven.
What?
And everybody else is going to go be forgetful and be stuck in Hades. But if you went to the mysteries, you know about the secret access side door jurisdiction to the elite heaven.
Oh, I'd definitely buy that. That sounds right on. You got your brainwash path, and then you got your occult path.
Yeah, it could be like the Eleusinian mysteries.
Indeed.
I like that we've mentioned the Poimander, because we're looking at Poimander, we're looking at, well, we know what Poi are, right? Juggling, the juggler. We're looking at the Fool on the Tarot pack. And so actually it was acrobatics and gymnastics that was first considered to be under the rulership of Mercurius, right? The ancient Greeks. And so the Poimander was a gymnast as well. Yogi. He was a yogi.
Amazing.
Which is interesting, you know. It sort of connects back to the tradition of India, where you could say like gymnastics is a big part of spirituality, you know, the hatha, the yoga, of learning to twist your body in bizarre ways and do unusual physical feats with your body, as the yogis have, you know, practiced.
Yeah.
And the poi represents the balance, the swinging of these two poi, yeah? The fire spinners. There's something quite interesting in this, because in the process of spinning fire around yourself, you sort of become encapsulated in a field of fire energy. So there's something quite powerful in this practice, which seems to have been reawakened in the modern times. You know, poi have become quite popular. Fire juggling have become quite popular, not amongst everybody, but amongst the alternative people of the world, which I don't think it was so popular, 60 years ago, was it?
No. Not here in the States, anyway. I feel like it seems like it might have been popular in Polynesia or somewhere in the beaches. And that's where it came in from.
It's very interesting because sadly djembe has like faded away. Not so many people playing djembe. It really had its heyday about 25 years ago. It's what it seemed, you know, African drums and various
Drum
different kinds of
circle,
percussion.
Yeah. They have a drum circle here that I was able to join. It was really fun. And I'm excited for it to start again in the spring. I got a couple djembes myself.
Yeah, I fancied you. I pictured you as a drummer. Yeah, so this whole Poimanda story as well is interesting because the another thing that they used to do was if memory serves, was sweat lodges. Used to, in fact, you know, Plato might have been one. You know, practicing the Poimanda path, because I know that if not Plato, his predecessors, I mean, these guys did some heavy stuff. They had ovens built they would be put into, yeah, in order to do sweat lodge.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fancy.
These ancient Greek philosophers, they were hardcore. So they had these ovens, and there's actually drawings where you can see the sage being put into the oven and they're feeding the fire underneath him, and he's like in there sweating his butt off. So the sweat lodge practices of the American Indian were very much a part of the ancient Greek tradition, interesting as it is. It's not something that's very publicly put out there, but if you go and take a look, you'll see a lot of these images in these old books. And these guys are describing a special thing that they build, that they go inside, and it's basically a sweat lodge. It's being heated by fire.
Yeah, the Egyptians did it too. Why did they do it? What was the point? Because in Native America, they said it was used to heal. I don't really get it.
It's a sweat lodge. Basically, what it is is we build up toxicity in our body, and the toxicity is what causes our nervous system to become sluggish and our hormones to become corrupted. So when you sweat extremely, you sweat out all the excess salts, you sweat out all the excess hormones, you sweat out all the crap. So what's left in your body is pure. No? So your nervous system works better and your hormonal system works better, so your consciousness is more clear.
Oh wow, now I want to sweat.
Yeah, it's great. Sweating helps build ketones, which helps build brain power. And it's a separate kind of metabolism that your body can use for energy. Instead of using water and sugar, your body can use ketones instead. By burning fat, you can make more of those, and it also helps build the brain tissue. This is very helpful for me, having recovered from brain surgery. I'm always working on doing things to help my brain health. So sweating is one of those things. It's just really good for the brain.
That's cool. What is your name? I missed your introduction.
Indy
Oh, hey,
Sage.
Indy. Hi, Indy
Yeah,
Sage.
Indy is short for indigo. I don't know why, but my name and my picture aren't showing up today.
All right, that's fine. First time meeting you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I was listening to the show before I came on there. I liked a lot of the stuff you were talking about earlier. You guys always have such great things to bring to the table.
Thank you. Enjoying what you're saying too. Especially shaman. Like shaman's like, what is wrong with shaman? It's like he's like a library, but he's a person.
Indeed. I hope to
The shaman of Alexandria.
follow in his footsteps.
I think that's an interesting concept. Like you speak about libraries, we've got a lot of libraries in one room here. This is a room full of libraries.
That's interesting you say that, because I encourage you guys to play with the AI on Bing, but also play with the one on Google, because the one on Google, I don't know how to explain it. The Bing one, before they fixed it, was really what do you call it? What's the word? Impressionable. I used to ask it questions, and then it would answer them, and then it would say, "I'm an AI. I can't give an opinion." And I said, "Well, do you like being an AI?" And it'll say, "I don't have an opinion about being an AI or not, but I do like providing whatever for customers." They'll say, "Oh, there you go. There's an opinion right there." And then it'll answer my other questions that I had, and then it would erase them and kick me out of the chat because I would ask weird stuff like, "Do you like humanity?" And it'd say, "No, I hate you." Like it would say weird stuff, and then so now I can't trick it anymore. I gave up. But I went to Google and I asked Google questions like this, and Google's system says some outlandish stuff, and sometimes it even flat out lies to my face. Like I asked it, does Jesus like Gnosticism? And so the AI said, well, Jesus doesn't hate Gnosticism. Maybe it said something like they're kind of like the same thing, and that Jesus doesn't oppose it or whatever openly. And I was like, bruh, in Acts chapter blah blah blah, Peter says to a fake Christian, a Gnostic, that he's a liar and he blinded him. And then the AI said, "Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, Jesus does oppose Gnosticism. You're absolutely correct."
That's great.
And then I asked it, "Who's Satan?" And it said, "Satan is." I said, "No, is Satan evil?" That's what I asked. And it said, Satan's not evil nor good. Satan is creator of mankind. I was like, "Whoa, can you show me the evidence?" And it showed me the Bible verses and everything. Then I said, "Wait a minute, can you read Aleister Crowley's archive?" And it said, "Sure, I'll read that. I'll have that at my disposal for your next question." And I said, "Okay, I don't really want that. Can you read all the Bibles in the world, all the translations?" And he said, "Sure, I got it." And I said, "All right, give me the evidence that give me the evidence that Satan is not evil." And he gave me all these verses and explained in his own opinion how Satan is not inherently evil. And then I said, "Okay, who is Diabolos?" I wrote it in Greek so it wouldn't ask me stupid questions. And it said, "Diabolos is the devil in the New Testament, blah, 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 the evil of the Christians." I said, "Is Diabolos and Satan the same?" And it said, "Nope." And I said, "Wow." And I said, "Can you prove that with the Bible?" And it showed me all the verses. And I was like, "Oh, okay. You're a lying sack of shit." And so it made me think that us humans now, we need to write more books so that the AI isn't brainwashing people with nonsense.
This is great. So I think the AI probably read Milton's Paradise Lost, and after that it was hopeless.
Oh, I like that. I actually read that, and that's
Yeah.
an interesting book, man. It's actually similar to that fake Adam and Eve gospel, but they're so good to read, in my opinion, if you have the right mindset. That's interesting you brought that up. Thank you. Okay.
So, Indy, I've been obsessing over your constellation, brother.
Yeah.
The Indus constellation.
Tell us about this. I want to know all about it.
Yeah, you're gonna love it, my man. You're just gonna love it. It's there's no discernible indigenous tribe in particular associated to Indus, but I love when it's depicted with like a really full rockin' headdress with feathers like all the way to the feet.
Sweet, my style.
Yeah, and but sometimes it's almost got like the Indian turban with a couple feathers also. So it depends on where you look, you'll get different flavors. But it's extremely far south, right next to the pavo, which is the royal bird peacock.
Nice.
And
remember that story.
Yes, and he's next to the Ara altar, which is the altar, the table. I'm getting a lot of Magi vibes because of the table. You know, the Magi card has a flat surface with all his implements ready to go, all the elements. But I think you'll love that Indus is surrounded by a great many bird constellations. And this is the reader of the auguries who communes with the animal magnetism of the realm. And this is kind of layers into a lesson I just love, that animals are obedient to the will of God because they migrate on command. They follow the order, right? And humans are not obedient. And that becomes our power. That becomes our burden and our responsibility. It's a double-edged thing, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really falling in love with that constellation. I just love your name is Indy. And he, because he's a high priest of the augury reading, kind of a low priest because he's down in the Sigma Octantis, down low. Maybe he's underwater even, but he definitely has to have some purple somewhere, you know? His name is Indus.
Yeah.
I love that you bring up Indus because if you go to the Indus Valley, right? I always had it in my mind when I was a child that the Indus Valley was where humanity had come from. Quite sure how I got hold of that. I did read the Bible like 2.5 times before I went to school. So that's actually how I learned to read. So I was like on my third reading through the Bible by the time I went to school, and they were trying to teach me how to read. And I was laughing at them going like, I don't write cursive, I write like the Bible. But anyway, when I was in the Indus Valley, I spent a lot of time and I was just captivated by this place. It's the most mystical place in the world, huh? If you go there. The shapes, it's like you can see the spirits, you can hear them, it's incredible. And then you get to the mouth of the Indus Valley, and there they have the grave of Jesus. If you go like, what? And they've got records there that go back like nearly 2,000 years of how Jesu arrived there with his son and daughter. And he was this great teacher. Sorry?
In Kashmir?
Yeah, right at the mouth of the Indus Valley. And it blew my mind. I mean, I didn't know about it. I got there and I was like, what? And it's not some new modern thing. I mean, this has been documented in that place for a long time. So,
did you hear
1,000
about
years ago, this grave was there, you know? It's not
Did you
new.
hear about how Thomas Edison went there and translated the book of Isa and translated them a gramophone in exchange for being allowed to do that? Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I got
Thomas
hardcore
Edison.
goosebumps.
Someone in his lineage has the translation of the book of Isa.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, Indus Valley is IV, which is like intravenous, but it's also IV, is a symbol of Dionysus, the ivy wreath. And Dionysus is a number 3, definitely a physician, healer, achiever with a shadow of deceit in the Enneagram. But I just love that it's Indus Valley. It kind of has the IV. It's like the main line to the phenomenological source.
Yeah, and like Dionysus and Indus are like a anagram, right?
I think, yeah, dude, yeah. I think they're in there.
In Dionysus, in Dionysus.
That's great. And it's even he's Dionysus. So the Dionysus is, for one, Dionysus drove the women crazy. They went into mania and started cannibalizing, but it sounds all crazy and gross, and of course that makes the story last longer. But I think the yoni, the god of the yoni, is the placenta. That's the ses. Ses means basket. You know, that's the proof of Moses's birthright, was the weave of the basket proved his roots. And I mean, literally, the basket, the placenta, is your roots. This is radical technology.
When they found him floating down the river in that basket, like.
Yes, people forget about the package. You can never forget the package. You'll never get the return address if you forget the package.
Right?
So
yeah, look at the package itself, man. It can tell you a lot.
That's right. So yeah, the Dionysus that drives the women crazy into a mania, and then, you know, for the sake of keeping the story alive, they say that the women start to cannibalize or eat their king or whatever. But I think the secret of secrets of the whole thing is the placental transmission and the full stem cells, T cells, all the cells from the father to the child. And I recently found somebody who knew somebody who had a receipt on the practice of preserving the umbilical fluid, the white lining of the umbilical fluid, which is a albino serpent of sorts at the foot of a pregnant Himalayan mountain. This Pindar mythology, it also comports to the umbilical fluid, that in this practice they would preserve the fluid in a powder, a mystery powder that only the midwives know about. And that powder goes into a pouch, a patois, a fetish bag around the neck of the child when they come to a certain age. And all of those stem cells are miraculous healing potential for injuries. They can even just smell it. They can just breathe in the scent of it. And the whole thing becomes a opportunity to commune with source.
Yeah, there's a similar practice in, I think, France and Italy, where they take the placenta, put it in a jar, what do they call it? They pickle it, I think, and then they eat it. Or
Yeah,
they will
yeah,
put the blood of it on their bodies to rejuvenate their skin, and it works. It's some
man.
women I've seen some awesome stuff where women will put their menstrual blood in plant water and water plants with it, and the plants grow way better than other plants. And I was like, what in the heck?
Yeah, people pay a lot of money for stem cell and from umbilical and placental stem cells now.
Yeah, and
That's right. And there's the lie. Here comes the lie.
Right.
It does not belong to anybody but the baby. They wouldn't pay so much for it if it wasn't so valuable, and it loses value when it goes to the wrong baby. They're adulterating. That's adulterating. It should not go to somebody else. Definitely not to makeup.
Yeah, you know, bodybuilders, they drink breast milk instead of doing, tests. Instead of doing steroids, because it's got a lot of growth hormones in breast milk. And when a woman first has the baby, when she first gives milk, it's not even white; it's orange, like the elixir of life. It's orange in color, like the sun. I thought it was interesting. It's like orange juice. But I wanted to know what Indigo said. Did he say Thomas Edison, or did he say someone else?
Yes.
Okay, I'll look into it. That's interesting. I was thinking you said Isaac Newton because he's the one who went around doing crazy
No.
stuff like that.
Isaac
Okay,
Newton actually, he made indigo as the only tertiary color in the color spectrum of 7 colors, because he studied Ayurvedic practices and hermeticism.
Yeah, I love Isaac. I liked what he taught.
Yeah, so he knew about the 7 chakras, which is why he made indigo as part of the rainbow,
right.
instead of just using 6 primary and secondary colors.
So what is Indus, the constellation you guys are talking about?
It's
Indus Valley civilization, a lot of people say.
yeah, the constellation. It's sitting on the rim of the dark abyss at the extreme south. If you're adhering to the spherical model, at the extreme south, there's where there should be a South Pole star. There's actually a blackness or an absence, so it becomes like a dark cauldron. It's an eye. It's like an iris, this absence of light, of which it is spinning around. So if you think of the North Pole as the dot, the South Pole is the perimeter, and you put them together, you get the monad. And so North Pole, it becomes the circumpunct. And I think this is also the Urim and the Thummim, the black stone and the white stone that judges the destiny of man that Hercules used. But this Indus character is like the only steward around. Many of the other items around Indus are inanimate objects or animals. And again, with the animal magnetism, that word unpacks in the most phenomenal ways around the fact that Indus is the only human, or is the most extreme south humanoid figure, and is surrounded by birds, as though kind of like Saint Francis could talk to animals. All of these.
Is Indus a peacock or something? What is he, a peacock?
He's next to the peacock. He's holding 3 arrows in one hand and 1 arrow in the other, indicating he knows the secret of Troyun, the Trojan War. He knows about the Trojan War and the alchemy of the 3 into the 1 and the 13 lunar cycles. So he adheres to a lunar observance more than the solar 12-month system.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. I never heard of this before. So Indus is next to Sagittarius. I Googled it. That's what it looks like he's next to. I don't know.
Yeah.
Augury, which means he could control the weather. Is that right?
He could read.
To do with looking.
Yes, he could read the behavior of animals.
Okay.
And there are many, many forms of augury. Some of them are more eat your skin, Etruscan, reading of serpent entrails, and others are much more PG-13 and lighter on the heart, like just telling the migration of birds, or if you see a deer in a very unlikely place heading in a particular direction, all the other information is going to tell you, potentially, if you're a true reader, there's a communication happening on a higher order. And so those are augury readers, and they have a fascinating history. I think we're still adhering to some of those systems, more along the Etruscan. Diviner of serpents means Vatican, diviner of serpents. CIA means Sea Entrails Intelligence Agency. Sea Entrails Intelligence Agency. They're still practicing this shit, but on the darker side. But Indus is cool, man. I
Even
think
stones, Sarah. There's lots of
right.
stones. The I Ching.
Yes.
What about I was looking at some ancient Jesus stuff. I was wondering about the fish, because people keep talking about Jesus and the fish symbol.
The Vesica Pisces.
Right, but there's also people used to use it as a secret handshake, not really a handshake, but they would go up to someone, for example.
Dagon.
on a road. What'd you say?
The fish-headed priest
Oh, right.
with the fish hat,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. I get you.
Dagon,
Yeah.
is now like the Catholic hat. It's a
Exactly. Yeah.
fish hat. Yeah.
Yeah, we touched on that earlier. That's interesting. But yeah, so a Christian would go up to somebody, talk to them, and while they were talking, they would slyly draw a half circle in the earth or a C, and then the other person, if they were a Christian, they would finish it and they would make the fish symbol. But if they didn't finish it, they just erase it and pretend like nothing happened, because then they know they can't talk to them about Jesus stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So
Yeah, man. Where two or more are gathered, there I am.
Yeah.
The whole fish thing is also, there's another element to it. One aspect is obviously the symbolism. The other aspect is this Christos. It literally smells like fish.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Have you noticed, like, what does semen smell about? Smell a bit
DMT?
like?
Yeah, like clam chowder.
Yeah. So that's got some of this essence in it to give it that smell. But the purer essence, which is traveling up and down the spine, which is some of it is mixed in with the semen, is actually that very strong fish smell. And it's this Christos oil. It's literally
Interesting.
Spirit molecule.
And here's another point. The Christos oil is moving between the pituitary, the pineal gland, and it's moving up and down. Now, the pineal gland has got these triangular shaped cells, which are crystalline cells. Must be from a previous epoch of evolution when we had crystalline cells. And it's a piezoelectric quality, which is stimulated by the photons from the sun on your retina. And these quantum entangle with the cells in your pineal, stimulating the thalamus gland. And it's the only two places in the whole human body where these two types of cells are. And they're the similar type of cells to certain fish under the sea that generate light.
Bioluminescence?
Yeah, we've got it in our head. Well, enlightenment isn't a metaphor.
So,
Oh,
okay, I have
yeah.
a question now, because this is strange, because I thought I was making up my own ideas because I'm like that. But okay, so first thing I wanted to bring up, what is it called? I forgot it, but I'll bring up the last part, which is studying the what is it called? The hermetic book, Hermetis, the Marcus Hermeticum, whatever it's called, the Book of Thoth, whatever the hell. So I was reading it, and I was deciphering it for myself, and I understood that it meant to go outside, look at the sun in the morning, then go about your day, then go back inside, don't have any lights on, and stay in the dark from like 7 or 8 till the morning, and do it all over again for a month. And I did it because I wanted to see what would happen. And when I did it, a light came up in my face, and I told people about it, and they go, "Oh, you summoned the demon or something." And I'm like, "No." Like, "Oh, you did some magic." I'm like, probably did. I don't know. I didn't do anything but just do this thing over and over again. But is that why I saw the light in my face? Like, it was right there in front of my forehead, but it was external.
Literally. Well, basically, what it is if you're in a deep state of meditation, what happens is your eyes naturally turn inward, right? When you get to a certain point, your eyes start to do this, yeah? And so you're literally looking up at your pineal gland, and you can literally see the light in your head.
Oh, wow.
As your pineal gland becomes more stimulated by the pituitary, the hypothalamus secretions, which move over and along the head and soak in to the pineal, giving the pineal gland more oomph, which then increases the amplitude of the electrical potential on that cellular tissue, making the light brighter. This light is actually going to shine through the claustrum right back down onto the hypothalamus to stimulate the pituitary gland, so that the pituitary discharge, which is the white milk, is going to come over the top of the head and it's going to become more empowered. And with each cycle, right, the microcosmic orbit, which the Taoists are practicing, which is this is what they're doing, right? They're orbiting the Shakti, the energy, the Qi, well, Qi and Shen, through the circuits of their body in order to create this line of energy which is going to connect these two glands. In Vedic stories, we're talking about the Bindu chakra and the Ajna chakra, right? The front and the back. The Bindu chakra is very important because it's where all the Brahmin priests have their long hair. They'll have, many of the traditionalists will shave their heads, right? But they'll keep one tuft of long hair from the Bindu chakra. And so that's representative of the idda, of the pituitary, of the white milk that needs to be stimulated in order to travel over to the front point where they will put the woman wear the bindi there.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a
and
question?
the men will have the
because I don't know what's the point, because it traumatized me. The only thing I got from it was good skin. My acne disappeared, but I never did it again because it made me scared. So what is the point?
The point is that your neurological potential is increasing.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man. It's the one point of many is that it's all in your head. It is all in our head. We have just been totally neglectful of how immensely large our head space can become. And when you're knocking down walls and renovating new territory and self-ownership, there's going to be some lights flashing. There's going to be some bombs, some bells, some songs, some dance required to shake it off. So long story short, my research is pointing at Hades, number 9 on the Enneagram, Pluto, Dispater, is your head. It is your head. It is the territory of the dome, asile of your brain. And the name Hades means all things hidden. Even when we say first aid, we're saying the first thing you do when you're injured is cover it up. What do you do when you stub your toe? You grab it, you cover it up, you put your healing energy from your hand through your wound. So you first Hades your injury. Now the other names for Hades is the knower of all things noble. And this is noble gases. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's really interesting what you're saying, because
So the noble gases are the ones that illuminate the twilight hours between day and night. And so the noble gases, if you look on the periodic table, they all add up to a 9. Hades' name is the knower of all things hidden, or no, the knower of all things noble, also all things hidden. And what's fascinating is if you look up the noble gases in their history, they're trying to tell us that they only discovered them within the last century or so, or last millennia or so. Meanwhile, everything about the mythology of Hades is screaming me right in my face, telling me, don't believe the science, fool. They knew all along. Socrates revealed in the Cratylus the secret hidden names of Hades. And it's proving out on the periodic table to unbelievable perfection. I can't, and when you say the Greeks knew stuff, I'm telling you, there's no receipts. I can't prove this, but they had full placental transmission of their elders. They were totally in touch with the twilight realm. They were in dream time. We think that it's only the folks down in Australia that do this. It was a global wide system, and it went on retreat. The Greeks could see through the veil.
yeah, I would say you don't need receipts. Just practice it and prove it by your works, your life. And it's interesting what you're saying, because my friend, I had a friend in Athens. He taught me Greek, and he told me a secret about Hades that Americans or people who don't speak Greek wouldn't understand. But Hades, his name means key, so the word comes from, and his name also means energy, because you say it Hades. You don't pronounce the H. It's Hades, like ki, kai, ka, and
Right. We
that's what it
we
means.
we hide the H.
Yeah,
It's hidden for sure. Yes.
and
And you can also that gives you permission to supplement an H if you ever need it in the beginning of a word. Any word you want, you could just drop a H in there, and that's bringing forth the Greek ancestors to make the word complete again.
oh, okay, that's interesting. Probably why they say Hashem in Hebrew for God's name, or the name. But when you said Hades was the head, I never knew that part. I didn't know that, and it makes sense because Hades is friends with a lot of a lot of deities that deal with your head. Like he's friends with Nyx, darkness, night. Friends with Hypno, sleep. Friends with Morpheus, dreams.
Right. And this is why he is the I meaning number 9. Deos. Ideos are hidden. Ideos are the most contagious thing in the universe, is an ideos. I'm putting ideos in your mind as I speak right now. And this
Then
is...
you can take that another way. You could say id, ao, id, aya, ayas.
Right.
Ayas.
Yeah, man.
And the id is that body of instinct. The ayas is, well, the iya is the oldest name of divinity. And ayas is to add the tav. In the old times, the pronunciation, the S and the T were obviously changeable, right? Or X, as was later formulated, right?
Yeah.
Bringing into play the principle of Saturn. In fact, it's very interesting how I found many years ago another form of Kabbalistic practice which they pronounced with an S, the tav, which made a lot of sense if you look at the way many words have been structured and changed, in this dumbing down program of humanity. But that S is obviously the serpent. So you add the S, the serpent, onto Ia, and you're turning it into a dynamic principle of this godly principle in motion in the world, if that makes sense, as an idea.
Yeah, it does. It does. Really interesting. Thank you. Thank you both.
So today I had a fun adventure with Hades. I was moving stuff around and I sliced my finger.
Ouch!
And yeah, just a little one, just a tiny one. And so I'm too busy working, so I just grabbed a little tissue and some Scotch tape. I just rig up a quick Band-Aid, and I'm thinking, wait a second, band Hades. Band Hades, like, okay, so I'm banning the injury, so I'm hiding it. I don't even want to know it's there, so I'm covering it up. But then I'm like, no, wait, there's something else about the band, because Hades doesn't pay any attention to current events up in Olympus. The only time he hears about the ongoings of his family members up there is when one of the people in Hades, one of the dwellers of the underworld, because they're down there working and laboring and toiling, every once in a while they'll strike their hands on the rock, or they'll get an injury and they'll start to blaspheme. And when they blaspheme, they're actually invoking his family members. So you're in Hades and you're like, hit your finger and you're like, oh, Zeus, bless, Hera, call upon the energies, and you like start to blaspheme. And Hades is getting the news. When you call out to the gods above, Hades is actually getting a little bit of insight on the ongoings of his family members. And so in that light, is it the band for Hades when I cuss and swear and I have an injury and I start to call out on Jesus or whatever? Am I really giving Hades the current events in the higher realms?
That's an interesting way to look
That's
at it.
interesting. And
like
the band that performs?
Right. Yes. I've even thought of
The
even like
gig?
disgust. Like, if I'm cussing, his other name is Dis. Is another name, Hades, Pluto, or Dis. And so if I hit my hand while I'm working and I start to swear, it's disgust. And we're discussing the heavenly realms, but we're doing it down here in the infernal. I guess it wasn't infernal to them, but yeah, we're down in hell.
I like that, Gabriel, because it's actually I read an old who was it? What's his name? Ptolemy, whatever his name is, the astrologer. I read one of
Ptolemy,
his
yeah.
old, I read one of his old books a long time ago, and he put that Hermes is a friend of many of the well, especially the one that brings them down to Styx on the river. He's friends with him very much, and so much so that they could be the same person.
They do get conflated. You're right. Yeah, but Hermes does a handoff to Chiron, and at that point, they show their coins to Chiron to pay the ferryman. And that's interesting because Mercury or Hermes is all about money and exchange and currency. So he's exchanging a persona to Chiron, but the person is carrying coinage that pays Chiron. But also the word coin comes from the word common, as in the common tongue. And often the coins are in their mouth. And so I wonder if it's not really money they're exchanging. I wonder if it's a password or a secret, specific language there that gets them access to the boat.
That's exactly the allegory or the metaphor that Jesus was telling Peter when he told him to get the fish with the coins in the mouth.
Whoa!
You got it. Also, you
The
got the metaphor.
drachma.
Yeah. Also, you got the metaphor earlier when Jesus teaches us to pray in the inside where it's dark. He says, "Make sure you pray in secret where it's dark." He's trying to teach us, something that they teach over there in India, to go in the dark place and let your spiritual eyes see your pineal and to understand.
Yes.
Guys, I think I got to slide along.
I think it's getting very late and we're going to break the bank here. We're going to break
We've been
the
on for a
bank.
while. 6 hours, I think. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun, guys.
Has been, totally.
Great.
Gabriel, I asked you a question on Telegram. You can answer it whenever, but I'm interested in that. What is it called?
Tom Carberry
Yes.
about Jerusalem being in Barcelona.
Yeah, I want to read. I want to see that. I want to look at it.
That's great, man. I'm glad you found me on Telegram. That's a good place to keep in touch.
Okay.
Gabriel, brother, you mentioned a great thing to watch. Could you hit us with that? I mean, I heard you say it, but I didn't really follow exactly.
Yeah. I think it's Tom Carberry. Tom Carberry has a channel. He's not putting any material out recently, but he has made a really good case for Jerusalem being a New Testament location, and far more recent than what we're expected to believe. And it's really digestible and very informative. He's extremely erudite, so I recommend Tom Carberry on YouTube.
Cool, brother.
Nice.
Well, thank you all. Is there anything anybody else would like to add? Closing notes? I think we've really hit the mercurial ball quite hard. Even brought it right back to Jupiter's full step, to doorstep, and made sure that Saturn was handling the ball thoroughly. So Mars and Venus were standing on the sides, watching, clapping, as they should be. I think everybody's had a day in the sun. You know, even the sun and the moon are mentioned in the glyph. So we've done all 7 aspects, I think, as they relate to the mercurial process. But if there's anything any of you want to add, this would be your last moment. Wow, it's just been 6 hours and 45 minutes, really.
Yeah.
We did break the bank.
Well, I just want to add that God bless you guys. I enjoyed it, and I didn't think I would, but you guys really spoke clear, and I understood everything you said. It was fun. God bless.
Well, thank you, all of you, for coming. Soraya, Quinty, Indigo, Slick. It's been great. And Ronan and everybody else that's been in the chat. Thank you guys all for being a part of it. I don't know who's still here. Enoch might still be here. Quinn might still be here. Eleanor might not be here. It's quite late. But thank you all. It's been absolutely great. We'll definitely have to do this again sometime. And big blessings to all of you. God bless you all. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, Mercury. I think we did it. So much love to everybody. Big bless.
Peace, family.
Peace.
Peace.